Hello and welcome back to the OPL Gauntlet. We're about to go into Game 4. Match point for the boys in blue, the Chiefs. Looking to join the Direwolves for the second time in back-to-back seasons in that grand final. However, Legacy have done it before. They've reverse swept from match point down twice now.
Absolutely.
See whether they can do it again.
And we have some change because the sides are actually going to switch this time. Legacy, for the first time this series, will be on the blue side.
And when this happened yesterday, it was the change in the wind. That's what I said yesterday. The wind had changed.
And then it happened. And then they continued to win and they picked up the victory there. Can they do it again? Prediction?
Potentially. I mean, I actually thought that out of all the teams that Legacy were going to play this week, they matched up well against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Because good mid lane, good top lane, you know, jungle, a little bit of a coin flip with both of these players, to be honest, and that's what we've seen so far. And I just thought that Raid and Decoy are so annoying to play against because they play like anti-League of Legends at the moment, but it works for them.
And it's kind of interesting to think about like the bot lane, how they go against each other, because it's like, do you want a really defensive bottom lane into a really aggressive one? Because then you're like, oh, we're just going to see control intentionally. Like, is that really what we want? But like, do you want to fight fire with fire and just have a fiesta, like Thresh versus Rakan every single game? But it seems like Legacy, the bot lane, has been all right so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, Swiper in the top lane had one game where he tried to fight fire with fire. That didn't work. Next couple of games, he's just played the passive farm style game. And that's come up trump for the team. So you're seeing that they're splitting sides of the map now. And I thought that would eventually suit Legacy. However, Raze has just shown his team fight class.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because this is how Chiefs want to play after that first Swain game. As soon as they fall behind, very convincing win by Legacy, they just switch it up. Suddenly on the tanks, he's faring a lot better in the top side of the map. And that's literally how they have played 99% of the games this split. So going back to what they know and what they know works has been good for the Chiefs, and now they find themselves in the lead going into match point, Game 4.
And the Chiefs are going to ask the question of Sybil right now, do you play Olaf? Because they are going to ban away the Skarner, I am 99% sure. And that means that if he doesn't play Olaf, they have to potentially ban it right now to deny it from Babip. And we have seen time and time again that if Sybil isn't on the priority jungle matchup, it becomes difficult for Legacy in these games.
There is the Skarner band. They did match it yesterday with the Olaf, as you're kind of alluding to there. So do they actually go through with that one? It could be the Syndra.
Ali?
Yeah, we've seen the Ali band away. Zaya has been the band that's stuck for the most part. Of course, do not want to play one of the most successful bottom lanes with the Zyra can't do it. Makes a lot of sense to continue banning that one away. No, it's actually going to be the Braum.
Oh.
We've seen so many first picks, and all of a sudden they've decided it's a problem. Maybe want to open themselves up because they feel like, yes, Destiny's going to pick the Braum, and then we feel like we have to play the Taric because they don't want to play the aggressive lanes. They don't really want to play the Alistar. They don't want to play things like Thresh, stuff like that. So maybe don't want to get their own bottom lane pigeonholed.
But now doesn't just Destiny play Alistar? Doesn't he look to go aggressive and then you're going to be playing Alistar into the Taric? Which isn't the best matchup for the Taric, to be honest, because there is enough burst damage early on in the game with Ignite to kill him.
Instant CC and then a delayed ultimate. So Ali just has the priority for the most part. Nah will be the ban away from Swiper. Of course, we've seen a very successful and then a not so successful game out of the Nah so far. Legacy first pick, of course. Now they have the first pick of whatever priority they do choose on the blue side, 5 seconds, and it looks like it's going to be the Ryze.
The return of Ryze. We've come full circle. The highest priority pick at the start of the gauntlet fell through to nothingness, to be honest, lately.
Now we're back.
And he's back.
We're absolutely back. Do they take away the Swain? Do they start playing things like that? Do we see an Anivia?
Cassiopeia.
What are the counter picks? Cassiopeia as well.
Syndra was the one that Ryoma showed against Order and picked up the win there.
Yeah, absolutely fine. It looks like Babip's going to be going back to Old Faithful on the Sejuani once again. So that one will be locked in. And Claire has played a lot of Ryze this season. His Ryze has looked incredibly good. Hasn't had too much of it in the gauntlet for the most part. Yesterday saw a lot more of the Azir and things like that, but now match point, backs against the wall.
To be fair, I think it was banned away from Import.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It sucks when you don't get to play your main
champion.
bay, you know?
Yeah,
that feels bad.
Still wasn't a good enough pick and ban.
Bunch of bullies. Oh, okay, no.
Bummer.
It's got to be the Cassiopeia to answer the Ryze. We've seen this be pretty successful in the past.
Oh, and he locks it in.
Okay.
So maybe he went home last night and just was like, I'm going to play some Olaf. I'm going to play the Lath.
Maybe
he did.
I feel like he would have got home pretty late last night, to be honest. That was a 5-game series. I feel like he hasn't played too many games of League of Legends between his first 5 competitive ones and then his next 5. That's 10.
What's changed then?
I don't know. Maybe doesn't want to play it against the likes of Spooks.
And they go the
comfortable versus the Babip. I just call him the Babip.
Yep, you certainly did.
He's just a man in his own right, you know? It's like a pronoun, the Babip. It's a place, it's a thing, it's a person. There you go. And Ezreal might just be the answer, of course. No bottom lane taken away by Legacy. They picked their entire top side of the map. And do they lock it in?
And this...
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay, so Swain into Ornn.
First Swain game of the day. Not too successful, but
bold.
Very different matchup here. Ray's hand on his head, wasn't looking too happy about that one. Mimic looks honestly confused as well. Potentially just a confidence play coming out of Swiper, you know?
So much CC in a long lane for a guy that doesn't have a gap close.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Ezreal, they hovered it for a while, but they did decide not to pick that one in the end. They will ban it away. They don't want the safety. I mean, it makes sense. Now suddenly they've been blind picking Jhin a lot. Maybe you ban away something like the Jing. You kind of force them to fight fire with fire. See
how
this one.
hard can you choke the support champion pool here? Thresh being taken away, Tahm Kench being a takeaway. If you ban Alistar here, only Taric is left. And you're going to give it over.
Then you have Morgana, Rakan. You don't really want to play that. What other options do you really have? You start getting into the B and C tiers, to be honest. Are we missing one?
No.
Taric, Braum, Alistar, Tahm Kench, Thresh. All banned away.
Brand.
Oh, yep. I'm pretty sure Liquid isn't playing this game. And Raze is just going back.
Hey, that's strange. So
to the
maybe
Caitlyn.
With both of them up and available, they'll just take whatever's left over.
Honestly, I feel like Destiny is going to be more of a Morgana player than Decoy. And so they kind of pick the Caitlyn and they're like, look, you can play Taric and we'll play range matchup and we'll just have priority.
Yep. Play Alistar, exact same thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they banned away the Varus. And they don't want to take the Alistar. They go back to the Taric. They've played a lot of this over the course of the series.
This is going to be an Ashe game. I can feel it in my bones.
Into the Caitlyn. Makes a lot of sense. Of course, picking Caitlyn and then banning the Ezreal.
Makes no sense.
Questionable play there. And does he go back to the Ash? Only played one game of it yesterday, but it was very successful. Oh, Submarine. Do they lock it in? No. Go back to the Submarine. Oh, come on. I love that. Twitch Tarek, invisible. You can stun people, open up, and they can't do anything back to you, but no. It's just going to be a very icy bot lane with the Ash.
Certainly is, and now he has to play Morgana. And I like this because all of a sudden the engaged threats from the Chiefs are a Sejuani ult or a Flash Cassiopeia ult. Or does he say, you know what, stuff the lane, let's just go Alistar? No, he plays them all.
Okay.
And that's why, this is where Lucio comes up with the goods every now and again.
Big brain.
That is a big brain play.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. And they picked the Ash into the Morgana yesterday as well. And they had success with it. It's very hard. You have to play very far back. You have to stand behind your carry, so suddenly binding isn't really a threat.
All of a sudden, if you got like Olaf or Rise topside, you don't really have to engage with the arrow. It's a luxury engagement item.
It's just for the CC chain, you know? Yep. But from across the map. Cast it bottom to top, top to bottom. However you choose to do that one.
However, the damage that comes out of the Chiefs as this game progresses cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to have triple damage threat. Swiper, of course, didn't do a whole lot of damage on the Swain in game one, but this time into the tank. Probably going to have a much better time than into the Camille. Ryoma on the Cassiopeia. Because of the Ash, because of the root from the Rise, not to mention Tarek's stun as well. And Decoy has a penchant for flashing in and engaging teamfights. He opts in for the cleanse. He's like, look, guys, you got a lot of buttons to push on me. I'm going to take one for my own. Probably
needs a barrier if he wants to flash in and start stunning up people. Maybe we'll give him time to get the sunglasses down.
Well, Barry, you can just ulti. That's the thing. Yeah, you could just ulti first, you know, instead of like
I said that last time.
Flash stun ulti. Why don't you just ulti flash stun? Might be a little bit more successful. There he is, the Armored Titan, facing off against Legacy Claire. Nice glasses. I like them.
Certainly do. Stylish man, Claire.
Cool.
Is looking very serious as we're about to get onto Summoner's Rift for potentially the last time tonight. I think I've already missed my plane, boys, so let's just go to all 5 games.
I feel like as we got closer and closer to Claire's face, it was like as he blew up on the screen, he looks like more and more nervous, but it's just the angle. But no level 1 shenanigans going to come out. You have the Ash, you have the Olaf, you have the tools for that one. Destiny actually
looking for it right now. Well scouted.
Destiny is using the OP skin. I think it's not OP anymore, but I'm still just triggered, you know? You can't see the bindings out of the bushes. This was like 2 years ago. But it just hurts a little bit, you know? Blackthorn Morgana. Forever benched, actually. Legacy want their own level 1 play. Swiper actually walked out of the bush, so he doesn't know they're there. Chiefs do not see Legacy invade on the top side of the map. But they do end up just walking away. No harm, no foul.
Certainly is the case. Everyone's going to be able to start in lane right now. Decoy will spot out the fact that the Chiefs' bottom lane is walking in.
Oh, does take a few autos because of his indecisiveness there, and has to dodge out from the bind. Potentially going to take another one. Bone plating mitigates a bit of that damage there. Not going to care too much. Probably just heal it up over time. But both bottom lanes starting in lane. Of course, the double range matchup means that they can sit in the bush. If binding does land, they can do things early, as both junglers going to start on the top side of the map. And Olaf is actually leashless. We've seen Spooks do this one a few times over the course of the season. Of course, he's going to pull both camps. We'll be completely fine. Probably have to smite. That one hit level 2, and we'll be able to pick up the Gromp.
And this is exactly what Olaf wants to be able to do. You know, full clear your jungle, outpace everyone. You can see that, oh, actually, big tango down in the bottom lane. Decoy steps up and starts wailing on people.
Yeah, he does. Then takes a bunch of return damage, and that's the range versus melee. The binding lands, so he steps up and stuns the members of Chiefs, but Raise and Destiny get a few cheeky orders on the back end of that, proc the Aryan, so all of a sudden has to pop a potion, but Destiny takes a W to the face, because Ashe is one of those deceptive champions where you're like, look, she's an immobile AD carry, like she doesn't have a lot of tools for the laning phase, but her W does a significant amount of damage, and it's pretty safe to just spam it from behind the wave, so her laning phase is actually really good, especially into things like Caitlyn. That's why she matches up fairly well, because she doesn't get punished like a Tristana or like a Vayne.
Sybil is actually doing what Spooks did the first time he played Olaf, and he's doing a full clear potless. And if Babip had came over straight away, this would have been punished. However, will get here late. Now will be spotted on a ward as well. Question mark ping's going out.
But he is actually looking towards the mid lane. Claire is
dead.
actually stepping up heavily here. Ryoma trades back.
And that's big damage. Claire has to burn the flash. If Sybil...
Actually,
Ryoma's going to go in, and they do not get the room prison. Babip and Ryoma pick up first blood.
He can't find Sybil in the jungle, but he finds the mid laner as well. Claire loses his flash and his life. And he doesn't have the spellbook. He's gone phase rush, so potentially just going to lose the entire wave as well.
Yeah, absolutely. However, Sybil is heading over there. See whether he eats this one for a big lead in the early game on the Olaf.
So Axe picks himself up. 4 creeps there. Misses 1 CS. Yeah. Oh, that's some... Did he get that one?
Yeah,
oh, okay. That was almost some classic jungler CSing in the lane, you know? You hate to see that one.
You certainly do. See Raid starting to get poked out underneath this turret. This lane kind of changes at level 6 with jungle pressure. Because you have such good gank potential. You see Sybil right now heading into the top lane.
Ooh. Swiper actually getting bullied around quite a bit here. We've seen kind of the evolution of
they didn't get the knock-up. However, if the last hits...
Oof.
Yeah, no mana is a big deal. Actually, they could just stay in turret dive.
Yeah, but Bib is actually on the bottom-hand side of the map. Sybil will channel his recall, so... With the pots ticking from Swiper, he... will be completely fine up in the top side. And I was saying the change of Ornn over the season. He doesn't have Ignite anymore. He doesn't go the Spellbook. Now you go for the Grasp, especially into a ranged matchup. You want that extra sustain, things like that. Potentially, maybe could have pulled the trigger on a dive if they did have the Ignite the top line. But in this case, they do not. So everybody just backs away. Swipe is completely fine up there.
See, I actually think Grasp doesn't make sense in this matchup. Because how are you going to ever proc it? So, like, even though it gives you sustain, the sustain is conditional on auto-attacking your champion. If you're auto-attacking a Swain, Swain's done an oopsie.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, actually, second bind landing from Destiny. So, big damage going out onto Raid.
But he did get into melee range. He didn't get the knock-up. Maybe if you can somehow consistently do that, then there's a will, there's a way. Claire down a level because of that missed XP in the early game.
Also didn't get himself a tier on first back.
Yeah,
that's
big
deal for Rise.
Especially in the fact that he really doesn't have control over his recall, because he does have the cleanse. He doesn't have the TP, so he can't just back whenever he wants. He will lose a lot of priority. And I feel like Sybil on the Olaf. Legacy don't play too much Olaf, and when they have, it hasn't been too successful. And I feel like that champion, when you fall behind, especially because
Predator is here, however, he's running in, and there is no flash available. Will go in, will not be able to pick it up.
The stun,
actually, with the red smite, he was going to get it anyway, but Pip will be able to trade the 1-for-1 kill.
Ryoma gets the kill, though. And Sybil trades back, so Claire just gets the assist, wants to push in this wave, but the jungler, Sejuani, trying to keep it at bay right now. Not a whole lot of mana, but should be able to push this one in just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just going to get the experience. He's not going to be able to get the gold for it. Babip going to do the right thing and hold it here. That is a nice black shield at the last moment.
Yeah, this lane seems to be going in the favor of Chiefs. Raid actually had to blow his flash. For something. So a binding, maybe, was able to land. Of course, Morgana and Caitlyn, you land a binding and it lasts, if you're a Reddit user, 2 years. And then the trap, of course, can come down underneath that one and you take a whole bunch of damage, especially with an Ignite.
That's actually my favorite meme of all time. Where, like, there was a Reddit thread that was like, hey, Reddit, what do you do when you get hit by Dark Binding? As Mimic actually has to flash in the top lane.
Yeah. Swiper base, TP back, and immediately gets the flash out of his counterpart.
Big play out of big swips.
Yeah. What do you do? I'd probably get a coffee, you know?
Yeah, that's what they were all like. And then another guy was like, I had a kid, put them through college.
It's like, how far can you take it before it's just
well, that's the thing. It just gets ridiculous, right? As Babip, level 6 now, is hanging around mid lane. Will be able to clear out a ward. However, is spotted here by the Lath. So they know it's coming.
They know exactly where he is right now. Sybil looking
this
for
is
a piece
level
of the
6
action.
Sybil
Claire
will be able to go unstoppable. As you mentioned, Claire is here already. That's going to be a teleport in. Oh, very nice cancel of... And they actually get the ultimate out as well. Destiny was also in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the reason Mimic did cancel that one. Also didn't want to lose the CS to the top lane turret. Swiper, of course, burning the flash. Had to walk back to lane. Couldn't TP, so loses his TP advantage there.
Getting 2 ultis out is a big deal. Decoy also had swapped to TP, so could join the play if he wanted to.
Could have matched the numbers. So potentially if Legacy can make use of this window, and they certainly have the tools. You have Ornn, you have Ashe, things like that. It was a very nice miasma. We're complimenting Ryoma. Cancelling the realm warp almost instantly of Claire means he can't pick up the kill into Babip. And we haven't mentioned, it's actually going to be match point Infernal Drake. That seems to be the trend right here.
There's been a lot of Infernal Drakes this goal.
Absolutely. And the bottom lane of Chiefs already have themselves an advantage. 20 CS. Or just about.
Yeah, exactly right. No flash on Raid. No combat summoner spell on Decoy as he has that TP. So big deal right now. if they are able to force something bottom lane, you would think that it would probably work.
Absolutely. They could just solo themselves out of Dragon as well. Babip is very low from that trade earlier, has gone topside, but you have to think we'll be recalling fairly soon. Ryoma sitting in the mid lane like, hey man, Claire's got a blue. I'd love one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Ryoma knows that the Ornn is here. However, the ult comes out still. Will throw out the Miasma. However, do they just continue with this? Get the cleanse anyway. That's what I mean. Ornn is so strong as far as top lane roams go. He was under his turret.
There was so much distance between Cassio and Ryze, and he's standing on a Miasma as well, so it's not really like there's kill threat, but he has to respect it.
Yeah. Because Ornn was going under the turret. If he didn't cleanse, Ornn was headbutting him.
Yep. 100%. Layer the CC, Rune Prism would have come out, potentially Ryoma losing his life, but no. Because in Champ Select he decided to pay the tax, gets that cleanse button, will be completely fine.
You can see right now, Claire very confident because there's 2 wards where Babip is. However, the ulti is available from Babip and the bottom lane is rotating, as you mentioned. Yeah,
do they get back into lane right now? Decoy kind of stepping up. There's level 6 too, just hit level 6 as well.
Yeah, looking for the stun. Black Shield is down, so if they call in Olaf, they have the arrow, but he's not anywhere to be seen.
Yeah, that's
top side.
He is top side. They do have this potential. That's what you want to do against a Morgana lane. You kind of want to bait out the shield, which is very hard to do when you're at a disadvantage like this. CS discrepancy. They have BF swords, so they do significant damage, and they have just been pushing you in. And also when you are just something like a Taric. But if you bait that one out and then your jungler is around, it's so easy to set up the play. Ash arrow into gank, into follow up the stun. Ooh.
Actually, you can see this is going to be a turret dive coming out. Swiper has his flash available, but this is all 3 members. No Ornn ulti, but if he just goes under the turret first, doesn't get the knock off, and this is going to be Swiper 1v3ing. Where is the damage? Ornn is going incredibly low. He gets a flash out. He picks up the outplay. Swiper. And now Swiper is going to get the 2-for-1 trade. Absolutely massive play out of Big Swift.
And Swiper seems like the 2v1 king right now in the regular season at the Rift Herald. Does it again here. Chiefs looking to answer on the bottom side of the map. The
ulti out right now. That's going to be sunglasses on, but do they have enough damage? No, they do not. Raid is going to live on the back end of this. Does get stunned up, and Raze will pick himself up a kill. Can they stick around for Decoy? He's stuck underneath the turret.
Tanking.
You bet he wish he has an exhaust or an ignite right now, and Destiny will get out. 4 kills across the map, and the Chiefs explode the gold lead.
Legacy make a play top. It fails. Swiper turns it around. Chiefs match with the bottom side, so they win across the map right now. Ryoma, not to mention, still pushing in mid lane. Looks like first brick will be going over. Sybil desperately trying to get down bottom lane to defend, but too little too late. The Viking 1v3 won't do anything.
This is going to be a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes into the game. Let me tell you, when the Chiefs are ahead, they are one of the safest teams in the league. Able to bait out the Cassiopeia ultimate means they will get the flash as well. Does not land the follow-up axe, so Ryoma able to get away.
Yep, doesn't have Ragnarok either, so does not want to dive the turret there.
Potentially that could be the Infernal Drake, however, as they know that there was a tempo reset. Does he do it in time, though? That's a very slow dragon if Claire doesn't come across.
Yeah, and he has to deal with the mid lane. He is starting it up. Mimic has his TP, and Swipers is about to come off cooldown in just about 5 seconds. So Chiefs might have an inkling that this is happening. Pings are going down. They want to contest.
Ryze doesn't come over and help. Now he comes over and help. They know that this could turn into the 5v5 team fight.
They do get spotted.
This is going to be the dragon going out. Realm Warp gets them out to safety. However, now potentially Decoy is being caught out again.
Binding does land.
Has to burn the cleanse.
Does switch that one out. Had the TP before. Wishes he had it when he got dove, because you can't TP out of a turret dive very often.
Well, you can.
You need a long time. Yeah. And they need to not do a whole lot about it. So he goes back to base, picks himself up a cleanse, uses it to get a little bit of safety there, but Infernal Drake, Legacy going to be happy with that one. They don't have the gold lead, but consolation prize.
However, it's a scaling dragon, and they're not in a great position to scale right now. As Sybil potentially about to get stunned up, does put the axe through. Babip looking for this, has got his support over. However, Decoy has joined as well. That is going to be Sybil getting stunned up.
Binding doesn't land.
The Ragnarok. He does. For a Raptor?
That's a big cooldown. Burn for, as you mentioned, a Raptor, a Binding was coming out. Hawkshot goes mid, so they know exactly what Chiefs want to do, but do they have the numbers? Sybil, 25% health, 25% mana right now. Can they actually defend the mid play? But Bip has his ulti up now. It has been on cooldown for the last little while. They didn't have it around the Dragon Pit, but looking to contest the mid wave right now. Big chunk onto Claire.
Stepped on a trap. Got double headshotted there, and that could just be mid lane turret. You can see, meanwhile, that is going to be Mimic engaging. However, needs to run. Swiper is very fast. Babip flashes onto him. He's going to be a little bit unstoppable. However, no Ragnarok here might be a little bit of a deterrent. Cassiopeia is up here, and Sybil has gone too far forward. Babip will fall down. However, now Ryoma looking to clean up. Will get one, will get two, and will get out.
Babip He does fall down at the start of that play, but trades it for 2 kills. His mid lane, a binding does land, but Raze is dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somehow.
That was the Ash Arrow out of Raid. As they knew members were going top lane, they pull the trigger on the play. Very nicely done.
And all of a sudden, Legacy looking to break the mid lane turret. Destiny on the Morgana looks to hold it himself. Mid laner in Ryoma is up healthy on the top side of the river, but 3 members here. Can they defend? It's about half HP.
Yeah, I don't think they can unless they want to burn Swiper TP with multiple
They
members
do.
coming in. They actually do burn it. In goes Destiny. Has got the stopwatch and Decoy now stuck underneath the turret. Swips will rip him back in. That's going to be invulnerability channel too late now. Ryoma looking to run in and clean up another team fight. That is invulnerability onto Claire. Dodges out on 1. However, turns around, auto attacks a blast plant. Will use the cleanse, is burning down. However, Moby boots out the Destiny. Airy Proc picks it up. And the Chiefs right now are rolling.
And he hit the blast plate. Potentially could have got a little bit more distance there, but no, he falls down. Holds onto his flash. Pretty greedy with the Summoner binding. Barely misses the red buff there. Sybil going to pick that one up, but Chiefs firmly in control of this game right here. 10 to 4 kills. We're going to see this kill on the mid lane. Claire 1v2ing. Bind goes wide, but it did break the black shield, I think. So the arrow just comes through. Raze, not to mention it buffers his E, right? Like, so he cast that one, but he doesn't go anywhere because he's stunned.
Yep.
Claire picks himself up a nice kill.
Potentially they can make the play again. Raid does not have arrow available. However, that is going to be
That's
the Predator.
net.
And already net has been used. Red buff, he
Axe.
misses the axe. And now, finally, that will be Ash Arrow up, but the play has been called off.
Oh, threw the axe just too far. Could have waited, had the red buff, had the slow.
Just auto him.
Just stick to the Caitlyn there, but no. Flash from Raze gets himself to safety right now. Rift Herald was started up a bit, but AD carry getting caught. Comes over to help his teammate.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do
You can see
disengage.
they're going to try and set the trap. Ultimate not available for Decoy. Everything else is up, but no flashes for the Chiefs members. They go in very quickly. Stuns it out, misses everyone, but in
Flash
they go onto Raze. They're
Arrow.
looking for the arrow. Perfect timing out of Raid. He's a genius on this pick. Now the mid laners are going to meet in the jungle. Overcommit from potentially Sybil, and they are trying to turn this one, but Raid is just sitting there chipping away at the tank. Gets him low enough, and now
1v1.
Claire versus Ryoma 1v1, and Claire is starting to win out in these trades. Meanwhile, bottom lane, if you don't mind, Mr. Spectator, we've got another all-in brawl. Swiper flashes away. However, Mimic looking to chase him down. Getting a lot of health back is Swiper. Meanwhile, mid lane, let's just take the tour around Summoner's Rift. Sybil picks up a kill. Mimic picks up the kill. And Legacy in all 3 lanes smash the Chiefs.
They set up the bait and Chiefs walk right into it. Topside solo kills across the board. What was a game firmly in Chiefs' hands? Suddenly Legacy put it on its head. Only 15 minutes in. We've had 17 kills, more than 1 a minute right now. This early game going much quicker now that it's match point.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the plays are starting to get made. Big kill in the top lane on a turnaround gank. That was a force from the Chiefs, something we've seen before, and it does not look like they are done. They want to push them off the Rift Herald.
But it's
Binding
just
goes
the
wide.
bot lane. But Bip is in bot side of the map right now. He steps on a trap. Claire does a significant amount of damage. Can Raze do enough? He does get rooted
Gets a
up.
black shield. Oh, that's going to be a
TP.
teleport in. Is the ultimate available? No,
No.
it's not. That should just be a cancel.
He does. Binding. Would have stuck to him there, so would have been CC'd in place. He does cancel, get some time with the turret bot side. But this Swain pick now, suddenly against the Ornn. The Camille in game 1, ineffective in the top lane. Mimic on a pure tank on the Ornn. He's going banner as well. Once he picks up that item, Swipe is going to have a really rough time dealing with that in the side lane.
Who deals with it? Babip can't deal with it. Raze is the one that's going to have to be able to kill it. That just does not sound like all that much fun. However, let's take stock. Still 2,000 gold. Even though Legacy got themselves the 3 kills in, they weren't able to put it into structures. They put it into a Rift Herald and a mid lane turret.
Banking it for later, you know. Put in the investment. They want to take it out a little bit later. 20 seconds on the next dragon, and Chiefs do have control of the bottom side of the map right now. Legacy opting into the 1-3-1. Ashe and Taric, I feel like much better at holding in the mid lane than a Jhin and Taric, things like that. But Chiefs once again sitting in the bush.
Over the wall, they go
ulti,
looking for him and get him. Had no flash available. Gets blown up. Lovely play out of Babip.
But Decoy had the cleanse. He had that summoner available. Didn't use it there. Just goes down.
I mean, Decoy didn't get hit.
Oh! There you go.
3 members now heading towards topside. Raze trying to look very tasty.
Every now and again, I just say some real dumb stuff, Jake. It just happens.
Cloud Drake going to be the next dragon up. They spot Swiper on the map. Everyone else is in Fog of War. Not Swiper. They spot the Ornn on the map. Everyone else in Fog of War. How far up do they go? They
Oh,
face
there it
check,
is,
and that's
face
going to be
check.
a lot of damage coming out of Claire.
Suddenly-
However, gets hit by the Dark Binding. Decoy is here, though.
Stun
He actually
lands.
got to the play somehow in time. Stun lands onto Raze, and he falls down again.
Arrow.
Axe lands. Arrow will go wide, but you just cannot stop the Ragnarok rolling Olaf. And Sybil picks up another kill.
And the lane bushes again, top side for
Oh,
Legacy to
Sybil
get themselves a
face check
kill.
and no Ragnarok available. Walks back onto Miasma.
Decoy.
However, gets back to Decoy.
Oh, triple.
Petrifies engaged. Why they are all invulnerable, and he's looking to kite this one out. Will have some damage now coming out of Claire, but they have to back
Oh.
away. And you can just see the damage out of Ryoma. Turns around, gets the Miasma. However, flash out of Claire perfectly timed.
And Chiefs turn around to play 2v3. The Casio just dishes out so much damage, sitting on the 2-item spike right now. Ryoma has 5 kills, 20 CS up on his counterpart right there. Claire has to flush away. And what was a play, picking themselves up the entire bot lane of Chiefs in the top side. Legacy potentially might just lose their turret.
Babip wasn't spotted out by that ward. Has no flash available, no petrifying gaze. However, they still have the Miasma. They throw it
very
down
nice.
now. You can see he is a tanky fellow right now, the Rise, but he's not that tanky. Gets stunned up, gets chopped down. Meanwhile, was that a teleport channel? Yes, it was out of Decoy.
Yeah, that was just going to be his Harrick in the backlines, though. As soon as Claire falls down, does not continue with the play there. Mimic, once again in the side lane with the banner, now does have priority on the turret, about half HP. But this is a slow split push. It's not the Camille in the side lane. She can't just eat Swiper every time he's on
Sybil
his
now
screen.
caught out as well. Destiny zooming around. Good juke out of Sybil.
Does get himself to safety. Looking to steal away the blue buff. 40 seconds until the Baron is up. So what was a 4,000 gold lead turned into a 2,000 when Legacy made a nice play. But once again, Chiefs turn it around back to where it was.
And you feel like this is all going to come down to execution. The Chiefs got the double mage comp with solo tank versus, 3 beefy frontliners as soon as the Tarek starts picking up some tank stats. Baron is nearly up and available. Meanwhile, Air Drake being soloed out by the Olaf.
And Destiny's an Ardent Sense of Morgana.
Ooh, he's going to be squishy.
Yeah, absolutely is. Of course, burnt the stopwatch before, so it doesn't even have that cooldown. But doesn't go for any defensive stats, doesn't go for the banner, doesn't go for Zeke's Redemption, Locket, things like that. Goes straight for the attack speed for Raze.
He's running bottom to put it down there. I think that Ornn wants to back, however.
So it's probably just going to run into a Swain and
Do nothing.
going to slap his eye a few times and probably go down. Mimic cancels his recall, thought about it, but was like, nah. Oh, he whacks Shelly in the head. And she zooms away. Zooms away. Raze on the Caitlyn right now.
That is 3 items. Ray's going to get tagged up there, however. Babip is also there for the play.
Pings are going down topside right now. Mimic, of course, based. Swiper does have TP to match, but...
Oh, that's actually going to be Sybil getting caught out. Might have to pop the Ragnarok.
Ornn is
he
here.
does. Ornn is here, however, and this could have been the
Ornn
bait.
slow.
Sunglasses coming down. 3-member knock-up, and all of a sudden, Babip gets blown up. That is going to be the binding landing, however, and Claire is absolutely destroyed. On the front line is Mimic, but he's just not a tanky fellow. And now the Swain really putting in the work, rips him back. That will be the stun not landing as he falls down, and potentially Baron now on the table for the
And
Chiefs.
Ryoma just does so much damage when he has the frontline. Swiper
They can't do it.
TP's
They
in.
have no tank.
Swiper's very squishy. He only has the single item, so he can't be the one. Morgana Ardent Sense of Destiny might be in trouble. No, Axe goes wide.
Yeah, and they just cannot do this. I mean, with the current lineup they have, as soon as Babip falls down, they can't look at the Baron. They'll burn through it very quickly if they do get access.
And that's the thing. Single tank composition. He falls down in a 1-for-2. They have the number advantage, but they still can't
Doesn't
force
he want
anything.
this? This is a big play from Sybil.
It's an Olaf and a Tarek. I feel like against a Casio, you probably get 1v2'd, especially, as you were pointing out before, he's got 3 items, got himself the Void Staff, 6 and 2. Absolutely popping on the Casio. Did so much damage in that team fight. Babip in the front line, Swiper TP's in, and Raze, Ryoma just absolutely free hitting, eats up the members of Legacy.
And Swiper's now at the stage of the game where he's not going to die to an Ornn in a side lane. So that means that with all the kills he got earlier, he's just scaling up. He's going towards his second item. We'll be able to just free farm this one out. Meanwhile, top lane, potentially a turret going to fall down to Claire with the pressure that he's putting down up there.
Chiefs don't care about that one. Just going to fall down inevitably anyway, so they send all 5 members down towards the mid. Mimic has the push in the side lane as well, so every member of Chiefs looking to set up a play around the Baron. Flanks can come through. TP is available for Mimic, and they're running towards Claire's side of the map.
Yeah, and Claire going to just sit in a watered brush, you would think, try and wait this one out. They clear out the vision one more time. They do have to deal with the side waves a little bit here, Legacy, and they actually start... Oh, no, they don't.
Oh,
they
they're baiting. Very nice. If it was warded,
Yeah.
it would. Okay, there you go. Hot shot value. If it was water, that would be a very nice play. They see Raze through the queue at the Baron. Legacy immediately think they start that one up. Sybil might just be caught out, but no, Bobip going to take a bit of return damage from the volley.
And they've brought over the Ornn again, and they get access to the mid lane wave. You can see that's a Hurricane brought up by Raze. Raid. Split members of the Chiefs here. You can see Cassiopeia are about to show top. Do they just fire the ult at Bobip? No, they don't.
He's on a pink ward right now. 5 members of Legacy trying to clear this one out. Swiper desperately wants some soul shards, sitting on 1. If a team fighter ups, won't deal very much damage at all with the ultimate. Less people can be laning that CC. 2 members of Legacy in mid lane right now to 3 to the Chiefs.
Yeah, very safe rotation coming out of Ryoma. And you can see Swiper kind of needs a recall. That bottom lane wave is starting to get big. A lot of farm going to go to waste. Sybil actually recalls. Will not get swept
out. They don't see that one. It was on a pink ward. Swiper actually willing to just concede the wave in the bot lane. The pings are actually going down by Legacy. He has no TP, so Swiper doesn't want to go over.
Great.
Absolutely. The wave is absolutely huge here. Swiper will go answer it eventually.
I mean, do they just call in the Ornn as soon as they see it?
Mimic's here. He's waiting behind the wall. Pings are going down. Chiefs know what play Legacy are looking for right now, and they all just back away. Recall will be started up by Destiny.
But the thing is that happens 1-2 more times, that turret already falls, and you've got pressure on an inhibitor turret. How many times can you really stall this out if you're the Chiefs? And they actually, oh, that's a very quick
slow lands,
slow lands, and the knock-up is there, and that is on to the Morgana. Has to use the flash, but that is 2 very crucial ultimates used.
Big slow.
And Big Slow is there. Decoy needs to pop the ultimate. They need to go into it, and they're able to. Now Sybil just trying to front to back. They will Rise ulti away. However, now without Taric ultimate, Ornn ultimate, Ashe ultimate, Rise ultimate, how do they fight the team fight?
And it's just so scary fighting in a choke against the Swain, against the Cassio. Destiny's while waiting in the bush looking for a bind. Does not hit Raid or any member of Legacy, but they do want to contest the Baron.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden
Swiper.
Raid's caught out, and Swiper goes into the front line. Babip is also in there. That's a kill for a kill. Big ultimate, but Raid's being soloed out right now and will fall down. On the back end is Swiper trying to do some work.
Misses.
Destiny just lives, but that is right now a one-team fight. No, going to continue. You can see Mimic trying to get the slow, actually falls down, and now Ryoma marching back forward. Ashe is gone for the flank, misses there. However, now Ryoma will be able to pick up a kill with a black shield. He's putting in so much work. The binding is there, but the Olaf is too big. He is too big. Still kiting out, but they're shut down for Sybil.
And how did that even happen? No ultis you were talking about. Realm Warp, Ashe Arrow, Mimic has nothing either. Somehow, with the gold lead in the hands of Chiefs Legacy, they get a victorious team fight. That was so close. The rip back onto Raid barely just lives on the back end of this fight. Swiper goes incredibly early. He does have the soul shard, so it immediately flashes in, rips the AD carry, but gets incredibly low. They do not fall down. Tanks in the front line die immediately. Sybil just hard commits onto Raid on the back end of the fight, and he dies to the red smite there. Unfortunately for Swiper, the explosion misses Raid. This was a very nice turnaround. Destiny's on 1 HP. Ryoma basically 1v3ing right now. He does pick up 2 kills on the back end. It's a big deal. It does basically save themselves a Baron. Ryoma cleaning up those 2 kills means Legacy can't take that one down, but they still lose the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Destiny was honestly lucky to live there. Sybil was maybe lucky to live there as well. He's going to do a Dragon, give up tempo on the top side again.
Chiefs have multiple members up there. Swiper is trying to clear out the bottom wave. Throws the Never Move at the wave, not the champion, so has absolutely no interest in trying to deal with Mimic right now. Kind of wants to clear out the wave before the banner is shoved in his face.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see they're trying to clear out the Baron pit. They actually have no vision on where Sybil is, and he stopped the Dragon because he didn't want to actually give them the time for that. And you can see he's just dropped banner again, and he's joined the team immediately because he knows now Swiper has to do the same.
But this time Swiper does have TP.
Ooh,
so we can clear out. Arrow does not land.
Yeah, that would have been the Rise ultimate of everyone underneath the turret if that did hit, because they knew he was there by himself. However, now they just go back to Baron, and they're going to start the Baron dance.
This time Ryoma is actually one to base. Doesn't have any summoners. Basically no carry in the game right now. Has a flash available. Just heal on Raze. Not even the cleanse on Decoy right now. Raid's going to pick himself up a red buff, but this Baron dance looking to be the case right now. The Air Drake, compare like Baron, Air Drake. I mean, I know which one myself and these 2 teams are going for.
Yeah, even I, who am a big fan of Air Drakes,
Yep.
think the Baron buff is superior on this particular patch.
Oh, just on this patch though? Okay. All right. Alrighty then, but the arrow is still on cooldown, but pretty short, you know. Got himself the Essence Reaver build, so CDR galore for the Ashe right now. Can kind of just fling them out whenever he wants. If the pick lands, sure, they can take the go button. They can force the team fight, but if it does not, they don't lose too much of an opportunity right now.
And they have the pure tanks. They have the Olaf as well as the Ornn. So they have an easier job around the Baron buff. Swiper, as you mentioned, has the teleport available this time around, so it's a little bit more lenient. Actually, that ulti lands. They're going to have to use the ulti straight away. Raid still goes very low. He's just machine gunning Raze, though, on the back end, looking to now take out Destiny. However, 2 members already dead, and that's going to have to be the disengage out of Legacy. They rip him back. Mimic is going to have to burn his flash, and this could be the Baron.
And 2 members of Legacy die before Claire is even in the fight. Has to walk the long way down. Sybil trying to get onto Raze.
That was actually huge. He grabbed the wave and he cut off the duo lane of the Chiefs. Now he's going to have to back away. That's going to be Claire stepping up. Not going to get ripped back and does dissuade them for now.
Sybil is still pinching the wave on the backside of this one, but no, Chiefs just electing to go straight for the Baron. Multiple pings going out. They have a front line and they have the carry in Claire, but he is incredibly low.
But again, as soon as Babip leaves the pit, this becomes dicey. So now Legacy looking to contest. Babip haven't left the pit. This trap line is oppressive as heck. Over goes Sybil. However, Smite is not there. Shutdown is picked up, and that will be the Baron for the Chiefs. Rip back onto Claire. He's going to get chunked out and will not fall down. Mimic will die, however, and that is 30-second death timers and the Chiefs with Baron buff.
5,000 gold lead for the Chiefs right now. Been in control of the game for the majority of this 30-minute timer right now. Decoy trying to defend mid lane, has his 80 carry with him, but against 4-5 members, no, he's not spotted around the corner, so he's absolutely fine there.
Yeah, absolutely. However, this should be mid lane inhibitor broken. 10 seconds on Sybil, 20 seconds on Mimic. If anyone gets caught out, this could be game. As you said, ulti flung out there. Good idea from Babip.
He's been doing it time and time again this game.
However, now he's earned that is going to be an ammo.
Oh, no.
Lands onto big swips. Teleport is up and available. Do they have a ward to go to? They do. They have a slew of wards to go towards. They also have the Rise. No, they don't have the Rise ultimate. However, you can see as a 5-man unit, they are trying to disengage. Predator has been popped. And he's in range. Gets the slow. That will not be the stun. Very nice dancing shoes. And now Sybil is in big trouble. Gets ripped back. That will be teleport coming in. Flash already out. And you can see the front-to-back fight right now. The Chiefs are just stronger. That is a 5-man slow. In goes Claire and absolutely picks up everyone. That is Raze dead. And they will continue marching forward. Where is Isabello's breath? Where is the slow? No, the big crow is just deterring. And only 1 member of the Chiefs fall down.
They get 1 pick. Ryoma still has the ulti. They can't commit to the dive under the turret right now. Legacy, unfortunately for them, probably just going to get an air Drake, get some time on the map to clear out these waves. Of course, Chiefs still do have a 6,000 gold lead. When Raze is back on the map, they have the Baron buff, looking to set up these sieges. They broke the base as well. They can go top, they can go bot, take that standing gold in the inners, and look to end out this game.
Absolutely, and you'd think right now if you just went to the tab button and looked at the gold, of the 6,000, about 4 would be sitting on the Cassiopeia. No, it's not that much, only about 2. So, going to be a gold lead on the top laner, and really it's the support, 3,000 gold on Destiny. It's been not that much.
He's been popping spell thieves all over the place. Decoy, as soon as he gets out of lane.
Yep, gets nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Of course, involved in 6 more kills actually across the board, so big chunk of gold will be there for Destiny, sitting on 2 completed items right now to just the single one of Decoy. He's actually gone for the Ardent Center, the old school Taric build.
Ooh, spots out Babip there. Otherwise, that was a dangerous play for...
Ooh. Root does land, and it's just going to come down to the team fight round now. Chiefs going topside, and all 5 members of Legacy are answering. They're opting into this one, the full-on 5v5, looking to hold on to their inner turret right here. Do they concede? Do they fight in the base? The mid-wave is slowly pushing in for Chiefs. Nobody's dealing with that right now.
Oh, Sybil actually walks forward, takes a lot of damage. However, able to dance out. Arrow does land on a target underneath the turret.
Raze is low.
Raze is very low. However, somehow Mimic missed the
Ornn. He's on the miasma. He can't dash into the ulti there. He cannot use it. So Ryoma negates the big CC. Raze is incredibly low. He needs a wave to be able to heal up. Binding does go wide.
Yeah, you see right now that they just don't know how to start up the fight, and there's already super creeps in the base, so Claire has to go back to deal with them. That was a huge play out of Ryoma. And they actually go for it. That is going to be Decoy using the ultimate. Mimic Benny being caught up. Swain gets stunned. However, you can see he is a tanky fellow.
But once again, they have to use their cooldowns when Claire is not at the fight. Sure, he has Realm Warp, but it just takes time to channel Big ultimate and cosmic radiance
Baron's
from the
gone,
turret
however,
down.
and they've actually been able to rip forward Mimic. He's not that tanky. Around the side is Claire, but they're just going to hit the turret. That's going to be a binding land. However, you can see Swiper now has been slowed down.
He has no
Very
flash.
nice front lining out of Babib. He'll have to dash away now. Where is the teleport? Not available, and they're just continually chasing them out. A good hold for Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy content to keep the Chiefs out of the base. They're so scared of face checking into a Petrifying Gaze. They don't want to chase too far into the Casio. Just hold on to the base. The base is not broken.
This is staggered recalls. Raze, ooh, now potentially Ryoma, both on pinks. But if an axe goes into that brush and one of you gets stopped, that's dangerous.
Not one pink, but two pinks. They were extra safe in that bush, you know? Absolutely no chance there. Raze does not hold the turret. We're going to clean up a pretty big wave on the bot side, sitting on 3.5 items, building the QSS, has that extra safety. Both AD carries have that one now.
Oh, the damage that comes out of Ryoma at this stage of the
disgusting.
game is very large.
Absolutely. He just three-shot a Grom. I mean, Grom's not the biggest enemy, but that's still big. Ray desperately trying to get to level 16, wants that rank 3 ultimate. Of course, Raze probably does not care.
Got it.
There we go. As much on the Caitlyn. Sejuani ulti does go wide. Decoy doesn't have cleanse, so if either of those CC lands,
they're going to go for this one. However, that is a nice stun. Raid dancing forward. That's going to be a stun. However, flash forward, Petrifying Gaze. That's the ultimate, and Raid gets picked up. Now they have to trade something back, but Claire isn't here, and that is just going to be the Olaf going forward onto Swiper. Can they really win this team fight? I think the answer is no. They have to disengage, and Dock Up lands onto Ryoma. You can see that Claire goes forward, but Mimic is just left for the Wolves. Big shield comes out. However, Big Swips lands it. Raze will use a heal, will use the QSAs and get to safety. And now the Chiefs have 30 seconds to end this game. That is going to be the kill onto Sybil. Claire is trying for his life to clear out this creep wave, but they might have done it. In 4 games, the Chiefs have now broken the base in 2 areas and looking to push for the win.
Claire 1v5 right now. If any CC lands, he's looking to get onto Ryoma. Cleanse used, but he's just playing diversion right now. Chiefs are onto the Nexus.
Exactly right. Chiefs onto the Nexus. Rip back out of Big Swift. That's going to be the kill picked up. And the Chiefs get the 3 wins. They're going to book their grand final ticket. Brand new roster. It does not matter. Same old story. Chiefs versus Direwolves next Saturday. It's going to be huge.
There we go. Looking pretty happy with themselves. It only took 1 best of 5. The seeding into the gauntlet, they end Legacy's Miracle run, the Cinderella story. Unfortunately for Legacy, starts with 3 letters and none of them are in the word the Legacy.
It's Skimmy Go! Do we have your audio right now? Is this, or am I just the first person to speak on the broadcast? I don't. It's going well, Jake.
It is going well.
For those who may not be able to hear it.
Rusty, what did we learn from yesterday? There were obviously a few different lessons, right? The fact that Avant are still in with a chance, Pentanet were eliminated, Direwolves have guaranteed themselves the 3rd spot, and we finish off with the finale, the banger, the 3rd OPL Classico that everyone has surely wanted to make themselves tune in for.
For today?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy vs Chiefs, last game of the day. It's hard not to be excited for that one, Skimmy, so it's something that we're going to have to look forward to. But first game of the day is also going to be equal importance for making the playoffs. But in terms of what did we learn? What did we learn yesterday, Skimmy? We learned that Fiddlestick sucks in One for All.
We did learn that, absolutely, as 5 of us joined in to the Nexus and didn't really have much fun. We got a little bit slapped around, but that is something to look forward to in patch 10.7. We are still on 10.6, and this is our schedule for today. Gravitas and Avant both hungry for that 5th and final spot in the playoffs. Avant with a chance, but Gravitas with the tougher end of the stick. They've still got to make it to go not only against Avant, but then to beat Chiefs as well. Any other result guarantees Avant are in with that 5th and final spot, and that means what we've got: Chiefs, Legacy, Direwolves, Order, and then that 5th spot available. So a tough order really here for Gravitas. They need to really rely on the likes of Parbu, who's, I think, from last week, really been that accelerant to get them so much momentum and just cause this sort of disarray and upset.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Parbu's got to be the cold soldier coming into this one. There's a very big role for him to be able to work with Praylist and get those upsets. Not going to be an easy task for them. AV did the hard work yesterday, right? If you cast your mind back, getting those upset victories against Direwolves. So because they were able to do that yesterday, the requirement goes to Gravitas today to go above and beyond.
Yeah.
And they still have to beat Avant before they even need to do that. So one step at a time if you're Gravitas, most definitely eyes set short term first.
I mean, I suppose if we, reference our good friend Spawn here, where he goes on these, tangents about it's a step that can then turn into a run, maybe a stagger, maybe a limp. The storyline really for it, the narrative here for Gravitas is they've got to really go hard today. If they look weak at any stage during that matchup against Avant, even if they were to get the victory, you're going to think, knowing how Chiefs are playing, knowing what Chiefs have accomplished, the amount of anxiety that you would have then going into that matchup would just be above and beyond.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, that will be our first game of the day. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. My question for you, Skimmy, though, goes beyond that. And
yes.
How do you think our last game will go, Legacy against Chiefs? That's the big one.
Legacy and Chiefs is an interesting one, right? Because I was actually talking with Carbon a little bit about it before today, and I was like, well, how important is first seed? Obviously, at face value, incredibly important. But, how much more does it go beyond that? Yes, patches will change, strategies will need to be developed, and you'll have that week to prepare that. So I was kind of like begging the question to him, is there a world in which you hide back strats? Not to say that you necessarily sandbag, but do you want to not reveal something because you go, look, it's only a best of one. We're guaranteed the playoffs anyway. We're going to have diversity teams as well. So let's stick those trump cards for the best of 5. And, from what he was mentioning with me, he was like, look, if I had an idea, I wouldn't tell you anyway. So fair play by him. But I think that is going to be a very interesting narrative from both of those teams with Chiefs and Legacy to understand really what their mentality and idea is.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question to ask him, and we may even get some Carbon behind you if they're able to get that victory today. Once again, another victory lap, perhaps, from Mr. Tim Wendell. I'm excited to see that one. But, yeah, at the same time, the Chiefs definitely got a big point to prove for themselves. They stamped down their mark on the OPL, because when you think all the way back to the start of this split, a lot of people, myself included, were excited for Pensonet.gg, who just missed the playoffs. And the team that seemed to fly under the radar a little bit was the Chiefs. And, a couple of their interviews, they were pretty angry with the public reception of them. So if you want to talk about who has a point to prove, it's definitely them trying to finish first through the regular season.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at these two rosters that have come into this one, obviously invested so much to really prove a point that they are the most dominant teams in the region. And, you've seen from not only the drafts, but some of the cute little strategies we saw. I mean, if I think Legacy, the idea of how they went up against Direwolves, you're looking at that level 1 invade, the ability that we've seen so many 5-man fans, and they go for this meticulously crafted invade where they get the kill in Tribush, then to go further towards the golems and then bait out that knowing Chippies is going to come in there and find a second kill. So things like that, yes, in a best of 1, once again, you're not going to see maybe as much of that risk because you need these victories, but in a best of 5, that's when the hype, the occasion, everything is going to be definitely something to look forward to. But I mean, let's obviously focus on this first matchup here. Gravitas taking on Avant. Like I said before, Gravitas need this win, but then they have to beat Chiefs in an hour's time after that, right? So Avant, you would like to say, had the easier end of it, but they have had a massive roster change.
Yeah, well, they do have 3 completely different spots. We've seen them still get success yesterday. The roster that they currently have was able to take down the Direwolves, so no slouches there at the very least. And, one of the harder swaps of all of those would be RP being a support main, switching to top lane. going against someone like Chippies is not an easy thing to do, but he seems to have held his own. He seems to have performed decently well. And so when you take that into consideration, well, you have to be pleasantly surprised, honestly, if you're an Avant Pundit, for how they managed to perform. So coming into a game like this, when you think about the expectations, they beat Direwolves. Should they be able to take down Gravitas? Absolutely. But at the same time, Gravitas have beaten teams like Legacy. So it's one of those games that's really hard to actually call before you see it happen live.
Yeah, and I think, we talk about the fact, we had this narrative, right, with Gravitas where they had originally nobody in the top lane, then they put in Beats, substituting him from the mid lane to top, now to bring in Pabu as well. So there's been this big disruption, I suppose, for both these teams in that top lane. And I feel like Appy definitely slotted in pretty well. The Irelia, first of all, when he just absolutely crushed on that, and you're thinking this is a support player, in that top side. And then you had the double AD carries in the bottom lane, and Violet finally getting his chance to prove a point to this team that, you should have started me from the get-go. To have these 2 AD carries, the one question we were asking, would we see Gunkrab opt for the center? Will we see a more ADC punch-on kind of style come out of them? But the guy was rocking Taric, and he was making it look good.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the craziest thing, right? He played Thresh, and then he played Taric. He looked decent on both of them. The Thresh was in one of those losing games, but still at the same time, he looked comfortable being a support player, which is a surprise to say. It's a surprise to see, but I guess the contrast you have to make there is, he's still in the same role.
Yeah.
He has swapped roles before, and you do find yourself getting pretty comfortable playing either of those positions when you start to take up a shot calling or leadership role within a team. And when you think about the current Avant, that is one of the roles that he was actively taking. Violet even said in interviews that Gunkrab was a major voice for the team. He didn't realize how much he would be able to provide to, just improve his gameplay. So Gunkrab able to do wonders. And it's very clear now, you put them both together, they still seem decently fine.
They're pretty happy, pretty content, and definitely getting the job done. We're not too far away from Champions Select, guys, as we get into the very first game of the final day of the regular split. It is Super Week number 10. It's been a long split. Obviously, my very first one. It's been an absolute pleasure, and for you, one more to put on that bucket list of achievements going into 2020. But I think, league aside, would you say there were any major upsets? Pentna, obviously, with the hype that a lot of people were expecting to see them make it into playoffs. I feel like everything else, near enough, slotted into what the original predictions would have been.
Yeah, I think for the most part, we mentioned Chiefs being that anomaly. They've definitely overperformed the early expectations, but by week 2, we were like, okay, these guys are just really good. So I'm not sure why we forgot about them or slept on them by any means. Direwolves finishing top 3. That was definitely something that I had predicted coming into this. A bit of experience working with them in the past. You'd expect some very good things from them, but they still have had some shaky weeks. And if you want to speak about shaky weeks, you look at the team directly below them in order, who they are outright 4th. They've gotten there by a decent buffer of wins as well, so overall their performance was solid. But I would say it was only really solid particularly towards the very end of the split, because that middle of the split was shaky, and I think they had a very big wake-up call to get kicked into gear.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very excited to see how these teams will adapt to that new patch that comes out. Obviously, 10.7 being what we're going to be rocking and rolling on next week. But as long as we're focusing on this one here, I think the narrative has to remain the same. The likes of Wukong being a threat, sometimes team respecting it, sometimes teams letting it through and having a response to it. We saw yesterday, especially with Order saying, you can have that Wukong, we're going to draft this, and we're going to beat it convincingly.
Yeah, and that actually is when you think about new champions that get released, they're often just different, and different can be hard to deal with. And often the biggest counter to those champions is time. So realistically, you heard it from Spawn after the game. He thinks Wukong's actually a fairly weak champion, but we still saw higher priority on the pick for the rest of the day from other teams.
Yeah.
But, Order were able to beat it. And so there's proof there from them, at least in their opinions of how the champion and things like that go. So with more time, it does make you feel like perhaps things just get more discovered, and you see how it goes.
Now, Rusty, I suppose from a competitive standpoint coming into this matchup, sort of understanding the mentality of what this means, I'm very curious to see how these teams rock and roll. But let's jump into Champions Select right now. It's Gravitas taking on Avant. Let's see how game number 1 goes underway.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple. Or Pineberry Frozen Fanta Mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Welcome back, Spawn. We are here. We are ready for the big occasion. The very first game of the final day of Week 10. It's been a long split. Split 1, 2020. A different atmosphere, different people, different gamers, different everything. But you're back. You're ready for the big one.
Is this thing on?
Scooby,
is this thing on?
I believe I can hear you. But then again, can chat hear you? That is the question. I got Twitch chat up right to my side. Can they see you? I want to see some smiles in chat. Can we maybe get some Spawn smiles in the chat? That's what I want to see. They can hear you.
I don't actually know if Spawn Smile exists as a Twitter remote, but, a Twitch remote, but thank goodness gracious that we're back here. It's going to be a big one. This game, I think, is part of the puzzle piece that Gravitas need to secure to be able to head towards the OPL playoffs that will be starting next week. Of course, if Avant Gaming win this game, they're in. That's it. Done and dusted. Unable to be caught. And obviously, after the roster changes yesterday, we were very skeptical of whether this Avant Gaming lineup was going to be able to bring it back together. But that win over the Direwolves really did cement in my mind that this is a team that does deserve playoffs.
Yeah. Now, my question to you, Ra, whilst a little bit ambiguous and I suppose quite hard to answer until you sort of see the game go underway, do you feel like there is a mentality shift? Do you feel like, obviously knowing that Gravitas have a far higher burden on their shoulders to execute on, knowing that they obviously have a coaching staff as well, you would prep all week long coming into a matchup, but then to sort of see the results come in game by game in live real time, do you feel like there is a sudden shift that could potentially happen here? And Gravitas say, we need to just completely change our mentality, completely change our ideas, and throw Avant a dog bone in this best of one?
Yeah, well, I think you would have been preparing for Avant Gaming, playing with Draku top lane and probably Gunkrab 80 carry, right? So you're maybe looking at things like the Mage's bottom lane. But then yesterday we see Appy play top lane, and his best performance was on Ornn. So you have to already, juggle that kind of game plan that you had coming into the week. You're going to take away the Ornn now. That's what we've seen. Appy also going to get rid of all the aggressive top laners. And I would expect Gravitas right now to try and get something for Pabu that is in his wheelhouse. I want to see something like Illusion. I want Praylist to play really heavily around it. And if I am Avant Gaming, I probably just want to go back to scaling team fighting, because they've said that this is a lineup they want to play with. This is a lineup they feel like they have good synergy with. And the part of the game that matters most is obviously late game team fighting. So I think Avant Gaming also probably have to change up their styles, go away from a little bit of that Chinese aggression that we're used to seeing from them, and maybe play a little bit more for that scaling team fight. A Kalista Taric right here would be right in that wheelhouse.
Absolutely, and it would give them some bruises, give them some easy to execute, well you say easy, but the ability to obviously run, click and aggress, get aggro, get damage done on towards the Rift. It was interesting before that with Pabu hovering that trend him. I saw him quite vocal coming into this week about how strong it is, but is going to flirt with danger and decide to go with the LeBlanc there. But I mean, that was really the strength that Pabu brought in on that first week, right? They had the Lucian, they had Praylist on the Jarvan, camp in the lane, giving them the fantastic early start, and running a double ADC setup, fantastic siege potential, and the ability to, win a convincing team fight, slap down an objective.
And they've really just gone back to comfort here. Praylist is on his most comfortable champion in Lee Sin. Human's got his LeBlanc, we talk about that all the time. But Puma has also played this vein in the OPL so far. Doesn't have good weapon clear, but it has a really good team fighting and obviously great dueling potential as well. Pabu might be able to play it in the top lane, but I'm not really holding my breath on it. Puma has shown himself to be the vein player on this team, and we'll see whether that's going to work out. I think this is a real big gauntlet thrown by Gravitas, however, because their comp is much more unconventional. It's much more about, skirmish, flanks, team fighting. Not really team fighting, like skirmish, flanks, being the aggressor. Whereas Avant Gaming just have like a really good tempo jungler and a team fighting bottom lane. Like their composition so far makes a lot more sense in a competitive environment than what maybe Gravitas's does.
It's interesting right here, Spawn, because going back to my point before about having double ADC setup, when Puma ran this, because there's only been one Vayne game this entire split, right? He ran this against Pentanet. They had the Brom as their support. They had a Lucian mid. They had an Ornn top as well. So they had the scaling components. And Puma went 9-2-9. The guy was a monster, right? He had so much room to maneuver in, so much protection to lock members down with the Silver Bolt. So I'm interested to see if the read is there. Obviously, the first component is to take away the Brom for that protection, to make sure that the Taric and Callista can execute, and that Ragnarok isn't a necessity as such. I suppose the second best bet then would be to consider Lulu.
Yeah, and I mean, Lulu's interesting, right? Because she is really annoying to deal with through Polymorph, and obviously buffs up your 80 carry. So if Chaz was going to play an Assassin versus the Gravitas lineup to maybe deal with the Vayne, obviously that becomes less attractive now. Might want to look for a Control Mage instead, which has historically given Lulu problems. I would look at something like an Orianna, but you know, Rumble and things like that's still available right now. Actually, he goes with the Assassin pickup. I don't love that, because as soon as he jumps in, he is just going to get blown up in this team fight. He's going to get polymorphed, he's going to get exhausted, so the ultimate doesn't do any damage, and then I think he's going to die really, really quickly. I much prefer Appy's pick here. This is what I expected them to go towards, right? Double, maybe even triple frontliners, and play around this Taric, and I think Poppy plays around Taric ultimate so beautifully well.
Well, that's a lot of frontline aggression to just jump in your face and, I suppose, scare Vayne into existence of you can't find that love that you'd be looking for to roam around the map and just, you know, pick apart people one by one by one. Now, we're going to see what appears to be a Sylas. He's now going to switch it across. That's going to be a lock-in now as a Darius, of all things here, Spawn, and judging by that face, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, Darius is a trash champion, Skimmy. I'm not a fan of Darius at all, but what it does do is it wins the 1v1 very hard. And especially if he takes Ghost. Like, if he genuinely takes Ghost in the top lane, we might see a 50 CS discrepancy. And I mean 50 to 0, because it's very hard for Poppy to now farm in this lane. But in team fights, in the 5v5, definitely not the pickup that I would be looking for. But Pabu has been known for his unconventional champion pool. He also was very vocal that you can... Oh, actually, I know what they're doing. They're going to put Suman top. And they're going to put Pabu mid into Diana. I'm calling it right now. That's my
So what's
guess.
the plan here? Are we just looking at we want to win lane incredibly hard, and then on comforts feel that your comp to come to us just means nothing?
Yeah, so in my head, the reason I said that is because as soon as you take Ghost, right, you're going to push Diana in, because you can't contest you on the wave. No one can really contest Darius if you're near lane. And then you've got a Lee Sin and a Darius that's going to be able to hard invade this Olaf. And Olaf's life is going to become very, very difficult. So that's what I would expect to see. You know, just put LeBlanc top. Poppy is a really good neutralizing lane, so it's not going to be all that difficult for the Poppy, but I think the Darius as well as the Lee Sin should be able to get things done around Summoner's Rift. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, but if I was, I would be saying Darius goes mid into Diana, tries to make their life living hell, and then try and, you know, shut down this Olaf jungle nice and early from Lisa.
It's interesting. The fact that this is your final game, your chance to really make it through to playoffs. Avant, not an easier time to get there. They can rely on any kind of result apart from this one. Gravitas needing this one. It's the final day. It's week 10. It is the Super Week as both of these teams. This is an important match to start off today. Are looking for that 5th and final spot into playoffs. Where is the Darius going to go? He's got the Ghost sitting top so far, but whether or not that lane top will come out, we'll have to wait and see.
I'm going to be so disappointed if it's actually just a Ghost Darius top, because I think that the thing about teleport is if you make one mistake as a top laner that doesn't run teleport, say you get ganked early on or something like that, you get a wave frozen against you, the lane's actually over. If you play flawlessly, obviously it's better to have the Ghost for all the kill threat that it does give you. But I just think that this is such a risky play for a top laner to go towards, especially starting Blade. Darius doesn't need to start Doran's Blade to be able to kill you. He can also go Shield. He can also just, you know, look to win the war of attrition. He has a heal in his kit. Obviously running the Conqueror, so extended trade's also going to suit him. I feel like Pabu's just gone maybe like a little bit too all-in on this lane pickup. He certainly wants to dominate the laning phase and be a split-pushing monster, and it does look like we're just going to get very standard lanes. So, first time in the OPL this season that we haven't had a teleport top laner on Summoner's Rift.
Glad to see how confident Pabu is in this match. The fact that he's locked in, first of all, the champion itself, and then gone for that summoner choice. If that is going to be what is necessary to find the lead. Obviously, there's no doubting the fact that Darius bleeds are incredibly strong, and level 6 gives you the execute, which is essentially what Lee Sin LeBlanc and Vayne all want to do. They want to execute you. They want to burst you down. And they want to all function as assassins. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. But I feel like the most important part is, where will Praylist decide to go? Will he babysit top like you asked for? Or will he look to get Suman online with this burst assassin mage?
Yeah, and I feel like you have to be able to babysit the Darius, because if he falls behind, the game's over. Surely. You've pretty much saved your counter pick for it. You can see right there, the way Darius's kit works, for those that don't know, is every single spell and auto attack is going to apply a stack of bleeding. When you get towards 5 stacks, you're going to start taking a lot of true damage from the bleed as well, and then the ultimate also does bonus damage for how many bleeds you have on it. It's called the Noxian Guillotine. He's going to jump in the air, and he's going to dunk you on the head with the axe. And it's going to do a lot of damage. If you kill someone with that, because obviously it's an execute, you're also going to be able to get resets, and every single auto attack after that, hold the thought, as Praylist going for an invade here, and there is no smite available.
That's beautiful. He's going to steal away the red and the first blood. Beautiful first blood influence there as Praylist gets Gravitas on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a difference in jungle style there. Lisa was going for a full camp clear, was actually a full camp ahead over Praylist. Praylist obviously stole the last camp away and gets the kill. But that's an all or nothing play. Pabu, meanwhile, on the top lane, he might be in trouble. Blade coming across.
Oh, he flashes in and commits full stacks, and the Conqueror's online. And he's going to get a kill.
Yeah, but that was really, really close. I mean, it does look good now because the wave is crashing in, and obviously a kill going across to the big Noxian in the top lane. It makes the pick look worthwhile, but I think that Appy, if he had his time again, wouldn't have taken the full all-in skimmy there. He just would have taken the chip trade, known that there is no teleport, that the wave's not going to crash, and that he should be okay. Pabu also goes back, gets himself a cull. Lisa's been double scuttled, and this game right now looks like it's all Gravitases.
Sure does. Lisa's now with the control ward, going to be out of vision, looking to potentially contest, but Praylist a level up with double buff still. Does he get it away? That is the question. And he has. He smited that one away successfully. And it's interesting, actually, if we now divert our attention to the bottom lane, Trashly having gone for the defensive Guardian Rune Tree and also picking up the Relic Shield too. Definitely looking to sit back, play a little bit more defensively and not fall victim to the all-in capacity that this Taric and Kalista can present.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see whether that is going to be a major deal in the laning phase, because right now Gravitas look like they're just having their way with all 3 lanes, to be honest. Gunkrab, however, going forward.
That's a lot of damage that goes on towards that Taric as the Polymorph comes across well, and a great trade as Gravitas health bars very healthy.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see if they actually complete this recall skimmy, because if they do, that's going to be a frozen wave. Trashly checks the brush, however.
Knockback prevents the dazzle from connecting there as Violet gets knocked away. But they're finding them the priority in this lane, and respectfully so, based on the rune choice and just the overall CC it presents. And Gunkrab, every time that cooldown is available, he is using it, as you can see from that mana pool.
Yeah, and Trashly just keeps trying to freeze this wave. I think this time you have to accept that the freeze just is going to exist. You have to take a shot here because of how much they're losing the other parts of the map. You need an early shot to come back with something like the Bilgewater Cutlass. Actually goes boots too, which makes sense. I mean, that's an aggressive pickup for the Kalista lane, and we'll see whether now this lane really starts going heavily in favor of Kalista. I would expect it to. Chaz, meanwhile, wouldn't have spotted Praylist there. Flash forward from Suman.
Out comes the flash, but as you say, yeah, no mana to really follow things up with. You really wanted Praylist to jump in there, but underneath the tower, a little bit risky. Gonna prevent that recall from going out and keeping Chaz locked in place, but it will draw the attention of Gunkrab to roam on in. Will be able to provide that bastion for the shield and the armor, but he's looking at other options, potentially, to try and turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, what he was looking at right there was the fact that Suman was As Pabu also going to take a really nice trade up here in the top lane. You can see already 4 stacks of that bleed goes down, has the ultimate as well available. So if Chaz had been able to tick over to level 6 there in the mid lane skimmy, that certainly would have been a kill picked up there, because Suman was completely out of mana. But instead they decide to play this one a little bit more patiently. Really heavily winning jungle and top lane at the moment, but everywhere else quite even, and Avant doing a good job of holding on.
They absolutely are, and you can see they're doing a good job also of getting some vision down now in that bottom side, controlling the entry in towards Dragon. Both AD carries now have completed their boots too, so mobility absolutely crucial here, respecting the fact that any stun that lands, any CC that connects, they are in deep trouble, which is the fate that Lisa may be in, forced to burn that flash. 2 members of Gravitas hungry for kills.
I mean, there was 3. Suman was there as well, right? He was on the backside of the blue buff wall, would have been able to distort over, use the ultimate to get there in no time whatsoever. And a well-coordinated gank towards the top side of the map. Burns the Olaf ultimate again. But I feel like this bottom lane is where Avant need to start playing around. Appy needs to be put on an island. Life support needs to be pulled from this guy. He's not going to be able to get anything done. The blue buff is going to fall down. But bottom lane right now looks to be a Callista's paradise, Skimmy. So that's exactly where they play towards. They're going to get themselves the first dragon of the game and the first objective picked up for Avant Gaming.
That they will, and it's going to be an Ocean 1 to that, so some nice sustain to add to the mix. They would have had a ward down, so that's obviously what allowed Praylist to donate that blue buff away in safety with vision. But they're finding the ability to respond in the same fashion now. Well, will they contest? That is the question. Puma was underneath his tower, but he's looking to try and make something happen now. Bear in mind, LeBlanc has no flash, but does still have the distortion to move on forward as the axes come across, slowing down their chase attempt, and it's going to be a blue for blue.
Okay, so really nice trade there coming across from Avant Gaming. As soon as they saw Parbu in the mid lane wave, they just backed away completely. Now, however, Gravitas are going to look for the red buff invade one more time. Surely they know multiple members are there, and Chaz actually has to turn around to help his jungler. It looks like that is not going to be the case. Unfortunately, Lisa has been left completely to the Wolves, or to the Archer jersey, or whatever Gravitas are wearing today, because his bottom side jungle is now also being pillaged and ransacked. I do like this swap, however, though, Skimmy, because you do have, hold the thought.
Flash going to be used again as Tarek was roaming, and he's been doing this a few times now, really causing Seaman problems when he wants to get aggressive. If he jumps in one wrong step, the combination between those two really spells disaster.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I'm interested that they went back to this middle lane gank, because triple Thorin's ring on a Diana, you're probably not killing her, Skimmy. We used to call that the mini rower back in the day, and tank top laners used to build it. And you can see that Chaz right now, he's a tanky fellow. He's got 1235 health. So it's going to be quite difficult to take him down in an extended burst trade. Obviously, the rings give you diddly squat late game, so it's a power spike now. But with how badly this early game was going, you understand exactly why Chaz went for that build.
Let's see how it pays off, because so far they are the ones in control of these objectives. Now they start off the Rift Herald, no vision once again. Gravitas are in the dark, and despite Lisa falling behind in an early engage, he's definitely the one commanding the overall team victory on objective scaling.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, I've been impressed by the fact that, you know, we were very vocal about how good Gravitas' early game was, Skimmy. But the reality is right now that they've pulled back the last 2 objectives very nicely. Violet, however, in trouble.
Glitter Dance connects, and Puma looks to try and get a few trades going across there, but it's going to be a 3v3 as both junglers show their face, make their presence known. Both will disengage as a result, and that's going to be the 10-minute lane swap, as is tradition.
Yeah, and you see now that duo lane's being matched, and once again, this should suit the bottom lane of Avant Gaming, who's now in the top, and it should also suit Parbu just fine, although with armor starting to be stacked up, it does look like Appy is faring a little bit better in this lane. Has been able to keep CS relatively even. And hasn't rushed boots too. Now this is interesting to me, Skimmy, because if I'm a Poppy against a Darius, I would be rushing Ninja Tabby. I would say 100% of the games. If he has Ghost, I would say there is even more reason to rush the Ninja Tabby. But Appy not going for it. Instead, he's putting a lot of value in completing items. So you're going to see a Sunfire Cape finished up fairly early. That means that the laning phase and getting towards Sunfire is going to be more difficult for the guy because he's not going to have that movement speed as well as a cool passive on the Ninja Tabby. But once he does get towards the Sunfire, maybe he can even start looking to trade a little bit more aggressively. The buff to this item is actually what brought a lot of the tanks back into the game. As Puma again, looking maybe a little bit aggressively, but nothing much happening up there.
Yeah, lost vision there. Really wanted to condemn that Tarek into the wall. Not to get a kill, but to definitely weaken their ability to be aggressive and command the priority in this lane. But things have stabilized a little bit. Only 2 kills in the first 10 minutes, but they will have that scaling component with the one-shot blow-up that obviously both of these major carries can possess. Once again, mid laner are going to get joined by the jungles, and they're going to show their face with Chaz definitely wanting to make the better of this situation. With those triple Dorans, wants to make sure that Lisa can execute with the Rift Herald, try and break open mid and just more vision, more gold.
Yeah, that would have been the dream there, right? And you can see that if the ultimate had have landed, Human would have fallen down. He's very low already, and Chaz didn't use one of the E's on him. However, very well read from Praylist to be there to help his mid laner out. Now, however, with full control over mid lane, you can see all 3 members of the mid lane trio teaming up. They're going to potentially look for something here in this bottom lane. Pabu has stopped his recall. I wonder if he knows they're heading down. They're actually not heading down now. Violet could be the one in trouble. Pinsir attack coming across here from the Gravitas lineup.
Prela's going to reveal them in the river, as now the move is made here by this Darius. Ghost is online. They're going to go for the grab on in. That's going to force out a flash from Gunkrab, making his engage attempts just a little bit weaker now. Dragon is spawning, as you can see on your screen. It's going to be an Infernal one.
Use of the flash there, Skimmy, because they did have the Fate's Call available, and they would have been able to pull him out of any danger there. However, with the flash being used, and with Appy just being able to hit top lane turret, I think this is a smart drop of a dragon. One Infernal Dragon, whilst nice, isn't going to cost you the game. It's only 4% stats. Not going to be an Infernal Soul or anything like that. And we have a Mountain Soul actually on Summoner's Rift.
That's going to find a lot of love here. The shield component from that Soul, definitely going to be incredibly valuable. But especially with the tanks as well.
Yeah, I think if the left-hand side of the screen gets a Mountain Soul, this game is going to become very difficult. As Pabu gets a rip back.
He will indeed. GLP goes online, and Appy will just knock them back away. Wants to go for the reset. Does have the magical footwear, so that's why the boots weren't completed. And does have the Sunfire too now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, not being able to rush the tabbies does feel a little bit strange, but now with magical footwork, we'll be feeling good. $300 for a pair of sneakers, and he didn't have to pay for anything. That sick footwear sponsor coming in, the goods at 10 minutes on Summoner's Rift. And 4 turret plates going down, so the gold dead even, Skimmy. And despite the terrific early game that came from Gravitas, we've just been saying how Avant are getting the little wins on Summoner's Rift, and this game seems to have been the case of little wins stacking up fairly quickly, and the game being dead even at 13 minutes.
Dead even, and you can understand right? The occasion that this represents. Gravitas needing to get a victory here today. They have the scaling component. Obviously, Vayne will be such a powerhouse in the late game. I suppose really the question is now, Spawn, is there a break point in which we can start to see him overtake the Kalista? We've talked about in the past 2 to 3 items, really, really strong in the early game, but definitely the Vayne will start to come online later on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends how the Lulu itemizes to be able to let that one happen, to be perfectly honest. I think that when you look at Vayne, she is very good on 3 items by herself, but if you give her an Ardent Sensor, maybe a Mikhail's so she can swap something, skip something like a QSS, then these are all of the items that really will be able to boost up her individual power level. I think that Puma's Vayne looked really, really good last time he played it, so I would say certainly going to be able to get there, as All-In are actually going to be taken mid lane. No, ignored. This is very strange mid lane. So I would say I would favour Vayne probably from 3 items onwards, to be honest, Skimmy. In saying that, not much lockdown CC for the Kalista here, so it's not like Violet's going to get completely stomped in the late game.
Well, he's completed that Bork, and that's a nice little power spike for him to achieve now. We see where Trashley goes. He's gone for the rush of his boots, so extra CDR, more shields, more polymorphs. More ability to assist and protect. But yeah, mid lane has been an interesting one. There's been a lot of presence there, not only from the junglers, but from the supports as well, to try and make something happen. Fact is, there's been a lot of restraint shown by these players to not connect unless they need to do so. The flash kick in to try and lock and place Gunkrab. He is deleted as Pabu picks up that kill. They're second to his name with that power spike now to Trinity Falls. But Chaz gets one on the score sheet, but it is a strong response here by LeBlanc that takes him down in quick retaliation. Now they can turn their attention towards the Rift Heralds, and Gravitas find some much-needed kills.
And do they actually want to fight this? Or once again, are they just going to leave Appy to split push in a side lane? I'm not a huge fan of split pushing tanks, Skimmy. I'm not going to lie. I feel like they don't win you many games, and Pabu now has 2 kills to his name. He's also going to have that Rift Herald picked up, and Gravitas continue to come up with these little skirmish victories. This was a nice ultimate from Chaz. Did a lot of damage, able to pick up a kill, but you can see that the bleeds are just insanely strong. And if this Darius gets any further ahead, I feel like he is in very good territory to be able to take over the game.
Always scary when you're versing a Darius that is that fed, that just runs at you, swings the hammer around, and just, you don't know what to do. If you don't have flash, you're actually dead. And that's a situation that I'm sure they want to avoid.
I normally love playing against Darius. I'm like the opposite. I feel like he's one of those champions that is so heavily on a clock. Like, he does scale well, but he's brutally melee. And any form of CC is going to ruin his day. I think the reason that Pabu likes the pickup so much is you have a look at the composition. Chaz and Lisa aren't really going to do all that much to him. Gunkrab either, to be like perfectly frank, although the Taric ultimate itself is nice if it ever gets into that situation. It really has to be up to Appy and Violet to be able to control Pabu. And if you're in a composition where there's 4 melees and a very short-range AD carry in Callista, it's probably as good a time as any in comp to be able to play a Darius. So I think a good read on what the win conditions of Darius actually are here from Pabu, but I don't normally mind playing against the champion. Fed or not, I feel like he is kind of really heavily gated around his lead mechanic and the fact that he needs an execute to be able to start the fight off really at all.
Yeah, he wasn't able to find it onto Chaz, so no reset on his guillotine, but regardless, with that power spike of the Trinity Force, was still able to emit a strong amount of damage to net them the win there. We wait to see exactly where they use and decide to get that Herald online. Now, question is, Avant finding priority in mid lane, can be the first ones to set themselves up here. Do have vision
but
down.
not here again.
LeBlanc is looking for the all-in attempt to try and jump in there and snipe somebody away. Chaz jumps in, instantly receiving an exhaust. He jumps in with the proto belt. Is going to connect, is going to do the damage, and Taric makes everybody invulnerable as now Violet picks himself up a double kill. Make that a triple. How about a quadra? And can we get a pentakill? We can't. Appy steals it away. It's going to be an ace, but boy oh boy is Violet popping off.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The team fight is just so much more difficult for Gravitas there. You can see that Appy finally teleports in. Flash takes Puma out of the fight instantly. That's going to be Pabu arriving a little bit too late as well. We take another look at this one. This is Chaz going in and getting exhausted, mate. And he still does so much sick damage. Look at Trashley's health. We'll get popped here on the back end of it. And you can see that it's just going to be the final Qs picking up the kill. And Pabu, unfortunately, not liking this invulnerable passive. Chaz getting himself over the wall and Violet untouched. It's the best thing about being an AD carry when you are playing with an assassin. It's like, you know, you're the tactical nuke, but they're the flashy guy with the nunchucks at the front of the fight showing off. And if people look at the person with the nunchucks, unfortunately, sometimes the scaling bomb does go off.
You've been watching too many movies on this quarantine, mate. You're losing your mind.
I actually, do you know what? I haven't watched a single movie. I hate TV.
You're joking?
No, I hate it.
So how are you entertaining yourself? Because we talked about this yesterday, right? You're not enjoying too many games right now. You love to watch them. You love to cast them. So how else are you entertaining yourself at this stage?
I'm going to be honest. I'm not really entertaining myself. I've gone so hard on watching League of Legends. Like, my whole life is just League. I get up in the morning. I spend maybe an hour, hour and a half with Jasper. Have some breakfast, you know, maybe have a coffee. And then it's just League. I go in, I do all my meetings for Order, I watch a lot of League, we do scrims, I watch a whole lot more League, I get home, I watch LCK. On the nights that LCK isn't on, I watch LPL, and then on the weekends I watch LEC and NALCS. So I'm pretty much watching, like, I would say, upwards of 20 hours of League of Legends a week. And then casting
You're a monster.
Another 12 or whatever.
Have you hit the
my
point
life is just
of
League
perfection?
of Legends.
Have you hit the point of perfection where you're having League of Legends dreams? Or even maybe nightmares?
Yeah, I actually do dream about League a lot, which is stupid as shit. So,
do you read Jasper bedtime stories about it? Do you make up like fantasies of like solo queue disasters?
No, I don't make up that. I haven't gone that far. My life isn't that sad yet, Skivvy. But he does watch League of Legends. I don't know whether you were there, but when we were doing mic check yesterday, he was sitting on my knee and he was watching the LCK with me. So he certainly does watch some League already.
Order Academy prodigy in the works.
You hope not, right? You hope that they're, like, I mean, maybe you do hope that he is, because League of Legends has gone really successfully for another for 10 years already. So maybe it does have another 10, 20 years left in it. But, you know, I was watching Valorant today. Maybe he's a Valorant pro in the making. That game looks pretty
potentially. Cool. That does look cool. I'm pretty excited to get my hands on
that
one.
I cannot wait to get a key. Like, to be honest.
We have to jam it, surely. All of us. That should be our new MPL segment. Get Nick involved. Boom.
Do you reckon Nick's better at an FPS than he is a MOBA? I don't think he is.
I would like to think he was, because I feel like he's an energetic guy. Do you know what I mean? You know, he's a hands-on man, you know, living at IKEA with all that furniture in the background, getting all these rooms set up. You'd think he'd know his way around and a few tools.
Actually, no, I don't know this, but I'm going to make it up. I think he does have a hunting license, so he has fired rifles and stuff. So maybe he is good in FPS. Or maybe that's someone else, and I've just completely made up a backstory for Nick that doesn't exist. But I'm pretty sure we did a zombie apocalypse we did a zombie apocalypse thing, and everyone was like, no, Nick wouldn't win in a zombie apocalypse. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm a farm boy that's like, you know, got a gun license. And I was like, holy crap, that's not what I pictured in my head.
Well, I mean, the fact that we wear the same shirts, we're essentially lumberjacks, so he probably does have his hunting license.
Oh my goodness, we are in a bit of a lull state at the
I'm
moment,
waiting for him to
guys,
jump into Unity and start talking to us, but he's not, so we're not going to have those paranoia moments.
I don't think his computer works yet, mate, does it?
I don't know where he is. We've lost him for the meantime, but hey, regardless, we have got this game under wraps. 10 kills so far. He's favouring Avant, and much to the credit of this man here, Violet. Looking at score sheet, 4-0-1, picked up a quadra kill, denied the penta by the Poppy. It could not have been a worse ending to that team fight, but the signifying moment really was, you're thinking, Gravitas are taking this one, they're slapping, they're doing the damage, but Avant came out that one, all full health bars.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was about getting to the objective first, right? And that's what I want to see out of Avant Gaming. You can change members, but you can't change the game plan this late into the season. And the fact that they are still playing heavily around the bottom side of the map, which is what they were doing beforehand, let's call a spade, and they're setting up well for their objectives. They're in the area for this dragon, 40 seconds in advance, Skimmy, clearing out all of the vision that they need. You know, it's a joy to watch, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, don't do it,
what are you doing?
He just face checks into free, and that is CC after CC. Damage for days, flash, ghost, everything used to run away, and it is successful as the free man collapse will not find the kill.
Is it successful? Because he's not dead. But for the sake of this dragon, he's dead. Like, he's not going to be at the dragon fight, right? And so at a certain point, you have to be thinking, what did I just use 2 summoner spells for? Like, to not give them 400 gold. Whereas as a Darius, I'm probably like, all right, you caught me, guys. I'm not going to be there in time for Dragon, but I'm keeping my Ghost and my Flash up because we're going to go to Baron in a couple of minutes, and I'm going to use Ghost and Flash to rinse you there. You know, I'm a Darius. I've got 2 completed items. This is my strongest point in the game. So I would argue using the 2 summoner spells there to live but not be able to contest this Dragon. They still get Soul Point. The tanks have still got Double Mountain now. And now Parbu is a bit of a sitting duck in the sideline because he hasn't got Flash and he hasn't got Ghost.
Well, it's game on now. You know, if it was a do-or-die situation, the true test of mental is definitely going to come into effect here. How do Gravitas respond to this one? And will Avant, knowing that, say, we can go for this Baron? We can really abuse the fact that, yes, we can go for a soul point later on. We have this, we're incredibly strong. Look at the items that Violet has. I mean, he's so far ahead of Pume. Yes, the Ardent Sensor is there to now assist him. Yes, there is a Rabadon's completed here by the LeBlanc too, but I think from what we saw in the previous team fight, all that gold surely is just music to their ears.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Gravitas is still in with a shot, right? But the only reason I'm saying that, if this was a Chiefs versus Legacy games, and, you know, we hit the nameplates, and you had a look at the left-hand side screen, and if either Chiefs or Legacy were playing this, and they were playing to their best level, you would say it's practically game over. I think that they're really relying on Avant Gaming to make a lot of mistakes now for Gravitas to be able to climb their way back into the game. If you're willing to pick things like Lee Sin, who's an early game jungler, you know, the Darius in the top lane, who's very early game reliant. I like the Lulu and the Vayne for the late game scaling. I don't mind LeBlanc either, to be honest. She does have a place in some late game comps. But I just think, you know, when you compare the composition and the ease of execution and kind of how this game is going to go out, we're either going to a 4th Dragon and a Mountain Soul or a Baron fight, as you pointed out, Skimmy. Honestly, I'd just rather the champions on the left-hand side of the screen. They don't rely on mistakes to actually win team fights, whereas I think that Gravitas' comp does.
And they're incredibly strong on that facet as well, as Appy has a completed full mail too, so the guy has got so much armor, healing reduction as well. Ninja tabbies galore. Could be very tough for them to really be taken down in this situation. Probably doing a little bit of a dance, so still feeling himself out here in this match, but I am curious to see how this next objective goes down. How do Avant, knowing that they are in the driving seat, decide to play?
You can see that Chaz actually ult in again. Praelis is going to show up, but even with Praelis there, they can't do anything. They just start up the Baron.
There it is, and that was the call. That was what we were looking for. Chaz can go for the reset, can actually TP back in as well. Going to wait to see how this goes out. Fate's call is to initiate. Going to be a little bit short, but a flash will come out to connect with that stun. 4-member collapse down to Parbu, abusing the fact that he hasn't got those summoners. Decimate will swing. The bleed will apply. The damage isn't done, though, and Ragnarok is the fact that survives here to make Lisa live another day. And it's going to be a numbers disadvantage as now 5v4 Avant have their eyes set on Baron.
Yeah, and you can see that Appy was at the fight, and that's with Chaz still in base. That was a genuine 4v5. Human actually teleported there, and they're not done yet. They know that they still have a teleport. They know that they can force them to come back towards this side of the map. They might just look for the Baron.
What can LeBlanc do here? Glimpses of damage, glimpses of danger. As he jumps into the Baron pit, looking for it again. Second time a charm. Gunkrab incredibly low. We've seen what happens before with a Kalista. With the redemption, with the invulnerability, they jump in and exhaust already onto Chaz. Everybody goes invulnerable. Trashley comes out and he goes down into the grave. Members disengaging. Avant respawning, and they turn their attention straight back towards it.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be the end of the little tussle there. They got 2 kills for their trouble. They're going to take a full reset here. You can see full bottom side jungle back up and available. A minute until Dragon, and they burnt some pretty key summoner spells there. Puma and Trashley are not going to have any summoners for this soul point Baron take. So you can see that, you know, Chaz, who's got Flash available, he's about to ding over to level 16, going to have a field day. How do you deal with Appy now on your back line if you're not going to be able to flash away as Puma? Obviously, you can't roll out of that the Demacian diplomacy as well. So I think that this team fight kind of looks a little bit doomed. They spent too much defending that Baron. Sure, it was a successful defense, Skimmy, but I think they kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater there, because now this becomes very, very tough to contest.
Well, let's see how they do. Decide to go for that contest. 1 bounty in the game. 6-0 on that Kalista. Violet popping off, really showing up in this game so far.
And why was he not playing the whole season, Skimmy?
Look, that has been what we've been asking every week, right? What is the mentality? What is the reasoning behind these starting players, right?
He is the top 4 in every 80 carry stat in game he's played. And in a couple, he's first. Like, he is genuinely just a superstar in the making, this kid. And he just couldn't get game time. They were playing him against the bottom 3 teams, they said. They hadn't lost any of those games. Now, Appy still in the top lane. Might want to look for a teleport.
Oh no, Praetus, what have you done? That's a face check, instantly response. As Lulu is forced to make him go big. But disengage again. TP is burnt, Appy joins the fight. They turn their attention straight towards this dragon. They want it, and without those summoners, the bottom lane of Gravitas really can't assist.
Yeah, without a jungler as well, that is going to be a very difficult fight.
There it is. Big shields for the boys. Flash goes out as the axe gets tossed. Vant have their eyes set on that victory.
And how easy does this look right now? They just burn 1 flash, they get Parbu's flash again immediately. That's the key ability that they need. The reason they picked this Darius is because it can run over a game. But without key summoner spells, and every single fight, he hasn't had flash Skimmy. It's just not going to work. Chaz now level 16, now looking for his 3rd item as well. Probably goes back, gets that one right now. I think they can just set up as a 5-man unit around the Baron buff, and I'm not sure there is all that much Gravitas can do about it.
I don't know, really, at the stage, how they respond to this one. We saw glimpses of LeBlanc be so strong to try and jump in, but just who is his focus at this stage of the game? You know, you've got so much tankiness on this roster. You've now got to deal with that burst negating factor of the Mountain Soul 2. And not to mention 3 successive Mountain Drakes added to your roster as well. So you're looking for burst. That's what this composition looked like at face value. It's just not going to happen.
And look at the shield on Violet. He's got another 600 health of Bloodthirster / Mountain Soul shield on top of it. He's also going to have the added resistances of being able to pick up a Merc Scimitar. He's already got the QSS. Maybe he goes for something like a GA afterwards. He's going to be a pseudo tank. Like, he is going to have such high resistances. And the only shred on the entire team is going to be a Black Cleaver. And there's no way Praelis gets 5 stacks onto Violet.
No.
This is the tankiest Kalista you will see on Summoner's Rift.
I mean, imagine how many shields you can get. You've got like Legend Bloodline. You've then got the Rune, obviously, to assist that as well. You've then got Bastion shield. You've got Mountain Soul. I mean, as you say, a hybrid tanking ADC that is incredibly strong, literally fulfilling every role for this game.
And is a full item up over his counterpart in Puma. And Puma hasn't played a bad game of League of Legends, right? However, he has been stuck on this mid lane wave without the wave clear that a Runarn's Kalista is going to have. We'll go back, we'll complete maybe a rapid fire cannon, you would hope. Actually going to be a PD, so a little bit more of a defensive item here. You can understand exactly why with how Chaz has been playing these team fights, but definitely less offensive-minded than what we've seen Vayne's in the past. And I feel like this is going to have to be the big swing. They've got Human in the bottom lane. He's getting soloed out. Baron has been started. If Gravitas doesn't win one side of the map right now, I think it's game over.
Well, that 1v1 takes place in the bottom lane as highlighted. Members now piling in to try and contest on towards this Baron, which is down to 35%. The vision goes down to try and get a spot of vision to see if they can make something happen. The flashes are now starting to come back online. It's not going to be a factor for them to contest. The Baron is now complete. Avant are looking for the fight. They flash in. The Dazzle connects. The TP come out as responsive. LeBlanc likes to try and make something happen. Prelis finds a kick. Finds a kill. This is good so far. Cosmic Radiance does connect before he goes on
Look at
down.
the back line.
Receives an exhaust. Puma finds a second. They're looking for blood. They're looking for damage. Violet is going to fall on down. Puma makes sure of it. He finds himself a double kill, but he will get shut down as well. Multiple blows taken on every side of the rift. Gravitas holding on for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, they certainly are, but that was the best case scenario. It started off as a 4v5. Chaz was not there in time. They pick up the Taric. The ult was not perfect, and yet it is still just an even trade, Skimmy. It's going to be 3 for 3. We take another look at this one. I really have to question what Gunkrab was thinking here. He flashes forward onto Pabu, but the return damage is just so significant that he's going to fall down before his ultimate completes. Appy has to flash away as the tankiest member, and Chaz, because he thinks his team will win the fight at this stage, has to teleport so deep because he thinks they're going to be chasing backwards, and it's just not going to be there. Puma gets himself a 1,000 gold shutdown. That will be significant as this game progresses, I'm sure. But the 3 for 3 trade overall, it's good, but is it good enough right now for Gravitas to be able to win the game?
No, that is the million-dollar question. You're at that free item component now for the Vayne. Ardent Sensor, as we mentioned before, already there to assist. So definitely the ability for Puma to execute there in a situation where members are split apart, members are running one by one. It is the dream for them to connect on. And Praetor's very lucky to pick up that kill to get things started, to apply the stacks with the Black Cleaver. And Pabu now opting towards a much more tank-oriented build, having completed the Death Stance. Stoneplate as well, working towards the Bramble Vest completion. So does obviously have the damage component and is looking to try and copy in a way what this Poppy can achieve. But Locket is there. Redemption 2. This is so much protection for this Kalista.
I'm really curious about going for the Stoneplate over going something Hold the Thought, because we might have a fight here.
Happy gets dragged in. Dazzle goes off again. Letter King gets used, locking down Poppy for a very long time. Out comes the hammer, out comes the axe, out comes the damage as people go gold, and it's going to be 2 kills lighting up just like a Christmas tree. Happy days for Avant. All things blue, all things damage, all things death. As they fall on down, 2 members survive. Underneath their Nexus turret, it's only Puma and a Dream to keep their playoff stream alive. Avant sniffing at that 5th spot. They can see it before them. Light is at the end of the tunnel. And with this victory, Avant will be going to finals.
And what a game from Avant again. This is back-to-back great scaling performances coming out of the boys in blue. They take it to the 5v5 team fights. They take it to the, the Soul Point, the Baron fights. And they're just able to come up clutch in key moments, Skimmy. You have to feel for Gravitas. They made that late season siege. But I think that, after defeating Direwolves and then after defeating their direct opponents for the slot in Gravitas, Avant Gaming definitely deserving of our last playoff spot.
Absolutely. I think it's even more so perfect, the fact that what happened in this week leading up to it, the fact that you can swap around your members. Yes, they are all comfortable in the organization, but then to just completely flick it and say, you are now playing support and you are now playing top lane, and the cohesion is still there to execute at such a level and not be overwhelmed by the opportunity or the moment that is presented to you. Fantastic composure.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not to say there weren't mistakes, right? They lost a team fight in that game. They nearly lost their Baron buff as well. But the impressive thing is this is such a young team, but they've shown a lot of resilience, Skimmy, and they're, showing that they have a lot of fight in them. And sometimes that's what you need going into a best-of-5 series. You need a lot of self-belief, and you need that resilience and fight, because you know that a lot of these series are going to be 3+ hours. And Avant Gaming are showing that in big moments, they play pretty good League of Legends. And that's all you can really ask for going into a playoffs. If you play, above average League of Legends, pretty good, on the right day, you're going to be able to take down teams like, Order or Direwolves, as we've already seen in Best of Ones.
That we have. And that means we have now got 5 confirmed teams going into the playoffs next week, where we will be having best of 5s, not best of 1s. But after this, game number 2 for week 10 of Super Week. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to week number 10 as we complete the first season of Split 1. It's been a fantastic situation. And I mean, really, Rusty, after that performance there, Avant Gravitas, the stakes were set, the occasion was met, and Avant secured themselves with that 5th and final spot.
Yeah, AV, they make it easy for themselves. They win the game that they are, in fact, in control of, which means that Gravitas don't have the opportunity to go up against the Chiefs, take them down to be able to take Avant's spot in the playoffs. And just before we get any further into some discussions here, Skibby, I think we should just make it known that, one, Sport's internet is still working. He is just working with his team right now as Order plays in this next game. And two, Nick still isn't here, but we're trying to get him here as fast as we possibly can because we all know that Nick Boy is the most important person to have on screen during
he carries
this,
the show.
like,
Without
yeah, exactly.
Nick,
During this moment, it's not the same. Like, we can't have as much fun as we can if Nick is here. So try to get him back as fast as we can.
Absolutely. And we will mourn his loss. I wish I had a lighter because I would light it up right now and we could have a little candle ceremony in the chat. But that aside, memes aside, there's obviously still many more games to go today. 5 more games of action coming your way, with the next one being Order taking on Mammoth, and we'll jump into that champion select when it is ready. But I suppose the narrative changes a little bit now, doesn't it, Rusty, with the fact that with everybody being secured, we may now see Comforts, Fiestas, or even just perhaps still Sanded.
Yeah, we don't know what we're going to see just yet. Yesterday, the games didn't mean anything for Mammoth, but we did see them take each game very seriously that they are playing in, and I think that's totally fair. There is validity in just being a very serious team through because you're looking to improve, and stage experience, or online, but in Pro League experience now, is the best experience that you will get. So, total credit to them. There's definitely merit in taking it seriously. Order, they are locked now. Their positioning is locked, so what they'll do is entirely up for debate. Yep. They're a type of team that will have some fun. I know yesterday we saw some TFT 5 gold cost units.
We did, yes.
Running around, and somehow they made it look like a viable composition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, Order's one of those teams that may just... I think that they'll dabble in the fun basket, not go all in.
Depends to see what Coach Spawn has prepared. I suppose, really, one thing I want to bring up, I saw a lot of discussion after LEC had completed about people talking the differences between online and stage performances, and I suppose that is going to be a rather relevant narrative for the most part for such a long time now, not only for us, but for everybody else. We sort of discussed, does it have an effect? Will teams look at this as a comfort factor, be it, they're better in scrims, to say the least? Do you think that we have seen anything that's really shown any major changes? I mean, we had the very first week games were incredibly slow and a lot more methodical, but this week it seems to almost reverted back to times of old.
Yeah, there's a couple of things in that point, actually, Skimmy. One of them is that, if you cast your mind back to almost every interview that we did during this split with the coach of Penn State Western Way, he said they were a scrim win team.
Yeah.
And I think first of all, it's crazy that we didn't actually get to see that replicated for them in stage games now. Yeah. Once it became an online format. So, that's one side of the coin, right? The other one for me is, Legacy seemed like a whole new dominant force. The games that we actually saw from them were very decent. They never looked out like losing. They never looked like dropping anything. Mm-hmm. They were just styling over their opponents. So it seems like, in all honesty, they got the online buff, where Pentanet did not. And I think, the rest of the teams are up for debate. Order seemed decent. Playing from Melbourne, maybe there's something in the coffee down there that we don't know about that is helping them out so far. But realistically, it's only one game of it. So we'll have to see how they continue to go.
We will, and we'll watch very eagerly to see how these teams get themselves prepared going into not only playoffs, but also just to close out this season, close out their performances, and give the viewers something to enjoy. I saw a lot of you in chat beforehand giving a lot of love to Violet, obviously making such a standout performance there on that Callista.
Definitely. Really
hurt me though, Rusty. It really did, the fact that that pentakill was denied from him.
Yeah, but hey, he's still got a quadra. He's still looking good. We've actually had no pentakills in the OPL this split. That would have been the first one if he was able to get that one. But yes, it was denied. It's saying that Violet playing well, once again working with Gunkrab decently to be a duo. And, Appy seems to just... is a chameleon, man.
He's
able to just go to different roles. Yeah.
Well, we're going to jump ourselves into Champion Select. The next game coming up will be Order taking on Mammoth.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
It is our second game of the day. Order taking on Mammoth. The stakes a little bit more relaxed than it would have been coming into this one. But week 10 is in with a close. And now we get to see really the mentality, the ideas behind what these teams want to play. Fiestas, fun, standard, you name it. We might just see a glimpse of it.
Yeah, I expect that, like mentioned before, we should see pretty serious from Mammoth in terms of gameplay. Order are the real enigma here. We're not sure where exactly they'll go. Spawn is with them, still coaching them through this draft, so I think that makes it pretty clear to me that he'll at least give them something moderately serious. You know, they are coming into playoffs, and I think that being, you know, the first team to play in playoffs, last chance to be playing on stage today, you probably do want to hit the ground running, build some momentum up for that first best of series. So Order should be pretty serious here, to be perfectly honest with you.
Absolutely. Now let's see exactly how they decide to go into this draft. They are once again going to respect the Mboma Heimerdinger, a pick he busted out a couple of weeks ago and found great success when he coupled it with the Blitzcrank, definitely throwing a wrench in the works to keep teams guessing. You're going to see the Echo Ban as well, which has found a lot of love between the likes of Bass and Lived, flexing it between jungle and mid. And the set, well, it's set. What else is needed to be said on that topic?
Yeah, it was a strong champion, and it is actually a decent champion into things like Wukong, which makes picking those champions pretty difficult, but I don't know if Order will go straight towards that one just yet. However, when you look at the 6 bans that we have so far, it's just a decent amount of target bans, realistically, from Order, wanting to take the individual strengths away from Mammoth, force them into something perhaps more standard, or just get rid of what is their best individual champions. You know, Baz is a nuts, Echo. When he doesn't have that, he doesn't seem as capable of 1v9ing a game.
Yeah, he's definitely been reverting to the likes of Oriana's control mages. We've seen glimpses of him go Kiana's, Silas, to name the least. That's going to go for the Jarvan here, so some reliable engage to follow things up with. Now the question is, having the Ornn band away, will we see a priority towards a blind pick Renekton? We're not going to at this stage. They really want to make sure that their misfortune is not denied in that second ban phase. And they're going to show both AD carries in this initial draft.
Yeah, get that misfortune in the first 3. They're actually going to hide their support champion probably until the 3rd pick. And I like that a lot, given that Aphelios is very obviously already there on the opposing side. Now for Order, they could continue to go for a jungler early if they would like, with their support, whatever that may be. This is one of those games where you haven't seen the rest of the comp, but you could consider something like a Karthus just because of your jungle matchup, and then just draft later for some winning lanes to control the jungle and let Only do his thing, be a very good tempo jungler. But at the same time, as you can see the lock-in now from them, Spawn's already been outspoken about this as well. Tank junglers, he thinks very much back, and I mean, that's going to be evidenced through his team's drafting.
Absolutely. The Sejuani will give them a lot of engage potential, the ability to reposition themselves in the fresh as they complete a bottom lane. Obviously the skill matchup to win in the bottom side, but also to deny with a well-timed flare or a death sentence to prevent the initiation that may come out from Mammoth, who are looking to respond and meet that challenge by going for the Leona.
Yeah, Leona's a very aggressive pick. I'm a big fan of it. The matchup against Thresh is an interesting one because from levels 1 to 5, the Thresh pretty much denies you completely. There's no opportunity to get in there, there's no opportunity to dash because he'll just flay you away and you reset. You often find yourself just losing trades a little bit there. But once you hit 6, your kill threat just exponentially it skyrockets. You know, you don't have to get flayed out, you can hit the ultimate, you can throw your ultimate off cooldown, and now you've got an extra source of engage here if you are Mammoth. So realistically, you look at what they've got, they can just round their comp out with some damage. This is the potential for something like a Fiora composition here from Mammoth as well for Kwaku.
Yeah.
Something that can split push, maybe a strong 1-4 comp is what we'll see.
Well, they've gone for the Kled ban. That's a direct ban takeaway from Swiper, who's definitely a big advocate of the pick. Interesting to see where he goes, because he's flexed in multiple different regards recently, most notably going for the Rumble as opposed to the traditional tanks in the past. I wonder if Order are scared of the Rumble here, if they want to deny it away from what Mammoth are currently hovering. So far they've gone for the Syndra, so denying some control mages, and the Aurelia response also, as they don't want any more hard initiation.
Yeah, they're getting rid of a lot of bruisers that have gap closers, so perhaps another immobile carry to be seen in the mid lane, you know, something like an Orianna perhaps to round out that Jarvan in the composition.
Yeah.
I don't know what exactly we will see just yet, as Order respond by banning away one of the few bruisers that are still available for Kwaku to pick. So maybe trying to force him onto a tank and then overload the composition with too many tanks and not enough damage. We'll see though. We'll see where Mammoth can go, because the options are still there for that 1-4 split push.
Definitely a lot of options, as you highlight, and we've seen him go for the Poppy, we've seen him go for the Fiora, which you mentioned as well, so whether or not he's just going to go in with that, or if we're going to see Lived stick to that flex. He's played Silas before, and he's going to stick to it again, so we're going to see Kwaku hold his counter pick for that matchup. Now, game on for Order. How do they wish to round out this composition? Solid engage, a lot of damage in the backline there with the Aphelios. And after everything that Spawn has said, surely they don't go for the Wukong.
I mean, there's a time and a place for everything. Not going to be the time nor the place, so this is something that I've been speaking about all splits, Gibby, so it's very nice to finally see it locked in. Hayri gets his infamous Yasuo, something that he is very proficient on, and it's exciting to see him get this opportunity to play it, because he is terrifying compared to many other Yasuos of the world when he actually gets this pick. It's with a Sejuani as well, so they are well and truly prepared to make things happen.
I'm very excited for this draft here. I love what Order have brought together as they finalize it with a Maokai. A lot of damage, a lot of initiation potential, with abilities to lock Mammoth in place. Now, what do they respond with? That is the question. We've highlighted what Kwaku may have in his arsenal. He may have other things in that roster.
Oh, that'd be great.
He may look for some angry solo queue like Swipe has done in the past and go for the Alawi.
Yeah, that's the really angry option here into the Maokai. Which actually a pretty decent matchup for Kwaku, but the reason that's so funny is because that's Swiper's go-to pick.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of his champions, and now you've just challenged him. You're basically challenging the title against the champ. I mean, that's a big statement to throw down if you are Kwaku, so get it done, bud, because Swiper's going to come at you swinging.
He's going to be no stranger to the danger that that pick does present, but I think everything has to be about this Yasuo right now. The fact is, Harry has been really impressive in most recent weeks, finding consistent results, especially on the Azir. I hate to see when he's on that pick, because he just makes things happen. And if you hype up this Yasuo, well, I look forward to seeing what kind of output that can bring to the table too.
Yeah, one of the things that Order's comp does have, though, is a pretty limited amount of magic damage, and there are a couple of tanks there on Mammoth's side of the court, so realistically there is kind of like a time limit to this. If they don't get ahead by a certain point in the game, their damage could suffer. They do still have a Maokai and a Sejuani for some base magic damage, and they also have, you know, like a Yasuo ultimate being a 50% armor shred when he casts it, so they'll still be decent. Their 1 to 2 item spikes will be massive. Order, I would say, still with a pretty well-rounded composition for a lot of early skirmishes. And so only on the Sejuani, definitely going to be one of the players that we have to look for.
I'm excited to see how Only actually navigates this game to get these boys online. And you highlighted before about the strength that the Fresh will have levels 1 through 5 to really counteract what the Leone can do. I suppose, like most games, we always highlight the junglers and their influence, because it has been so apparent, especially in the OPL, as to how it can get their team and those laners online. What do you really think Mammoth, their idea is going to be? Obviously, Alawi, incredibly strong at the 1v1. We've sort of highlighted in the past, maybe not the strongest team fighter. Is Kwaku going to be left on an island, do you think?
Oh, the thing with Alawi is she's actually maybe the strongest team fighter if they're coming towards you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she's actually incredibly weak and gets hard countered by people just walking away. So, will we see team fighting from Mammoth in response to Order? I think the answer is definitely. How do they want to play this, though? I do think that they want to primarily be in that 1-4 that we highlighted. They also have the possibility of a 1-3-1 setup. They have the teleport on Lived in mid lane on this Silas, and he can steal some pretty crucial ults away from his opposing team. So, I mean, it's hard to say exactly how Mammoth will play this one out until we start seeing it in-game, but some early kills will definitely influence the way that both of these teams want to play this out.
Well, let's crack on into it, eh? It's the second game of the day. It's week 10, day 2 Order are taking on Mammoth here. Comfort picks are online. Fan favorites are there too. We get to see exactly how these two teams close out the split.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're just waiting for those jungle starts, see where people will go. We really haven't, this whole split, seen too many level 1 plays or engages. Not even really deep vision being placed. As once again, when you look at Mammoth, it was an early swap to the sweeper here for both junglers after an early ward was placed, and that's the most activity that we're going to have until Ayla steps up and just chads his way through the blue side jungle, but nothing doing.
It's a man on a mission. And the mission is successful, makes the members of Mammoth go away, and Rare can get a deep vision ward down onto the enemy blue. So you can have eyes in the sky to understand where the jungler is, with Bass on your screen now starting red. So most likely pathing bot side to maybe try and patch up the weakness that you've highlighted here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it's also still a high kill threat lane, but at the same time, there might be merit in trying to focus top lane. You know, getting Alawi a single kill or snowballing that lane out by any means just accelerates it rapidly. Alawi with lane control is terrifying. She can step past the minions to try and hit you with that test of will and just annihilate your health bar while you're not even near her. So that's one of the things, and like realistically both teams, and this is why we highlighted junglers early into the draft, is wherever they gank, it's a pretty high impact lane. You know, Sejuani Yasuo is a nasty 2v2 combo. If you gank mid lane, definitely going to hit Sejuani stuns. And then at 6, it's even more dangerous. Top lane, if you get the Maokai ahead against the Alawi, Alawi is a pretty useless champion. So there is a whole lot of things to consider here. And so that's why you should always look at the minimap from now on. Look at those junglers and see if they're able to gank somewhere.
Well, as is the red buff start, they are now pathing towards the bot side, and that ward will catch them out. So Order will know exactly where the Jarvan is. And they will be, despite having priority in the lane, be able to understand really how they want to play things out. But it's going to be interesting to understand how they look to try and make things happen, because we've seen in recent times either one or the other, right? Level 3 engagers get a lot of kills and a lot of quiet nature until, say, 15 minutes, or the absolute opposite, and it's just complete chaos and 20-minute finishes.
Yeah, I have a feeling we might be going towards the 20-minute finish direction for this one, perhaps. Skibby will see if it starts off the aggression. That first step is really what it'll take in a game like this as well to set it off. And when things are in motion, hard chance to slow it down in a game like this.
Well, Order are going to push this bot wave in and get a lot of damage as well as the hook and the flay connect.
Yeah.
That just allows Rare to output so much damage with his arsenal of weapons.
Very aggressive stuff from the bottom lane of Order. They know that their jungler is coming towards bot side, but what they actually saw, and most importantly, was the Jarvan moving to the top side of the map through the wards they placed at level 1. So top scuttle, 100% they know he's going to be up there, even if they cannot directly see him. And so they're able to play as aggressively as they currently are in that bot lane 2v2. And you can see it's starting to reap some rewards, even though it was just a nice health trade and they've got the potions to stay in this lane. Artek now no longer has any potions remaining. Compare that to the 2 of Ayla, and it means that you can afford to take even trades from this point onwards.
Oh, Ayla went fishing, wasn't able to find a target, however. Really wanting to abuse the fact of no sustain, as you highlight. There was the cleanse available, obviously, on the Misfortune, and that's what I imagine they were looking to try and take out there. Make it a little bit easier to contest the likes of a Dragon at spawning in just under 30 seconds.
Yeah, and getting rid of that cleanse also means that the Sejuani gets a free gank attempt off down in there as well. You know, just having a bit of extra CC, the Thresh hook would guarantee the kills. The Flash Flay would also guarantee it. They're knowing there's no cleanse, so you can follow it up nicely. But they're not going to get that one just yet. They were still fishing, and I think they will continue to fish once they know where the Jarvan is, who, once again, he's gone missing, presumably on this side of the map.
Absolutely. He's at Grump right now, so he's in the area if you were to threaten a gank. Getting closer to that level 6 mark here in the bottom lane. And that's where the script can potentially change, where we might see the Leona get a little bit more aggressive, sitting very defensively back, waiting for the passive health regen and using that minion dematerializer to, just get some free gold towards those cannons.
And if you look towards mid lane, as you don't get a chance, actually, we're fighting bottom.
You don't. The cleanse goes out instantly. The response is there. Exhaust onto Aphelios, but the damage to follow. They're not going to have the root just yet. Rare's holding it on for a very long time, but Artek completely bullied out of this lane. Going to be forced to recall now for sure. And they find priority as Bass now turns his attention to the mid lane. Sweeper on, flag and drag. Flag, drag, flash! Everything going out there as Harry responds. He goes for the ultimate. Ignite gets used. Someone is burnt for very little impact here.
Yeah, now only looking mid.
Only actually turning up to the fight as well. He wants to get the kill. The ultimate to secure it, but nobody can jump on in. They flash flame, make it happen. Ayla gets involved. He picks up an assist. And now we have a first blood onto Yasuo.
Yeah, fantastic response there from Order. It was actually an overforce and a half from Mammoth using their flashes forwards. And also note, during that trade, just prior when we watched the bottom lane 2v2, Rare very aggressively uses his cleanse to get rid of an exhaust. But they forced Artek out of lane, and now they're forced to teleport in bot lane as they should just disengage.
Yep, they're going to be able to just knock themselves back into the river and say thank you very much, dear Lived. Thanks for using your teleport. Now they can pick themselves up a scuttle, knowing that both AD carries do not have their cleanses. Much easier now for both junglers to find those gank attempts.
And I've really been enjoying watching Order this week just play League of Legends, as once again, Lived in a whole lot of trouble, will be okay and will survive compliments of that W heal. But the way that Order are playing League of Legends, the reason I'm enjoying it so much is they're punishing small mistakes pretty hard, which is something that's a very delicate thing to be confident in doing. And when they get the tempo advantage, even if it is a small amount, it was a one camp advantage yesterday against Pentanet.gg. They were able to snowball off just tempo alone to get a massive gold lead. So playing very good League of Legends right now, and you would say coming into playoffs in good form.
Once again, only has the ultimate and he has your number. He's coming for the kill. Harry dashes to a minion and he executes cleanly. 2-0, making this pick. Fine work.
And this all starts from a Jarvan ganking mid, so keep that in mind. Now it's a 0-2-0 Silas. He uses his flash to try and get a kill, and it was an overreach, and suddenly he's the one being counter-ganked, and now the initiative is there as once again bottom.
They know no chill. And what else do you expect from this man in the bottom lane right now? Going for a 1v2 with Ayla looking for a dive in Tribush. Bullet time will prevent a lot of that. And the four-man collapse for a second time will not go down.
Yeah, not just Ayla. There was 4 people in that bottom lane, but a fantastic ultimate from Mboma makes sure they can't even get to it. It was just the minions that they were waiting on. If Rare was able to push that one in, then the gank was on. Nevertheless, they're not able to find what they're after. They are forced to disengage, but still, it's a 2-0 Yasuo in mid lane with a 24 CS lead right now, and that's a win condition.
100%. Massive win in mid, massive win in bottom lane as well. Swiper has been taking the rough end of the stick here, as he is heavily down in the 1v1 matchup against the Alawi, but that's what you highlighted, right? When the Alawi can just sit themselves on an island, set up with the tentacles, the 1v1 potential was unreal.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been isolated, so there's not a lot more that you can expect to be done here from Swiper. He's just going to have to hold on. He has got... Oh, hang on. They may want to fight.
They may indeed. Only jumps in. Once again, Ayla is on point with the hook. Bass forced to disengage away. He manages to pick up that Rift Herald. They do have to sacrifice a member for that one, and that will hopefully give now Swiper a bit of reprieve to free farm lane.
And Kwaku had flash there, so it seems like he was just caught with his pants down, one step outside of the pit, so one step away from safety, and they do ultimately take him down, and it is a trade from Order. But the objective belongs to Mammoth. An opportunity now presents itself for Bass to get to a lane and look to summon that one for some turret plates. Some much-needed gold when you consider the difference between these teams 9 minutes in.
Harry working his way towards that first important item. That's when it gets scary. You can see the critical strike already coming into effect there. Once he hits the 100 mark, it's, well, it's game over at that point. So we look forward to seeing how that one progresses, but only will turn his attention now, finding so much love in this bottom and mid part of the map. He will get the first dragon underway. Now they can turn their attention towards bot side to even up the score and really bully out Lived here. He's not a good game so far, 0-2, and that's soon to be 0-3. He gets a little bit of life leech, and he makes me eat my words. And now he can disengage away for 3.
And there goes Rare. Once again finds himself caught, this time on the other side of the map. And this is also coinciding with the Herald that belongs to Mammoth. That's going to be the first turret, I believe, of the game. Just freely secured here from Mammoth. Kwaku may be getting majority of this gold as well as Artek chooses to leave. And it is shared, actually, between all 3 of them. 2 plates left on the bottom lane outer turret of Mammoth, so they just comprehensively win that trade. Very nicely done from them, but it makes you wonder, once again, you know the play's happening bottom lane. So how is it that Rare got caught?
It's a very good question, and it is one that Mammoth won't really care about at this stage, as they managed to even the gold economy just a little bit more in their favor, despite being down in the CS and relying heavily on Kwaku to win that 1v1. But let's actually see how the 3-man collapse goes down.
Yeah, the answer is he's pushing top lane. So Bass just comes up here, is able to pretty easily secure him as well. Nice stun there from Artek actually to catch him on the lantern, closer than you would have liked to safety. Was that a Philios? That's because his cleanse is on such a low cooldown. Nevertheless, they get the kill, they get the turret, they get some gold back in their pockets, they bring it down to 700 between both respective teams. It's just one of those, you know, a bridge too far here. You know your team's making a play on the opposite side of the map. Where else could they be?
Maybe not respecting their opponents too much, or just finding that the lane dominance to be a factor of we don't believe they would make this play. Regardless, Order still well and truly in the driving seat with a 1k advantage to their name. Always hovering mid, always threatening to make plays. As only always making his presence well known.
He's been very active, and this once again, you know, when you've got so many lanes that are easy to gank for, this is what you would want to see from a tank jungler on this Sejuani. You know, throwing his ultimate almost off cooldown, trying to make plays. He's working in tandem with Ayla at the moment. And the 2 lanes that he can go towards are still very dangerous. The Yasuo and the Maokai.
Big vision denial in the bottom lane. And that will just only be compounded further. As third time the try is where they want to go towards. They realize now that there's no wave to crash it in. Far too long to wait for the next one to come across. Let's now turn our attention towards mid lane. Oh, that is a flash. That's a cleanse. Oh, that's someone's burn for an ultimate.
A flash ultimate for just the cleanse. It's not as worth it as just throwing an ult for the cleanse, obviously, but that does still put Mboma's life in danger for the next time that Sejuani ultimate is available. It also means things like the Thresh Hook guaranteed kills once again. So it's an okay transaction there from Only, but having no flash could be something that comes back to hurt.
Not buying Harry a lot of time in his bottom lane now, making that CS lead 50. Incredible lead over his opponent right now, and a lot of gold towards that turret as the plates soon to fall in 45 seconds. Looking for a recall, looking for that first completed Zeal item.
I mean, let's call it how it is, Skibby. It's an absolute nightmare to be lived on Summoner's Rift in this game. The way that Order have been positioning, they'll get mid-priority, and then they'll play towards Heiri's Yasuo. It's just rinse and repeat. And if you're the Silas, you're watching him push the wave towards you, you're waiting to collect it, and suddenly there's 4 people down there sitting in the tri-bush on repeat. You can't catch it. So he's being completely starved out, and you know, this is Order's doing for sure. It's not him just missing minions. He has no choice. And Mammoth have really struggled to actually give him any assigned lane that is safe, because they still need to give farm to the Misfortune. And the way that Kwaku has to exist in this game is an important role that has to continue to farm.
I wonder how Liv's role changed in this one. If he then... I mean, we talk about in the past where Mordekaisers will fall behind, but their ultimate will always become relevant. You know, the Death Ram will always be a 7-second stun to deny somebody from a team fight, and whether or not the Silas becomes a CC bot to steal away something that becomes maybe a little bit more desirable for the circumstance. We'll have to wait and see, because right now, incredibly starved and without a chance. Cleanse still being down here for the Misfortune. Team fight's looking real good for Order.
And that's an interesting thing for me when we continue to highlight what happens in this bottom lane, is, you know, people will look at this at the end of the day and be like, wow, Heiri just so much better than Lived, or, you know, Hard wins the 1v1. He probably does now, but you have to consider the whole team got him to this point.
Goes for the full combo. Going to drop Liv down to half. Shield is there to negate a lot of that retaliation, and only once again, always hovering, always in the right place to assist his team and cut off any angles for Mammoth to respond. They will be proactive, however, and they won't fall victim to being run around the map. They're going to go for the second Rift Herald in their bank. And they want to make something happen here.
The first Rift Herald was very effective, Skibby, so this second one has the potential once again to help them net another turret, get some extra gold in their pockets again. But it was still the second Drake of the game given over, as that ultimate, unfortunately from Red, does go wide with a nice dodge from the Misfortune. Mid lane outer turret also very close to going down here from just the constant and relentless pressure through the blue side jungle.
Mammoth will have to drop this one. Rare able to pick up a lot of that. That's the goal to shed across the members. Vision Denial once again in this bottom section of the map. They've been very active here, understanding their win conditions, definitely leaving the top side on an island. And it's been one that we've talked about from start to finish, 15 minutes into this one, Quaker being so far ahead. But how does that translate?
Yeah, and 30 CS isn't a game-winning amount of difference. Is Malkai still getting to his items? He's still going to be decently well off. Actually wondering where those fairy charms are going right now. And if they're just fairy charms for lane sustain, that's one of the things that you can do with them. They actually are one of the most efficient purchase to then sell items as a standalone. So I wouldn't be too surprised, and he has actually already done that, sold one of them for some control ward slots. To me, that was just about sustaining through the lane. There was a world where it was a redemption, you know, or something really cheesy, but not going to happen this time. He's committed himself to surviving in the lane, and that's a big deal. And to my point, you know, like 30 CS isn't going to ruin Swiper's life. It's not going to win the game for Mammoth. You have to look at the trade on the rest of the map here and say that that's much more dangerous for Mammoth to deal with.
I suppose my question now also here, Rusty, with the game slowly starting to really fall out of their hands, what are Mammoth looking at to achieve? You know, they've got their second Rift Herald, they've broken over top side, they've broken through mid as well. Where do they want to try and execute? So right now, if they try and match Harry, they cannot find it. As you just see him go for these trades, go for the all-in ignite play, flash, dash across, get the kill, and say night-night.
Yeah, this is going to continue. So what can Mammoth do? They can sack Lived completely. They could say, this is just the way that this is. This is your life for the rest of the game. And even if we help gank, there's actually just a risk that the Yasuo 1v2s, or if they're counter-ganking, we're boomed. So play to Kwaku, acknowledge that this is a giant problem, but you can't deal with it right now. As Leona's ulted mid to push them away.
Well, does get a response. There's going to be the cleanse used there. Rare does not want to fall victim to that attempt twice. He's going to disengage away. Ooh, the flash from Bass. Does not want to get caught out by Only as well. So a lot of flash is being used here. A lot of engage attempts being threatened. But what does this mean? With Baron up in 2 and the next Dragon up as well, may not have the biggest impact.
This may not be the fairest analogy to use. We've said this last year, however, for certain teams and certain compositions, but the way that Order are playing this one out is just by flinging poo at their opponents, right? And eventually it's going to connect. Like, that's all that matters. You know, you've got your monkeys at the zoo, they're just aiming for a target. They may not be the most accurate, but if you constantly throw the what'll connect, and, you know, these calculated plays from Order, maybe even a little bit more efficient than those monkeys at the zoo, because they're forcing summoner spells. But one mistake from your opponents is a kill, and that means everything. So just keep throwing them, because nothing's happening in response.
Let's see bot lane. So up at that stage where you can quite comfortably clear out the lane. Does have the Bramble Vest, does have the Sunfire too. And will just waddle himself over to these tennies. Get up some gold, get up some denial. And keep content as the tank player that he is.
We may find ourselves in a bit of a lull state. That Herald has just been removed completely as that gets summoned in base. So that's probably maybe the last thing on the map that is outstanding as like a must contest. This next Drake in 50 seconds is something that could be considered. I wonder how Mammoth will go though, getting even into the area. With the state of Lived, it's just so hard to actually fight for anything on the map. He's not going to be there, and you know it's a 4v5 because he's so deep inside his own side of the map. So it's obvious to say that the third Drake of the game and an Infernal should be something to fight for, but I'm hard-pressed to give an answer as to, you know, how Mammoth even do it.
I mean, yeah, Lived is so starved of resources right now. He's been sitting on Seeker's arm guards for like, what, 15 minutes. The guy is incredibly down in the economy. Look at that, 3,000, nearly 4k gold difference between the mid laners. Harry is having a performance very noteworthy of, and how do they respond? That is the question that we keep asking, and we look to see where they look to try and put their eggs into that basket. They've gone all topside. They're going to forgive this dragon again. They're going to give Order that soul point and say, we just need more time, more time. Maybe we can get Azonias now being completed here by Liv. Maybe we can contest a Baron. Maybe we can look and all-in fight for an objective and then see where we're at.
Yeah, my man's lived is on that quarantine diet, Skimmy. He's hit that point, he's like, I'm going to come out of this one looking fit. But then he's realised, he's like, just started his sick keto diet. He's like, I don't have any of the ingredients because I can't leave my house. And so he's just not eating. That's really where he's at the moment. He's so starved out. It's so sad. And, like, he's gone for the Zonias just so he's relevant. Like, he's not going to do too much damage with the Zonia's rush, but he'll survive for a little bit longer. They've got 3 people here. We'll see how they go.
They're going for a shotgun attempt. Out comes the Tornado to knock members up in place. 4 people collapse. TP comes in. Swiper goes for the response. That's the shutdown now onto the AD carry.
Whole squad's here.
And Boma with resources to play around with now. Does have both summoners and is actually going to disengage in a different direction from the rest of his team. Nice little pickup here with Mammoth still showing signs of fight.
I think only just cancelled the teleport from Kwaku in mid lane as well, so they do lose their 5th member, you know, more potential damage to be seen, and they do actually get themselves Hayri. So the shutdown goes onto this Yasuo, who's actually able to pick up the kill. Unfortunately, it's not lived, and he is still going to be super far behind, and unfortunately, it's not Kwaku. And Boma will be happy to have a kill on the map right now, still getting towards items, but unfortunately, Artek's picking one up there as well, so they still need some more gold. It is only a 2,000 gold difference between these teams, but I feel like I said this yesterday, Skimmy, in the order game as well. Like, it is 2,000, but it's significantly worse than the 2,000 actually states.
Yeah. The ramifications, obviously, be it the structural difference, the win conditions of the Drake that's been threatened as well. Obviously, after that play, though, Mboma in a much better situation, able to even out the deficit in terms of items. Now both are sitting on 2 completed. So now starting to work towards those luxuries. Kwaku's gone. Bottom lane has
Hayri's
been
also gone.
Disengaged. Alawi picks it up, though. You have to imagine that the tentacles did their job in the afterlife.
I don't. The backslap from an angry tentacle, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to, like, maybe we'll see what happens. Maybe
we'll get a replay.
Maybe we could just make things up and pretend that it was a very good fight.
We can imagine. We've got eyes in the back of our head, and eyes apparently elsewhere on the map. As Swiper goes for an aggressive engage, flashing over the wall from the jungle and into the lane. Bullet time connecting onto 2 members. Down comes Redemption, and they will not find any of that. Rare picking up a kill.
Yeah, Artek just going down, caught well out of position, even though the ultimate's there. And the reinforcements from Mboma do arrive. It's not going to net them any kills. Top laner and mid laner Hayri Kwaku trading 1-for-1 does still mean it's going to be an isolated 4v4, and these tanks are far enough ahead that is a pretty big difference maker here. You know, any kind of 4v4, it has to be Mboma going above and beyond to be able to get some trade kills at all. Oh, we get to see it again.
We get to see. Let's see how it went down.
So Hayri's the one looking to engage on this one. The E was held from Kwaku. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, he's just getting slapped.
His soul
it wasn't
got slapped.
We were right. It was an angry tentacle from the grave. It's like, there's no way that Kwaku could beat that, but here we are.
Well, the afterlife proves to be very advantageous here for Kwaku. Now sitting on a death stance as well, incredibly tanky. Obviously with the bleed component, that negates a lot of that burst. Going to be a tank shredder if he is able to survive in these team fights. If they can position themselves down, and I suppose that's going to be the narrative right for Mammoth. If they can bunker down, acquire vision, if they can lock themselves in place, Alawi will have that benefit. But the question is, you know, when you're this far behind in a situation, do you get the priority to even make those kind of suggestions?
Yeah, look, and we saw this at the last Drake take. So, like, don't get me wrong, you're right. They have to quarantine themselves for a few minutes, see if they can get some picks here and there. But can they actually stop Order from winning the game and getting the Infernal Soul in 1 minute time when, once again, you've got Lived stuck on these side lanes? And I think right now, the way that the map is set up, they're in a decent position. As long as Kwaku doesn't get caught in any side lanes, they're in a position to fight. There's no side lane control in top that is really pressuring them, which means that they don't have to put someone up there who has teleport, which is only Lived and is very weak, to deal with somebody in that lane. So this is their window of opportunity. If ever there was a time to fight for this Drake, this is the one.
Well, the Vision Orb will reveal, and Order sitting pretty will go for the Vision clear. Out goes the box, down comes the damage. Artek pops the Solar Flare, only gets exhausted. They go for the team fight. Redemption topping up Order. They find one, and they're hungry for a second as Harry secures that one. Now sitting on a double kill, looking to jump on in and find himself a triple, but he gets obliterated by none other than the starved quarantine man himself. Liv's pick up a kill, and Bowman now makes it a double for them as well. Here goes Golden, and the members of Mammoth have fighting spirit in their veins. Misfortune with a triple. Rare down to 10%, but gets a shutdown. Quake is still strong. No summoners. Liv's still living, but no Zhonya's. He is flirting with members in lethal tempo. No member wishes to face check. The turret goes down. The vision is placed.
It's just slapped by Alawi Q.
What on earth is that as a finish to a team fight?
It just gets slapped and dies. They get the ace. Well, you know what, Skibby? We said that was the one fight that they could take, and they do take it. They end up getting the victory. Artek is once again the person engaged on, but he has a stone plate, so he can live for quite some time. The Aphelios ultimate was used, and everything's looking good for Order until Hayri starts to feel himself, and then he just gets a little bit too close to a couple of crits in the face and instantly dies. And even then, you're like, maybe they could do this. That Alawi still had ultimate, and there's just too many opportunities, and a nice Zhonya's from Liv buying a little bit more time. Rare gets very close, it's worth pointing out, to actually being able to clutch the team fight, but from this moment, I don't think we need to watch the rest of it. Yeah.
It was the circus that we were promised to finalize this week. What a interesting narrative to close things out here, with Order really commanding the victory. And what was it again, Rusty? It was a dragon fight.
Yep. That is just the way it is.
Continues.
So once again, the curse is still going to be there. They'll deny the Infernal Soul just a little bit longer, and they'll give themselves a well-deserved Drake. They'll buy some extra time, and they actually do get a lot of money into the pockets of Liv. You know, he was basically irrelevant, now 1, 3, and 4, as these two are going to go at it. Swiper knows the damage of an Alawi, so very confident.
Well, the Bruisers are punching on like a drunken brawl in the bar. They go for the fight, now they bring in some members to back them up. Swiper's actually going to fall on down now. They're actually in a lot of trouble. The box goes down. The flash has to be used, so Liv cannot jump to him. And what looks so good for Order, so promising at the start, Mammoth responds.
Yeah, they gave Alawi the dream fight there. I shouldn't have said that Swiper was confident. At the end of the day, Alawi is still Alawi, and hits a bunch of slaps, and suddenly he's able to get the team fight. And that started with Quaker already having Conqueror procced. So he spent so long hitting the Maokai that he had all of his damage maximized, and very simple. After he hits the E, gets the will out. Well, I mean, very easy for him to then follow up with some free damage on that ultimate. So nicely done from him. And once again, Mammoth on the back of Quaku this time.
Uh-oh, they are in trouble.
Kills.
Order's bot lane are working their way towards topside. Out comes the teleport. Swiper now respawns. Jarvan going to jump it in. The bullet time not going to hit too much right now. It hits a soul, if anything. Out comes the Nado. Out comes the jump up. Only wants to disengage. He doesn't have the ultimate. He's burnt that flash. Yasuo locked in place. He gets shut down again by the Silas, becoming a much more relevant factor as the days go by. And he's going to pick up a shutdown and turn things around. It will finalize with a 1-for-1 trade. Both the star carries of these teams going on down.
Yeah, we're definitely at a point of chaos. We've really started to hit that critical mass of chaos. Once again, Hayri dies, but the trade is there this time, and Quaku goes down. The AD carries are really the ones that need to step up the most here, I think, with the amount of damage going on to these frontliners. It's what happens after. Honestly, it looked so strong. And this is one of those fights where it actually starts with Order definitely out of position. You know, the numbers are here well and truly first from the side of Mammoth. So the fact that it is a 1-for-1 trade at all is a promising thing for Order, because the mistake was made well before this fight starts. A Sejuani that was stolen by Liv is able to lock down Hayri, and then easy as you like, he was gone. But Quaku, a little bit too far forwards, gets locked down by some crowd control, and he also gets traded.
And the real winner, I suppose, this entire time has been Mboma, just sitting pretty in the backside there, getting himself more and more kills added to that arsenal. 4-1-2 now, with a bounty on his head, the only one in this game that now does have it. And he's now got himself some armor penetration completed as well. So he's going to be a real tank shredder as these fights continue. And it becomes a little bit more of a scary proposition now to consider. You know, Baron's been up and available. The next Drake will be up in under 90 seconds. Mammoth definitely showing that this game is well and truly but over.
Yeah, they've got some fight in the system, most definitely holding themselves up to a high regard with Order here, a team that is locked into the playoffs with Mammoth. Remember, everybody, they are last place in our standings, and they are still going toe-to-toe with their opponents here. regardless of how it started and all of the tempo and advantages that Order had, there is something to be said about Order and being able to throw those leads away just as aggressively as they're able to get them. We're waiting now 45 seconds for that next objective to be up, Skibby. That's probably once again going to be a point of contention. You know that Mammoth have to contest this every single time that it's available, but Order, they'll start it off yet again with mid priority and vision control in the jungle.
Well, let's take a quick stock check of the items going into this next fight right now. 3 completed on Kwaku. Now got the Sterix, so incredibly strong in that regard. We've got Healing Kite in the Bramble Vest, and we've also now got the Executioners on Aphelios. They found their target. The Leap of Faith goes down in a choke spot, only getting collapsed as he's forced to run away. Rare will find that kill. Moonlight Vigil collapses as the Flamethrower spreads the damage around. But because Mammoth cannot set themselves up, they are forced to disengage.
So much damage, man. Going onto that Sensuality. Kwaku was caught out of position and somehow almost trades. That would have been a jungler that they would have taken down as well, and suddenly the steal attempt was a feasible thing if that happened. Almost making the best out of a bad situation, but not to be. As Order, now they've got the kills, they've got the soul. They'll push over to the Baron side of the map. I think they may want to reset for some vision control before they start the Baron off. But until such a point, definitely in the driver's seat once again.
And remember not to reset will be Rare so far. As we do see actually Yasuo now responding to topside as well to keep these lanes prepped for a Baron attempt. But the Executioners and the Brambles coming in clutch there to prevent Kwaku going for the 1v5 situation. I feel, Rusty, if that had happened, this game completely on a knife's edge.
Yeah, he was very much capable at a certain point there, and you could see how much he heals once that Conquer was fully procced, but you could see the difference, even in that last skirmish, of when it is versus when it isn't, and how he's able to really influence those fights. Still close to kills, but not montage making by any means, is now Order. I would say even Swiper becomes a bigger threat. The damage output of a Sunfire Cape Maokai that has an Infernal Soul, suddenly tanks are much more dangerous all over again. And it's a hard life to be Mboma, and he has a big responsibility to shoulder in a game like this.
Yep, he's nearing full items right now. 5 members of Mammoth with vision wards in their inventory. They realize that they need to lock this place down. They realize that Order want to take down this structure, get deeper vision down, control the entrances in towards this Baron. That's where the fight needs to take place right now, because we are well away from a Elder in 4 minutes. A last chance for Mammoth to execute, a last chance for this man, Kwaku, to slam down the tennies.
Yeah, now Kwaku doing actually a lot of good things here. If he stays grouped and is able to hit some repeat E's on his opponents, then maybe they have a threat. That was a potential engage here from Mammoth. They want it.
Solar Flare does not connect, but only lands this time. Out comes the bullet time, which does a lot of damage. Out goes the Golden Zhonya's as well to respond in that fashion. Harry using that stopwatch to great effect. Kwaku going for the 1v1 as the Brawlers battle out once again. Harry disengaging to the right. Arctic so damn low. Liv forced to disengage away. So many members of Mammoth are bleeding so far. They dodge through the pinball wheel. The army-style training of juking and jiving everything that is thrown at them. These tentacles proving so mischievous in these team fights, but Order survive. And without a jungler, without Bass, they turn their attention now towards this Baron.
And there's a clear difference here. You know, Swiper doesn't even lose any health in that fight, pushes away as much as he can in Mboma's damage output. They don't really get anything done from it. One cheeky kill there from a nice double-up bounce onto Ayla, but that's all you can really see as Baron does go Order's way. You look at the engage once again. It starts after Kwaku misses his E, so actually misses the free ultimate damage. Tries to get into the fight and put some damage down himself, but doesn't have the flash to get inside that Jarvan ultimate into the Thunderdome, and just not going to have the impact that he otherwise would have liked, and instead just has to defend Mboma, or the rest of his team will pretty handily lose that trade, honestly, as Rare has hit that 3-item point, now at 4, where he's almost unstoppable.
Got the mortar reminder, so plenty of damage. The grievous wounds. Insane. Very insane at that Met. So we look forward to seeing now how he can do, because look at his economy. 15k and 16k between these 2 star players, and Mboma and Kwaku leading their charge as well. But hats off really to Lived. The fact that he's been able to get himself back into this game. A few of those kills have been given his way, but he stayed relevant with the Zhonya's, and he's stayed a factor in this game.
As best he can. That much is for certain. He's doing his best to stay in this game. I mean, just take a second. Look at the CS difference between mid laners. Really let that sink in. It's going to be hard to be lived in this game with the way that Order put him behind. So all it takes is one good fight from Hayri, and that's the difference maker between this game being somewhat close and just instantly over. As right now, they are pressuring turrets still.
Bullet time was used, but the strength of these tanks is enough to ensure that they can just walk their way through it. And they take down another outer. Eyes set now on prepping these waves to work towards those inhibitors. Top lane is pushing as well. They're going to go for what appears to be a 3-2 split to start with. Only freely rotating between lanes.
Still no flash there for Kwaku on Alawi. Baz does have his, but if you actually do a spell check for the entire game right now, there's no flashes from the side of Order. So if they run towards Kwaku, which is one of those things that you kind of have to do if you want to break the base, there's a world where he gets a big ultimate off and can actually help his team in team fighting pretty nicely. I would say that a lot of his split pushing threat, his side lane threat is gone. And so does need to now be that big threat standing in front of his team, hitting those E's.
37 minutes into this one, an Order now with the Baron buff threatening to end this game and knocking at the door of Mammoth, looking to take down some inhibitors, get some super minions in there and close things out. We are nearing full items. And Boma and Rare very nearly at that fate of the game.
Who'd have seen this coming, Skibby? Who would have predicted this?
Well, only says freeze, and he gets locked in place. Apparently, Sun counters Ice. Who would have known that from playing Pokemon as a kid? But regardless, the team fight will take place anyway. First turret drops in mid lane. The aggression is there, which matches the fact that they can now walk their way into taking this inhibitor down, which is very close. Rare, he wants to do it. It needs literally one tickle.
Yeah, they pushed away though. To fight another day, Mammoth will try, but they are running out of mana on their top laner. And the redemption keeps everyone mostly topped up here on Order's side. If they wanted to continue to push forwards, it is something they could look at doing, but the reset was there from a few members of Mammoth. They did actually get back to the base. And so it seems like they will be able to push away their opponents. But the thing is, as you can see, Rare is kind of smacking that Elder.
Yeah, and Mammoth have just realized, hang on a minute, this is a 5v4 situation. Let's engage. They jump into Oni. They're looking to try and find that key target to go for the Cataclysm. He just takes down the Elder on his own. He does not care. And Mammoth have missed their window to execute on, because that's what an Elder Dragon does. It by surely executes members down. A double kill picked up for Harry. Now Rare's on the board, not on a PvE sense, but a PvP 1-2. It's a triple, and he is looking for the quadra. Not a pentakill again. They've been denied all split long. And Boma, with all the resources in the world, the sole survivor. He can't take the blue buff, and I don't see a world in which he can survive against 5 hungry members of Order. Rare jumps in, because he wants the ace.
Yeah, too easy there from Order in the end. Nice little Elder Dragon take from them. They're able to get the Nexus. They will be able to take down Mammoth. It wasn't the cleanest start to finish game, Skibby, but in the end, the result's all that matters. They've got the W next to their name. After they dive, Artek.
Order take the victory in 40 minutes up against Mammoth in our second game of the day, I should say. It was a game that looked very strong during the early stages of it. A few blips in the roadmap in the mid game, but they closed it out with a Soul, Baron, and an Elder, and they take victory here in the Rift.
Yeah, a couple of little insulting moments there for people like Swiper on Order's side. I mean, get smacked around by an Alawi here and there. That's not something that he'll be too happy about. But at the end of the day, Order still did look like the better team. There was still a couple of positives that Mammoth should 100% be running away from a game like this with, and Boma's nuts. He's actually a very good ADC right now, and seems like he was hitting pretty good form even at the end of this split, you know, considering that they're a last place team. That wasn't the type of game that looked like a last place versus fourth place type of performance. It was a lot closer than that.
Absolutely was. And we will have more games up in your screen just after the break. Don't go anywhere. Game number 3 coming up after this.
Welcome back to the OPL. Your host Nick, coming to you fashionably late for this evening's broadcast. Rusty Spawn, thank you so much for filling while a man's had internet issues.
Oh, is that what we're calling it, Nick? Internet issues. Yeah. Mr. I show up 2 hours late to work and then blame internet issues. Like, yeah, all right.
Well, you'll love this, Spawn. Do you know what the actual problem is?
What's the problem?
My house is too big. And all the mesh network that I have is not working properly. So there you go. But it could be worse. We could live in your house, which seems to be the Antarctic.
Yeah, my house is actually freezing cold right now. I have no idea why. Just like halfway through that game, I was shivering and I was shaking and I was like, what is going on? So I went and put on some pants and then I found my Ugg boots that Jenna had commandeered. Jenna stole my Ugg boots for so long that I went and bought her a new pair of Ugg boots. So now I have found my Ugg boots that were hidden under her side of the bed, and I got myself a nice cozy jacket. So now we're toasty. Now we're nice and warm.
There you go. I can't wait for you to spill something really hot in your lap. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for bearing with us with that. Well done to order there. And I assume, I'm just looking at the results because I was in an internet purgatory hell. Gravitas now not making playoffs after the first
Correct.
game? Yeah. There you go. So Chiefs versus Gravitas, this is just practice now. This is a game for Chiefs to just possibly try out some new strats ahead of what is looking more and more likely to be a grand final appearance. But before we get to that, there's something else very important that we have to get to. That is, of course, the Nick Bag. The Nick Bag, of course, is where we answer your questions related to life, love, medicine, basically anything except League of Legends. This one, I mean, I loved this the minute I read it. Fedora the Explorer writes in, what would the adult version of an ice cream truck sell, and what song would it play? I'll start it off by saying, you can't say ice cream. Even though I still love ice cream and ice cream trucks.
That's what I was going to say. It just sells good ice cream. It doesn't sell soft serve. It just sells premium ice cream. That's literally what an adult ice cream truck is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ice cream infused with a lot of orange juice and raisin ice cream.
Yeah. What does it play? I don't know. Maybe
what's
something
the
from
song?
What's the famous song from Back to the Future that Marty McFly sings?
The Chuck Berry one? That works.
I don't know.
I was thinking, I don't know what it sells, but the song is definitely Pony by Genuine. And that truck comes rolling down the street and you're like, yes, it's here.
See, I was going to go with that it sells premium apple juice, if we should call it that, and it sings Copperhead Road by whoever the hell sings Copperhead Road. Which is, of course, a song about bootleg alcohol makers. So
I like that.
That's what I'd go with.
I reckon it sells things that you just need around to have, like a
40-meter Ethernet cable, for example. Is that what it would sell?
Yeah,
right now?
a 40. For me, it would be a 40-meter Ethernet cable. It could be one of those things that that you plug the iPhone Lightning cable headphones into, and it turns it into like a 3.5mm jack. It just sells all different kinds of batteries, milk.
It would sell.
It's a convenience
store. What are
store.
those things called? Google Chromes. They would sell Google Chromes, and they would hang around near hotels, and all the people that get bored in hotels and then realize they didn't bring their Google Chrome and therefore they cannot watch anything on the TV would eat up the Google Chromes like you would not believe.
No, that works. That works for sure. Rusty?
My only thought that came to mind was I think it'd be pretty convenient if it sold things like socks and underwear at times like winter, when it's obviously the opposite end of Christmas. So towards your point, being like a pseudo convenience store, I think would be the way to go.
So I know that all of you are going to think that we're boring because we're saying it should deliver like socks, Ethernet cables, and Chromecasts. But I need to remind you, it's doing all of this while it's just pumping out Pony by Genuine.
And talking about things that don't normally sell things that you would think about, I needed a coffee this morning, Nick, but my house was out of milk. So I popped down to my good friend McDonald's, which is just, a couple of minutes away. And I actually saw on a sign that McDonald's at this time is now selling 2-liter bottles of milk for like $2.70, I think. And you can also buy a packet of English muffins as well as like a pack of like burger buns. And I thought that was super cool. Like, you don't have to come in contact with people when you go out during like the COVID-19 scares. So I got my morning coffee and I got 2 liters of milk, and now I'm just coffeeed up for the rest of the day. And despite being freezing cold, my day is much better because I'm not drinking black coffee.
That works out very. Are they selling you bottles of milk? It's not just cups of milk?
No, it's an actual bottle of milk.
I'll tell you what, lots of businesses, we're going to see over the next few months, there's going to be so many businesses that pivot into new things. And the idea that someone like a McDonald's, like a fast food, basically anyone with a drive-through, pivoting into convenience store / minimal grocery or essential groceries seems like a pretty easy win for them.
Stop right now. Stop talking. Everyone cut the stream. Hopefully we lose the last 30 seconds of audio. Nick, let's go into business.
Let's go into business. Come to our drive-through supermarket. We're just pumping Pony by Genuine. Okay. Next question comes in from Fish. Wrote in. If a bald person washes his face, where do they stop?
I mean, is there can you feel your forehead? Like, do you have an approximation? Or I don't think you'd stop.
Do you reckon you're saying not only go up to the top, but you start going down the back?
Why stop? Why stop at the top?
You stop.
That
you
feels
stop
like
at the
a weird
hairline.
place for a forehead. I stop at the hairline, yes, but if I don't have hair, why would I stop at the hairline?
Fish is asking this question, I think, because we had this argument. So when I was really beardy, right? And I only had like this area of face.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like really bushy beardy at that time. I used to just get shampoo and wash my head is the best way I could describe it. I would just wash my beard, I would wash my face with shampoo, and I would wash my hair with shampoo. And I just wash my general head behind my ears with shampoo. I just get it all in there. And then I would condition like 95% of my head.
Right. So
if I was bald, I would body wash everything, I think.
So you start identifying as a man without a face, but instead a man with a head.
Yes, correct.
Interesting. I'm seeing
a man
in the chat,
has no face.
A man has no face. A man's got a lot of head. Having shaved my head a number of times, you can stop at the top of your forehead. I'm just not sure where the top of the forehead is. And Arkangal says, I feel like you should have a pretty good idea of where your face is. which clearly we don't. Yeah, I'm with Rusty. I think I'd just keep going all the way back. I'd probably stop at the back of the neck. Like, how often do you scrub the back of your neck?
Scrub? Not often.
Not often.
I do actively wash it. It's like, there was a question that I saw posted. It was a poll. It was like, do you wash your feet and like calves, like lower legs?
Not this again.
And there was a surprising percentage of people that said no. So it's a similar thing.
Oh, the washing your legs in the shower thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that divided Twitter.
People are filthy creatures. How can you not wash your legs?
Yeah.
How can you not wash your feet? Your feet are disgusting.
What's no. Wait. The debate was never about do you wash your feet. It's about do you wash your legs. I think washing your feet is something like you should wash. Disgusting. Even when your feet are sparkling clean, they're disgusting. Even when they come out of the birthing canal for the first, and you see the feet for the first time, they're disgusting. Feet are disgusting. But legs, I'm wondering how filthy a leg gets. Like, what gets dirtier, a leg or a forearm? Because I definitely scrub my with like body wash. Like I wash
with
the
a
forearm.
gold-plated loofah.
Yeah, well, someone else. The point still stands. How often am I really wash my legs? Something terrible has happened.
Oh, your altitude sickness is really befuddling your brain, Nick. You're too tall for this world. Like anyone that sweats, anyone that like your pants aren't necessarily clean. The world is just, if you haven't learned anything from coronavirus, it's that the world is a filthy place and people are animals. And you come in contact with the world just way too often and you need to wash your legs.
I guess in these corona times, I should stop just touching people's legs. That's how I'm going to stay safe.
Just don't touch Nick's legs is what I learned from this.
No one touch my legs. And not just because of the corona thing. Just please don't touch my legs. And don't you dare look at my. We got 2 minutes left. Sith Cat writes in, what is the worst thing you have ever served or cooked for someone else?
Oh.
What is the worst
Interesting
thing
question.
you've cooked? I mean, I've had disastrous cooks. It's not necessarily like where things haven't been cooked through back in the, something new or something.
I have this one, actually.
Okay, hit me.
So I cook fried rice all the time for Jenna, and like as we saw from the LCS, League Cooking Sucks, I am quite a good fried rice cooker. However, I've only ever cooked fried rice for a maximum of 3 people. And then I was in a gaming house that had 8 people, which is 5 more than 3. And I had a wok, and I was like, okay, this is doable. So I just timed everything by 3 because League of Legends players eat significantly more than Jenna, Jasper, and myself. And it didn't turn out to be fried rice. It turned out to be steamed kind of cluggy rice with like 16 eggs mixed through it that didn't really cook properly. So then my solution to it was I got out a frying pan and then I portioned the rice, and as people came up, I like fried it for like a minute and a half, and it kind of became like a ricey omelette kind of thing. All the players did eat it, but I think that was more of out of fear than out of enjoyment.
You win. You tried to poison your players. I feel like that cooked and served for someone else. We are about to head into the third game of the day. It is Chiefs versus Gravitas. One-word answers. Who are we tipping for this? It's obviously Chiefs.
I'm going with Gravy.
That's exciting. The Gravy win, dramatic irony win, because they're already out, so it doesn't really mean anything for them. That would really hurt. But let's get into it. It is Chiefs versus Gravitas. It is game 3 and with the Macca's Champ Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Welcome back. It is game number 3 time. It is Gravitas taking on the Chiefs in a game that before this occasion would have been touted as the potential for Gravitas to make it into the playoffs. Unfortunately, it did fall down to Avant earlier today. So the match, I suppose, holds a very different weight now, Spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one kind of a dead rubber. Chiefs don't need a winner to maintain first. Gravitas cannot finish in playoffs anymore. However, I do find that when you have a team like Gravitas, maybe this is when they're at the most dangerous skimmy. And I kind of mentioned it at the start of the show. When this team had nothing to lose, when they first picked up Habu and no one expected them to make playoffs, they went on a bit of a tear and they looked really good. Now they're back to that position where they can play really freely, and maybe a cheese comp comes out, maybe we get Suman Akali or something like that, and they are able to run over Summoner's Rift. So I'm back at my boys' Gravy. Not that I don't think Chiefs are the best team in the comp at the moment, because I certainly do, but I just think that, this is when Gravitas is probably the most dangerous.
Well, Gravitas have subbed out some members as well. They've now got a brand new bottom lane. They've got Belong1 joining us with K-Pop 2, and instantly they've actually targeted that to be where their bans go. Banning away multiple AD carries.
Really interesting, and okay. That's going to be a top lane Graves locked in as a first pick. I don't know whether you saw Pavu's tweet yesterday, but he had a Graves in his solo queue game that went Death's Dance, Bloodthirster, and Boots 2 was 3-6 3, I think, and then proceeded to 1v4 a team fight and not lose any health the entirety of the fight, because the champion is just disgusting. It also gives you permanent priority, and by that I mean pushing power. So this could be a fun game.
I suppose, does it draw a parallel between the likes of your comparison with Wukong, right? You know, typically speaking, Graves being a jungler, once again, more resources, more ability to execute and find that prio.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just get more gold out of top lane than you do jungle, right? And the reason that Graves is a jungler is he's one of the quickest junglers, and he's kind of 1v1, 2v2, super strong. And all of that translates to laning phase really well. In saying that, they have given the Chiefs maybe their best composition, as they actually pick up a Diana, which I don't think we've seen Chiefs allowed to have in like 10 weeks.
Yeah. What was it? It was like week number 1, they bust out the Diana and the Yasuo, get the dream team fight at 15 minutes in, and you think their win conditions were this slim, but they found it. They don't miss those.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember in that game alone, Claire was actually the one playing Yasuo in the mid lane into an Ornn. And he just railed it, like start to finish. It was just incredibly ugly. I would love to see Tien play Riven. And he's going to.
Lovely.
This is everyone on the Chiefs just playing the champion that they were known for coming into the OPL. I really enjoy when teams do this. This is a big throwback game.
Well, they're going to get to flex their champion balls around, show us what they have. Let's see exactly how the next few bans coming out now. Chiefs are actually going to opt to go towards a Volibear ban, one that we have not seen very commonly recently.
Pabu once again plays this all the time in solo queue, and as Riven has lots of mini dashes, Volibear would really ruin her day, Skimmy. So just in case that is going to be, you know, mid lane Silas, jungle Graves, they're getting rid of maybe an annoying counter pick that Tien wouldn't have played that much against. I think it's very fair to say.
Yeah, so I've just got word from the producers that one of the members of Gravitas here was actually late to the second ban phase, so they're actually going to miss out there. That's why you got a blank slot being hovered there, or locked in, I suppose, from Gravitas. Now the attention turned back towards Chiefs, and they're going to go for a Poppy.
Exact same reason, right? You got 3 champions that have dashes that want to have really high mobility around Summoner's Rift, so just getting rid of anything that can stop those dashes coming across. There are limited champions within League of Legends that do that, Skimmy. So you admire Seal's commitment to taking those champions off the table.
I wonder where Gravitas go with the rest of this draft, if they are indeed going to look to deny, or if they are going to draft something crazy. Now the stakes are a little bit lower for them. Obviously, Chiefs still need it to keep themselves in with a chance of getting first seed, and for the latter game up against Legacy to close out today. And, well, if they go for this, that would really get me buzzing.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, Israel as well as a Xerath bottom lane, that sounds really annoying to have to deal with if you are going to be K-pop on this Nautilus, right? So I think, you know, all of a sudden K-pop doesn't want to play Nautilus. He wants to be able to take his time back, play something a little bit more long range, like a Vel'Koz, potentially, Skinny.
I wonder if, like, CL's just been told to, like, you know what, guys, we'll draft ourselves this game, mate. We don't need you today. You can just sit back and enjoy, you know, a casual Saturday afternoon.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Once again, these are all champions that these guys play a lot in solo queue. And you see also, Pralis goes towards an Ivan, Skimmy. I haven't seen Ivan in a long time. I said maybe the next patch he's going to be strong. Not this one.
Ivan's a weird one. He's a weird one. Supporter style jungler. Be interesting to see where he turns his attention. Oh, that is the Tryndamere. What is this lane assignment? That's what I want to know. That's the question in my mind.
So I'm going to say it's Graves 80 carry, because that's where he has to go. Ivan jungle, Nautilus support, and Silas mid, and Tryndamere top. That's what I'm going with.
I mentioned before earlier today that Papa was pretty vocal about the Tryndamere, so he gets one of his flex picks there.
Okay.
Oh, and a Kha'Zix too. I can see CL in chat having a good laugh, and I can imagine that is the reason why, because look at what we have got on the screen right now. A crazy draft. This was kind of what we wanted to see, maybe. A little bit of a fiesta when the stakes weren't as high, but solo queue picks, as you mentioned, they're going to have a lot of fun this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that when you have a look at the Chiefs lineup, they've got 2 people that never want to go in and 3 people that are going to be diving on the back lane. So as with all good troll drafts, just some direct anti-synergies there. Skimmy, that's what you like to see. On the other side, Gravitas, they've kind of just got the go forward draft. Like, just keep running forward. Like, we either win or lose the fight by going forward. You got a dedication to the cause. That's what I say. No hard engage, really, apart from an orderless, but that should be enough. And the Chiefs aren't one to shy away from a fight. I mean, they'll go a good couple of rounds.
Absolutely.
But here's some Biffo, Tyson Fury of the OPL world. So we'll see whether we're going to get a bit of some smackdown, Skimmy.
What I'm curious on, right, is when did they actually rework Graves? Because originally he was an ADC, right? It was many, many years ago, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to say like 5 years ago.
Yeah, so have we ever seen an ADC Graves since his rework?
No, I don't think so. Actually, I'm going to say it was 6 years ago because I remember Brisbane was 2016. 2015 did Spooks or Carbon play? Because both Spooks and Carbon were huge Graves players. That's why I always think back to OPL players. 2016, he was definitely played in Brisbane. 2015, I'm not sure whether he was played at Luna Park. So I'm going to say he was reworked 2014, 2015. But you're right. He used to be this 80 carry. Actually, I'm going to 100% say he was reworked at the start of 2016 because I reckon King played it in the OPL in 2015, and that was the last 80 carry Graves performance that I really remember, Skimmy. Because he was like this tanky 80 carry that his buckshot did a cone of damage, but if you were directly in front of him, it did more damage. So like all 3 bullets of the buckshot would hit. And yeah, it was very weird. But since then, he hasn't been played as an 80 carry, no. He's too short range and he can't auto-attack through creeps.
Does the kit suit it, do you think, the 80 carry role now? Because it just doesn't feel intrinsic to what you're after.
So think about this, right? I'm Ezreal, I auto-attack you. And then Graves auto-attacks the creep wave. And then I auto-attack you again. And then Graves auto-attacks the creep wave. And then all of a sudden, Ezreal has auto-attacked this guy like 5 times, and Graves hasn't hit him once because there's minions standing in front of him. Like, it doesn't sound good. But his wave clear is really nice.
Let's see what that means for them in this game. Game number 3 as Gravitas take to the Rift to take on leaders Chiefs. Both having a bit of fun here in the draft to close out week number 10.
And we'll see how this one goes. I said I would have my money on Gravitas. I kind of want to take it back now, but I'm going to stay firm, Skimmy. We've also got Ignites aplenty. Top lane Parbu has gone Ignite on Tryndamere. So back-to-back games of Parbu not running that. We see Croc looking for someone. Not sure if he found them.
I'm going to dance in mid lane, but that's going to be some gold that goes across to the Xerath.
It's not even the gold. Do you know what that was? That was the bait for the mana flow stacks.
Oh, my correction. Absolutely.
My team in scrims, and like I think every team does it, like they always ask each other how many mana flows they got at level 1. And then they will literally blame game results on if the other team got more mana flows. So definitely a little bit of an OS special. Do you know what my favorite OS special was? Like an idiom that was only in OS? Juves and Spooks, who were like 2 of the legendary junglers of the region, used to do, they called it a slap early game. So what they would do is they would both walk, because they both were big, prolific tank players, right? So they would walk up to each other and just trade auto attack onto each other for no reason. Every single game. And like there was like honor amongst it. Like you weren't allowed to level 1 and like try and catch the other person out. So you would just walk up to each other and like as soon as you saw each other, you would auto each other once and then you would back away. And that was their tradition.
How does something like that even start though? That's my question.
I have no idea. You would have to ask them. Jews must be watching. So maybe get a tweet in, you know, at SkimmyNZ, I think is your Twitter handle. Like, let Skimmy know how that started, Jews, because I hated it as a coach, but now looking back on it, like, I'm a fond man due to the memory of that.
The rose-tinted glass is always looking good in hindsight, right? I'm actually interested in how those kind of those things start out, because you always wonder if there's like a really, you know, creative story behind it, or if it was just, you know, one day I went in for a trade and it just so happened to happen every day.
Yeah, I always get intrigued by stuff like that. I also miss the skin bets. Like, Swiper and Chippies have the Titan shirt as actually all-in the mid lane.
Well, it actually isn't all-in. Absolutely. Claire is dropping it very low, but he managed to secure the kill. Queuing up those abilities fantastically. And Seaman going to fall on down. Action in the bottom lane as well. The poke is coming out thick and fast from Chiefs. And Nautilus has had enough of it. Looking to force an engage, but biting off the rough end of that one. And even in the top lane, both Bruces down to half.
Yeah, certainly are. However, Parbu definitely more sustained in this lane matchup as he does have access to the rage and the Q. Meanwhile, we've got Prayless, who is still level 2, dancing around for a Scuttle Crab. You can see that Croc it has bypassed that one to go straight topside. See whether Pabu can win this 1v1.
Going to recall at the tower. Prelus is on the hunt. Double buff there, doing a little bit of a taunt, but going to get locked in place right now and may pay the ultimate price as he jumps away and he's not going to use Flash. And Papu goes, well, thanks for the taunt and thanks for double buff too.
Yeah, absolutely. Human also already up here as well. Ran straight from base to the top lane wave. He's down a kill and 11 CS, but you know what? Pabu's ahead. Maybe that's a win condition enough. And I like the gusto from Croc there, just showing he's not afraid. Willing to laugh in the face of death, Skimmy. Didn't work for him, of course.
It definitely didn't work, but it gave us something to laugh
the
about.
attitude that you approach a situation with that's the important thing, right? Not the outcome.
Oh, it's all about the alpha, assertiveness on the map, right? We are the champions, we are the best. Maybe not paying off there is Tryndamere now. A scary factor to consider.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And we're going to see Prelus actually jump ahead in creeps as well. So if you've never played Ivan before and you've never seen an Ivan game, we'll hold the explanation because Croc goes for a trade.
He does indeed. Down in the bottom lane, Korea is going to flash on forward to land that CC and it will connect now. Big Katsuri online with a kill.
Yeah, really nicely done there from the Chiefs lineup, just layering the CC perfectly. What I was going to mention is the fact that Ivan actually is a friend of the forest, Skimmy. So he doesn't kill the jungle camps. I don't know if you know this, if you've ever played with an Ivan.
I've actually watched Carbon play it, and I'm always like, what a bizarre champion, but I like it.
He is a great Ivan player. He's probably the last great Ivan player that we have in OS. And so what you do instead is you prep the minions. So you walk up to them, you sacrifice a little bit of your health and mana to put them in like a cuddly kind of, nature zone. And then after a certain amount of time goes down, or if you want to burn a smite charge, you release them into Ivan's wild. And then you just pick up the 4 CS. Now the problem with that is ever since we changed Krugs, he just doesn't get the value for the little Krugs and doesn't get full experience. And there's a whole bunch of just wackiness in Ivan's kit that I don't think Riot has ever fixed, as we see a little bit of a trade in the top lane. So I'm not sure he's great at the moment. Next patch he might be, but this patch certainly leaves something to be desired for.
Well, maybe Prelus has read the wrong patch notes, but regardless, Pabu definitely has not. Executes with the final stance of that double buff, spins to win, and is now 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, that's already teleport used. Pabu going to have a couple of extra waves here as well. Prelus up top in case there is going to be a wild Croc in the area. He's going to get himself at least 2 turret plates here, Pabu. And he's a big boy. Gold leads even, but Pabu has the lion's share of it in the top lane, Skimmy.
He has, much like the game earlier today with the Darius going online very early on. He's finding himself a very good start 6 minutes into this. And you can see that Katsuri very low on mana. Gravitas showing a little bit of restraint. Is he distracted in the shop? They find a max range hook. He's locked in place. And he gets punished so damn hard.
50 Cent had a bop called Window Shopper. I don't know if you remember it, Skimmy, or if you're a hip-hop fan. But I'm pretty sure that it's safe to say that Katsuri definitely is, because he's a bit of a window shopper too. Just opens up the browser before he goes back to base and gets punished for it.
That really hurts. That really
does hurt. The song or dying?
Well, a good start here for Gravitas. Comfort picks for Chiefs in these first few moments. Has not been working out for them. But the comfort's for a reason. As Claire goes in for a trade in mid lane. Fully healthy. And using that Ignite is going to drop Simin very low, requesting the presence of a second member. Still, looking for the 1v2. He does not care about anyone that shows up to this lane.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. Without Ignite, it is possible for Suman to heal up with the W, but I don't think he's going to want to go for that. Multiple people now heading towards this mid lane. K-Pop just face checks them all.
Well, it's the golden rule. Whenever face check a brush, he does it anyway, and Prelus can spawn more brushes, so maybe they do want to face check those brushes. Croc is very low. He needs to smite. He needs to do something to get some life leech back. He's going to survive on 1 tick, and Tien is in a spot above it again underneath the tower. Out comes the unending rage. He's got fury, he's got aggression, and he's got a damage to go 3-0.
I mean, this is just such a strange game. Tien goes back, buys himself a cull. Obviously just wants to be able to farm. Pabu says, absolutely not happening on my watch. Will fall down. Belong now. Starting to get pretty far ahead as well, has got himself a BF sword, and his wave clear, if he actually wants to push Skimmy, is going to be a big problem. However, because K-pop hasn't been down here in this bottom lane, hasn't been deciding to play the lane that way, but I can just tell you from my personal solo queue experience that when Graves gets to these items, he just one-hits everything. Preyler's going to try and solo out a Rift Herald here, with the help of Daisy, of course. See whether that's going to be possible if Croc is in the area somewhere.
Slowly goes down.
The other thing about Ivan, which we probably should mention, is because he doesn't kill blue buff or red buff. They're benevolent creatures, right? They actually leave an additional blue or red behind. So if he was to take the blue buff, that means that Silas can also still have blue buff. And if he was to take red buff, that means Belong can also grab that one. And why is that important? Well, in the mid game, if you're able to steal away a topside red buff, Pabu just wanders into the jungle, grabs himself a red buff, and then he's a Tryndamere with 3 kills and a red buff. And DN at that point probably gets himself a cup of coffee and just doesn't come out of his nexus until that red buff is gone.
Hits the FF and goes next as Simon bites the bullet, gets taken on down. Claire with blue buff finds aggression. And Tien, well, he's got to be careful right now because it's Pabu, as you say, sitting on 3-0. Doesn't have the red buff, but he definitely has a Rift Herald. Gonna summon it. Kratos is gonna join on in, and this turret is for sure falling on down.
And you would be wondering at home, why did they give Pabu the Rift Herald? And I think I mentioned this change a couple of games ago, Skimmy, where they changed it so junglers always take half a turret gold. So now, if you want your top laner to have solo gold off those plates, you actually have to give the top laner the Rift Herald. Now, how can that bite you in the ass? Say he dies, say it gets protracted or stored away, then obviously he's not going to be able to make use of that, Pabu, going for a 1v1.
Oh, he wants it. He wants it, absolutely. Undying Rage gets popped, flash forward, and it's going to be a trade for 1. The slice comes out, the heal connects. He is bodying this top lane, and with 2 turrets falling on down, the split push game is for sure on. Now, Chiefs need to do something. Katsuri again, no mana on this Ezreal to engage. K-pop won't care though. He finds his moment to engage, flashing over the wall with a depth charge. They find 1, they find 2. Ezreal gets a trade across onto the Nautilus as Zeref spews damage from afar. But we're 10 minutes in, and Pabu's threatening an inhibitor.
Yeah, and I mean, why has he just not been playing Tryndamere since he came back? This was the thing about Pabu. He was a streamer after All-Stars, and he just had the weirdest champion pool in solo queue, but he didn't play all of that much of it in comp. Now he comes back, he's got himself a Tryndamere, he's got himself 4 kills, he's 30 CS up, he's taken 2 turrets at this stage of the game. He should have just played Tryndamere every game.
Well, it looks to be that the weird and wacky picks are working wonders today. Double digits in terms of gold right now over Tien's Riven. Really hurts him in that ability to make something happen. And we've talked about Chiefs in the past having so many great plays across the different roles to try and carry. Now they're going to have to dive deep and delve into those options of who can pick up the slack.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is in a 5v5 team fight, I still think the Chiefs have some options there. But as far as, you know, if this game keeps becoming a split push kind of game, there's just no way you're ever out-splitting this Tryndamere now. The ship sailed. It's gone. It's not in port anymore. You can't put any more goods on board, and unfortunately, if you check out the items right now, there is a significant gap between where Pabu is and where Tien is. And Pabu, once again, has himself an Ignite available. Claire, however.
And Claire has one too. And he's going to jump into mid. Prellis with the flash forward to present a shield. So Simon does not go down again. Silas definitely not having a good performance in the OPL today.
Yeah, Silas seems it sucks in the mid lane, eh?
Absolutely. He's getting bullied, camped, and just straight up obliterated.
And this is what I was kind of saying about the LCK, as hold the thought.
I was going to say, which might be the case here for Tien again. I mean, the guy's got a Ravenous Hydra and a BF sword. He's going to kill anyone that steps his way. There's no time for, analytical word at this stage of the game. They are just looking for fights after fights, brawl after brawl, flash to be used so that 4 members cannot connect onto this Ezreal. Scary times across the rift, really.
Oh, but you got to back away, Skimmy. Like, you can't keep going forward. Everyone is here. They don't have a teleport.
Zeref on 10 health will use the ultimate from afar to give themselves some form of artillery barrage as Claire dashes on in. He wants one, and he'll find it. Now they find a second with Croc on the score sheet. Prellis going to fall on down. Chiefs do find something to return and respond to the Pabu split push, because he is just going to destroy Tien again and get ever closer to taking down that first inhib.
So the win condition is everyone on the Chiefs versus Parbu. That's how this game is like come
feels like
down
an anime
to.
episode. There's like a final boss to take down.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that's going to present a problem as this game continues, Skimmy. But I was talking about Silas, and I think we were talking about how, you know, OPL teams, they play the whole week, they think they know what's strong, then they turn on LCK on like Wednesday night, and then they go, oh, holy shit, we got it all wrong. We actually have one day to be able to scrim with new picks. Well, Silas came out of nowhere as like this powerhouse in the LCK this week. Like, everyone's just kind of taking Silas. And we've seen a couple of teams take it today. And sometimes when you pick a champion, you don't know why you're picking it. And it just looks bad. And I think that this might be one of those cases. It just doesn't look great.
You obviously understand what the kit presents, but it just doesn't do much. I mean, potentially too. Potentially as well. But definitely not been having a lot of fun.
Steal. Like, you don't really want to steal a Riven ult. Kha'Zix's ult could be okay, actually. If you're able to get, like, you know, a couple of stealths off in a fight. I've seen worse ultimates. Diana's a really big one, right? You obviously want Diana ult every single fight if you're Silas.
Yeah.
But then you use kind of shitty Diana.
You're a budget Diana. You're on discount.
Have you found it peculiar that Diana, when it is played, seems incredibly strong, but just hasn't been played all that much in the OPL?
But this is the interesting thing, right? Because at the start of the OPL, everyone was screaming Bloody Mary. Diana is so broken, she's so busted. And then all that hype really equated for very little, right? And this sentiment was echoed for many, many weeks. And still teams were like, well, that's cool, but we're not going to pick it.
Yeah, but when it is picked, it does seem to do like pretty good on Summoner's Rift. It's like a really tanky champion. It's really difficult to deal with, as we have a full flank coming in through from Parbu.
He's decided now is time to force the fight. He pops the chicken. He's letting them know that he's a scary man to deal with. Essence Reaver and Ravenous Hydra boots too as well. He's got everything. As Croc nearly had everything taken away from him. Hook flashing before his eyes.
Very interesting. They're going to give the red buff to Belong. Not sure I agree with that, as Parbu has been utilising it very well, and they could park him bottom lane where there are another 3 turrets for him to take. Croc now in no man's land.
They're collapsing on towards Croc. First of all with the smoke screen, then with the chicken dance to follow. And he's going to spin over this wall.
No, he's
or
not.
Maybe not. And it's going to turn their attention on towards the Rift Herald instead.
Spun into the wall. It's a kind of spin. Does Parbu go over? He does. What the...
He just wants to go for that 1v5 montage play. He gets deleted. He can't even use the Undying Rage. All those kills for nothing. As Chiefs explode onto the map, as is tradition. And they're going to look for a full 5-man ace here. And that they will find.
Yeah, GG. Chiefs now 4,000 gold up. Their last win condition just threw himself into 3 members. It was an honourable death. We all salute Parbu, first of his name. He brought us some good times. All-Stars 2018 for me was one of the better ones when he took down Rookie, Faker, double lift in a 1v1 tournament. This, unfortunately, Skimmy, not one of the good ones. We'll see here that he gallantly charges over the wall. We'll get immediately exhausted, altered, and killed. And unfortunately, only Daisy was there to witness his demise.
And what a spectacle it was. An interesting start to this game. And Chiefs have had enough. They've said, look, you've had your fun. You've played your Tryndamere cheese. It's time for us to turn up to the occasion. 7 kills to 12. Chiefs now get a Drake. And with a Rift Herald as well, they, definitely swing the goal balance.
Yeah, I think you can say that again. You can see that the game plan now is solely around Parbu and playing through his lane, because there are 3 people in his lane at all times.
This feels like hide and seek. They're just running around looking for anyone that wants to present. Oh, K-pop, what have you done? You've literally flashed up the wall, mate. That is not what you want to see. Parbu jumps in again. He doesn't care. Second time a charm. Undying does go off this time. He needs to get out of harm's way, and the turret is going to kill him. What on earth spawn are we witnessing right now?
I don't know. Maybe a new meta. Maybe a genre-defining new style of game that is hide and seek on Summoner's Rift. Could also just be an absolute cluster. But we're not too sure, Skimmy. I'm not one to judge these teams.
If you don't know, mate, then I'm absolutely lost in this situation, because I I'm really curious to imagine if we had like tune-in moments where we could just, hear the comms that these players were shouting, because I imagine right now it is an absolute fiesta.
Yeah, I'm going to imagine you're right. Pabu's still 3,200 gold up. The only problem is Claire is 5,000 gold up. So anything you can do, I can do better, says the mid laner of the Chiefs.
Yeah. It said, look, Pabu, have your fun. I'll just win in my lane instead, and I'll be the far more relevant meta champion that at the end of the day we'll be able to close things out here and show up in team fights. As they now look for a team fight in the bottom lane, or actually a skirmish, I should say. It's a 1v1. Silas can do nothing but cosplay a Riven.
It's a real shame, right? When your weakest member fights their weakest member and you don't do any of his health, the power dynamic's really bad. Now all we really need to see is Diana versus Tryndamere, 1v1 honourable fight style, but Pabu backs away from it. Instead, they're looking for the catch onto Croc. Oh, he's a coward. He's running away. One act of bravery, he dies, and now all of a sudden he's just a coward, Skimmy.
He's had enough. His confidence has been drained.
KDA player.
Perhaps we need, in-game pauses, like attack pause, just to sort of say,
I wish I could speak to them. Like, if we could, mic me in to the Gravitas lineup right now, I would have some words for Pabu. Oh, actually, we're going to get a fight on the top side. No, we're not. He's running away. Oh.
No. Frustration.
Claire ultied him in everything. Just fight him, Pabu.
Not today, he says. Not going to care about that one. And, well, I suppose what does this feed into? More items for the Chiefs now to catch themselves up into it. I expect to see that Magi's find many more stacks as it's been upgraded from a Dark Seal at 10.
The only enjoyment I'm getting out of this game now is if we get to see Pabu 1v1 Claire. That's all I want.
We may see it right now. It is on your screen. Ignites go out from both of them. The crits come out. The damage connects. Undying Rage is there. He's going to time things out here with the Zhonya's. One auto! It won't be enough. He gets the heal. And Xerath cannot come across to snipe it away. Pabu winning a 1v1. He is the All-Star.
Okay, so Pabu has the title belt right now. Claire had it from last team fight, but Pabu now picks it up. If you want the title belt back, Claire, you have to beat him in a fair 1v1 skirmish. Did you used to watch wrestling, Skimmy?
What was it, WWE, WWF? Back when I was a kid, maybe 15 years ago?
Yeah, there was this hardcore belt that was anywhere, any place, anywhere, anytime. Hardcore Bob Holly used to have it. Korea CK in some trouble. Maybe we'll talk about Bob Holly afterwards.
Well, Prolist is going to get slam dunked down. It is going to be a wrestling comparison, and you can now continue.
Yeah, so I think that Pabu has the hardcore belt right now. And the way Claire gets it back is he just needs to show up one-on-one, anywhere, any place, anytime, and just throw down. That's what I want to see out of this game. I just want to see some more honourable duels.
I'm sure we're probably going to get them, because this game has definitely strayed from the norm of what we've expected in the OPL, and you can imagine that when the stakes aren't as high as they have been throughout the season. So it has really created the ability for more engagements, more shenanigans, and more damage to come across onto the Rift. Mid laners get into it. They do the damage to start things off. We're making it a 1v1, but Tien now explodes into the action. The ult slash into a Quadra. Tien so quiet, but now online.
And all of a sudden, he's got himself a championship belt, by my logic. After going down so far in the laning phase, now has himself an Infinity Edge. He's a full crit Riven. And whilst an unorthodox build, you can see it on full display here. This is going to be Claire flying in, getting the party started. We'll have a very nice ultimate. Layer of CC there. Pabu thinks that the Undying Rage is going to keep him alive, but Thien has different ideas. And very good cancellation there. Flashes forward with the W. And he's now picked himself up the makings of what is going to be a PD as well, Skimmy.
What an absolute meme. It's like a variant of Yasuo. We got Critical Strike, Riven. Never would I have imagined we'd see this in the OPL.
Is Carbon at the house? Because Carbon's a big Riven player. I'd like to get Carbon's opinion on this.
He is. Do I just open a door where you just get an impromptu interview? Is that unprofessional? I don't even know at this stage.
I mean, the thing is, he's probably watching, right? So he can just rock up in your room and just yell into the microphone.
He probably
whether
is.
He approves of the build or not.
Let me see.
I'd have to assume he is.
Let me see if Carbon is there. I've got the door open, but I can't move much farther than this. So if he hears me, I'm sure he can come in to ask or actually understand what is going on with this Riven, because I have no idea.
And hardcore Bob Holly, Palmer with the top lane, just takes his belt back. And now Katsuri going to look for him as well.
He's just going to go for the 1v1 again. Pabu is going to fall victim to the damage that an Ezreal can do. They're going to connect. Prelus rocks up to the fight way too late. And now he's going to meet the makers of his own death, going to fall on down too. I do have the man himself, Big Carbon. Oh, he's disappeared away for a second. Come back here, mate. We've got a Riven building full critical strike as if he's a Yasuo. What is going on? I've been told here that you're a big Riven advocate, so let me pass the headset across to you, and you give us your 5 minutes of wisdom.
Hello all. Welcome to
Hey,
my humble abode. What am I doing? I'm watching a Riven who's in the pool. Claire with the 1v2.
So whether it can
Yes,
pick it up.
good. Proto belt. Proc. Kha'Zix finishes off. Nice onions from Claire. IE Essence Reaver. Zeal? Okay. I don't understand why that's good, but you do what you want when you're popping. That's all I have to
Is
say about
that all it is? It's a confidence play. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You do what you want when you're popping. Claire with the... Diana's so dumb, man. As soon as she gets fed, it's just like, why even play the game? Just unplug and walk away.
Because you're
Because there's no
contractually
counterplay.
obliged to.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That is true.
Well,
I might
good
hand it
luck
back to
for
Skinny.
your game later
Thanks,
this
mate.
afternoon for first seed. Of course, that was the
Yes.
general manager of Legacy Carbon, just coming in with some words of wisdom there. When you're popping, you do what you want. And obviously, BN, popping at the moment. Skimmy, you back?
I am back. How'd you find that? This is production value. This is what happens when you're quarantined, right? You can just bring in guests live in action right there and then.
Live interviews. A legend of the OPL Carbon taking time out of his day to share it with us mere mortals down here on planet Earth. Of course, his squad, Legacy, actually going to be playing up against the Chiefs later on for the top seed. And it looks like Chiefs, behind their superstar mid laner, are in a position now to be able to close out this game, Skimmy.
They sure are. They are looking to make things happen right now, but Pabu, obviously the split push king that the Tryndamere presents to him, is looking to try and make something happen in that top lane. Well, actually in the bottom lane, I should say. He's got members recalling back, and it will be Tien to match him in that 1v1. So we look forward to seeing how that one takes place now 25 minutes into the game.
Oh,
It's going to be a much more even match.
And they're fighting. They are juking it out. Thien's running away from what I can see on the mini-map. However,
Oh, he's getting
mid
absolutely
lane
bodied.
inhibitor
Oh, no.
now broken. Oh!
The slash goes out, but it's not going to be enough. But Pabu is forced to disengage. Still has the Undying Rage online. First inhibitor will fall on down in the second in quick succession.
That's actually all three, Skimmy. K-pop flies in like Superman. Runs away like a coward.
Oh, all three. That's what happens when the minion wave is that far away. I'm not even looking. I was too distracted by the handsome looks of Carbon. But regardless, Chiefs have broken the base. And now they have just Nexus turrets standing before that big dub victory screen.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a look at it, they're about to get the Dragon Soul as well. It is going to be an ocean. Is it going to matter all that much? The way these fights are going, honestly, no. Because they've just been one-shots. Claire goes in.
Oh my gosh, he just obliterated the man. He had no time to even press the R key. That is how quick his life lasted.
I mean, I don't blame him for not ulting that time. Because that was disgusting damage coming across from Claire.
Literally one shot.
With no Pabu available, Belong trying to clear out some super creeps. He says, come on, bro, just leave me alone. But it looks like the Chiefs might want to end this one now, Skivvy.
Make Graves great again. He's definitely not being an ADC in this situation here because they're not going to find the victory, it would appear. Chiefs are getting closer. They're bringing in those super minions. Chris CK gets in on the action. Ezreal picks up a kill as well. Nautilus turns it around on a honorable base defense. But now they're getting farmed in their fountain as they are letting the Winions act as the sixth member on this roster to claim them that all-important victory, to keep them in the race, to take on Legacy later on, to finish out Week 10, to decide who is going to get first seed going into finals. Graves gets a kill, it's a shutdown, but they are the ones ultimately that pay the price as Chiefs shut them down and take the victory here today.
And Skimmy, you just got to smile because at the end of the day, it is a game. But the Chiefs, much like Legacy yesterday, when Legacy kind of picked their TFT comp and still were able to pick up a dub, this is the Chiefs with their signature picks kind of from solo queue coming into the pro stage, building whatever they want, doing whatever they want, and still being able to pick up the dub against sixth place Gravitas. Gravitas, Pabu, he had a pretty good early game, but unfortunately just wasn't able to go with that Diana.
Definitely had a lot of fun in the early game. Maybe a little bit of worrying times if you're a Chiefs fan, but they brought it together and they gave you a fair bit of entertainment. And that's going to do it for game number 3. We're going to jump to a quick break. And when we return, we've got game number 4 with Direwolves taking on Order. Welcome back to the OPL. It is week number 10, and we just saw Chiefs have a little bit of fun there with Gravitas. As it was a creative draft, there was a lot of flexing of comfort picks, solo queue style, Tryndamere being busted, Tryndamere getting shut down, and a lot of R buttons being pressed, and sometimes not even being able to get activated there, Rusty.
Yeah, look, that is what happens when peak League of Legends becomes a for-fun experience. And then at a certain point, the Chiefs were like, it's not fun anymore. Tan might have had a cry, and then the team was like, all right, we'll win the game. And yeah, I mean, what more can you say about a game like that, Skivvy?
It's what the
Everyone's just
viewers
there to
want,
have
right?
fun.
They want entertainment to finish off this week, and they want to have a bit of meat to sink themselves into, right? To get them excited for what is left to come in this day. And we still do have 3 more games left on the cards. We've got Direwolves taking on Audit. That's coming up next. Pentanet Gaming taking on Mammoth. And then to final close out Week 10, to close out the end of Split 1, it is Legacy taking on Chiefs. So plenty more League of Legends action here in the OPL to sink your teeth into. But that game that we just witnessed for sure was a lot of fun.
It was a game of League of Legends, Skibby, so let's just cover some bases here, because I'm sure people will be very confused. The Nick Boy experience that we're all currently not getting.
I know.
He's running into some tech troubles once again. We managed to get him back for a second, and then he seemed fine, and then we lost him all over again. So hopefully we get him back again soon, which means that all of these segments when you're planning, Skibby, when you're coming into it, you're like, all right, we're going to do a Nick Bag segment. Nick's going to lead us through everything. He has the emails. He's the one with the damn laptop. And then they're like, he can't be on this segment, so just talk about League of Legends. And you're like, all right, that's fine. We do that for a living. Like, that's not a problem at all. And then you think about what was that last game and what is the next game. And none of it matters the same amount as Nick Bag does in your mind, because they are playing for fun. So, what do we talk about? What do we talk about?
You know what I really wish we could talk about is the fact that Nick hasn't actually provided us with his login for the Nick Boy MPL segment of checking those emails, because I would love to just be able to jump in there and just take that segment over for him and sort of add that kind of creative flair that he does. But, we all do mourn the loss of Nick, and if you're listening in there, buddy, from wherever you may be, if that may be on your phone, then we all miss you.
Just jump in his voice channel and say all that anyway. I mean, you can get away with that. And just while we're here, Chaos Josh just said in the chat to me before, did I not make my bed? Is that why I've got a backdrop? No, I have a backdrop so you can't see the bed. This is a very different concept. I just don't think having a bed in the background's the most professional looking thing ever. So enjoy the fact that for the first time in my entire life, I have a working camera, so you don't get to see the bed. But Skimmy's made his bed very nicely. I think that helps.
It actually looks very clean. I've actually been memed about how bad my room looks like, but quite honestly, I don't really care. I don't really need much more for it, right? I'm here to play video games. I'm not here to look at the wall. Do I just look at the wall all day and be like, this is so aesthetically pleasing to my eyes. I feel so much more in zen. Who knows? Who cares?
But you don't do it for you, Skibby. You do it for the viewers. Like right now, I think all you need is to add to that collection, right? And eventually it'll be an interesting wall for everyone to inspect.
I don't know what else I can add. I was like wondering, you know how like streamers like have those like LED panels and whatnot all over their wall and whatnot. Maybe I need to do that, but maybe I just need to spend a solid like couple of hours just sitting down, looking through what I could buy on eBay, and then getting this room ready for playoffs.
Yeah, maybe. There's also those really cool Tetris lights. You could add those in, maybe with the corner background.
What should I do? Like a big S? I don't know what I could do there. Or should I just make OPL out of Tetris blocks? Would that be meta?
I mean, you could do. I think the S would be easier. The full OPL logo might be a little bit too many of those Tetris light blocks.
Maybe I'll just blow my entire budget.
I don't know how long we have here, but we may as well just answer some of these questions that we're getting in chat, because they're obviously responding to us saying we don't know what to talk about because the planned segment's out the window. So
just get a green screen. I have a green screen. I've just not decided to put it up. I could just chroma myself into the beaches in Hawaii, but who knows? Maybe that's not what they want.
Probably not with the political climate at the moment, Skimmy. I think we'll avoid Hawaii for as long as we can. Hey, there's a question there from Tone. What game other than League would you go pro in? And I know that you can't say the obvious answer.
Yeah, I can't say the obvious answer, but if I was a few years younger, I would definitely go pro in Valorant. I reckon FPS is where my strengths are at. I feel like I'm a very twitchy, reactive kind of gamer, so anything that's fast-paced definitely suits my niche. So that would have been something that I would have definitely, if I was young. It's interesting, right? Because you look at younger people. And I'm 16 years old. I'm now going to become like a pro League of Legends player. You got like the likes of Vital in here at 17, and you feel like you're a boomer when you're only 26. It's so interesting how gaming has such a short lifetime on a career.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is weird. I think that with some games though, there's longevity. Like it depends on the game. A lot of League of Legends players are now getting on in age. Some of the long-standing pro players. So
yeah,
I think it is it is an interesting experience to see how all of these younger players come in and they're excited. And you're like, hang on, there's a whole new generation of people playing the game that I play. I think that's really cool.
I think I'm really excited because you know how, like, in traditional sport, you've got like ex-professionals that have retired, they've had families, and then their kids then grow up to become like professional football players, for instance. We were joking about it before on stream with Jake, and I was like, is there a world in which maybe, Jasper becomes like a pro, right? Wouldn't that be kind of cool to see that, you were involved, be it in a broadcast management or whatever kind of capacity, and then your kid is there and you're like, yes, I can culture you into the perfect player, so to speak.
I don't know if Jake will do that, but that is interesting. I think the generational video gaming is a concept that I don't know if we'll ever see because new games come out far too frequently to actually take place. I'm not going to answer the questions about my PBs on lifts. I feel very self-conscious about that because the gym's shut and it just makes me feel bad.
We had a laugh about it, right? Because during rehearsal, you were like, I miss the gym. And then I was like, oh, you miss E-Gym? Because that was what I was playing at the time, right? And then you're like, no, I don't care about him. He's gone. He's a thing of the past. I care about the actual gym. And, well, Bryce, if you're watching, mate, I'm sorry that you got publicly roasted like this. I'm sure you didn't want to find out about it like this way.
It's, look, at the end of the day, we do miss him, but he has left us to bigger and better things. It's unfortunate what's happening with Bryce, but we move on. Hopefully things work out for him. We're excited to get into our next game soon, not too far away. I didn't say anything about E-Gym, just so we're clear. I said I miss the gym. And E-Gym was playing in the background. It was our historic cast. And Skivvy thought I said the E-Gym. Okay? I said nothing bad about him. I like E-Gym.
Look how good it is. You say one thing in chat, this goes off into an absolute disarray. You can't say anything these days. These people are on to you. But what is also on is the next game. As you can see from the preview there, it is going to be Direwolves taking on Order. We're only a couple of minutes away from Champion Select, so hold your horses. We'll get there in the meantime. And I think really for Direwolves, we've obviously got to highlight the fact that they are incredibly strong, but sometimes their momentum has been shifted around. But Order definitely having a lot of fun with this one. So both these teams are guaranteed, obviously, to make it into the playoffs. Direwolves taking the 3rd seed, Order taking the 4th. So pretty close as it can get going into this one. It is obviously a best of 1, best of 5s to come next weekend when those finals begin. So I am curious, given that these two teams, in a way, don't have anything to play for, if they're going to give us the fiesta like last game.
Oh, maybe. I mean, so that's where I wanted to start as well, right? Like, what will we get? Will it be like last game? This game, all it means nothing. Order played pretty seriously in their first game, and Direwolves are off the back of a 0-2 day, and I wouldn't expect them, of all teams, to come into this one and have a very fun game. If they wanted to bring back form, I actually expect that they'll take it pretty seriously. It's just a feeling. I have no confirmations. They might already be on social media saying things like, we're just going to have fun. You never know. Tally tweeted before that they wanted to play Rebels before they actually played a TFT comp in League, so that could be out there. We don't know.
We'll have to wait and see, because it's always that interesting moment when the season comes to an end and the stakes are a little bit lower than it would have been otherwise, and sort of getting that rare glimpse, right, into... Well, these teams can relax a bit more than they would usually, right? And it's that kind of unique opportunity to do it for your fans, maybe a bit of fan tributing, if you will, right? Kind of like what we saw in the previous game with some solo queue flair, some Riven Critical Strike gaming, and obviously the classic interview there with Tim just being grabbed from wherever he was in the house and just come in here, mate. Look, this is a gaming house. This is the Legacy 2.0 gaming house. Get in here, mate, and just, add your 2 cents to this conversation.
It helps that he's sitting there in the lounge room with you on the TV calling his name out. So from wherever
I literally opened the door. I was like,
just
Carbon, wherever you are. And then literally like a summoned dog came crawling to my room. Nah, I joke. Me and Tim,
great. Just roll with it.
Me and Tim get along really, really well. Like 2 peas in a pod. He loves me. Or maybe it's only one way. But who knows? I imagine it's reciprocal. I'm just going to say it's reciprocal. But regardless,
I'm just going to let you keep talking, Skivvy, because you're just digging. You're just digging.
It's digging, it's digging, and it's digging, and it's digging into Champion Select. So let's jump into it. It's going to be Direwolves taking on Order.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Welcome back as we jump into the Macca's Champions League for game number 4. It is Direwolves going to the Rift to take on the Order, the Melbourne Warriors, if you will. As we crack on into this one with Order getting the first pick and already disabling the likes of the Misfortune with the Ornn in quick pursuit. I'm really curious to see really what these teams are going to crack on with. You mentioned Order needing consistency or needing form, and that they will be looking to take this one seriously. If not, Direwolves in the same situation because they've, in a few games, looked a little bit shaky.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a momentum game, 100% for both of these teams, right? You want to try and get something going for you before the playoffs do start. Order will be playing first. I think Direwolves are in the second round, so they're the two teams. Two of the teams we'll see play first. So definitely want to start building up towards that moment. I mentioned it before already, just before Champs Select. Direwolves probably going to take this one seriously. They'll have a point to prove after yesterday. And Order, we already saw them take it seriously, and they do have a pretty big joking bone in their body. Like there is a chance that they just mix it up and play something extremely fun for the sake of it, but I don't think we'll get to see that.
We'll have to wait and see, decide how Order want to open things up with, and it is going to be a first pick on towards Kalista. Whether or not that's an indication of a Kalista Taric bot lane, or if it will be a Kalista solo in at the top lane, we'll have to wait and find out. I think for me personally, as a fan of both of these teams, I'm really excited for the mid lane matchup, given how both of these players are in hot form right now.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm actually, like, there's a few matchups that interest me in this game. Like, Hayri being able to play the Yasuo against someone like Shock, who has his pocket picks, is going to be an interesting one. Vital, when he's in good form, is probably one of the best ADCs, if not the best, running around in the OPL, challenging someone like Raze, but when Rare's on his good day, he can keep up with the best of them. Last year, when you think back to all of the Gauntlet games that Order were running through, he was a big part of it. You know, he was playing the Xayah Rakan with Jake, and they were just tearing everybody up in the bottom lane in the OPL. So there's a lot of form check stuff here that I think is super interesting and actually provides an overall very exciting game.
Well, Direwolves going to respond to open this draft up with the Varus and couple that with the Jarvan as well. So some reliable engage. Plenty of CC. That makes team fighting very desirable for them. Order going to respond, and they will commit to that bot lane. Taric is now in place, and after the performance that only had on that Sejuani prior today, then absolutely fantastic, and stick with it.
We've seen an unbelievable amount of Kalista and Taric just start to appear out of thin air, and you know, Taric is one of those champions that is kind of always on the cusp of being good. Kalista's one of those champions that's either really good or not good at all. And it's interesting because, you know, the resurgence of a top Kalista existing suddenly does bring back the idea of, like, why don't I just play in my normal role? Like, why don't we just play Kalista where she's actually normally known? And things like that start to crop up. It's not the Tristana Taric, which is one of the things that brought Taric about, but it's the next iteration.
The next version, which is finding great success so far, obviously with the double ultimates for survivability. Shock's going to finalize this mid matchup and say, I don't care about going for the matchup. I'm going to go in blind here. He goes in with that Syndra. He's played it the most out of all of his games, the split so far. Going to be comfortable on plenty of burst. An easy target to assist with those ganks coming in from Jarvan.
Yeah, the thing with Shock and his role in the team is he's very comfortable just picking a champion blind. He has the Cassiopeia, he has the Syndra. They're two of the staples that he often just picks and will deal with the consequences afterwards if necessary. But usually it'll be like 1 or 2 bans, maybe just 1 ban that goes for him, because they'll tend to pick it third. So they pick third, they ban the Yasuo, which is one of the counters to Syndra, and one of Hayri's best champions with the Sejuani already there in the comp. They make things a little bit harder still for Order, but at the same time, it's still a Syndra blind. They could still go Vladimir, they could still go Echo if they wanted in mid lane, something that we've been seeing a little bit of, and try and take that Syndra down.
Well, the Bard ban is fantastic. Obviously, the magical journey, or the ability to obviously lock people in a stasis, would really shut down what Order are trying to achieve, especially within that small window of invulnerability. Bard, not a bad option to follow things up with there. The concussive blow passive to freeze them. Yes, you might not be able to do damage or kill them, but you'll be at least allowed to slow or CC them. A nice pick here to make them have an incredibly strong bot lane now.
Yeah, and a decent pick there for the Braum. Braum Varus is, obviously, it's a well-rounded strong lane. You're looking towards Order's side here now. They've gone for the Renekton. A lot of champions that are bruisers that deal damage go hand in hand with something like a Taric, because then the bruiser becomes a tank, you've got that extra duration where you're completely invincible for damage taken and you're able to put out boatloads yourself. So I like this idea here from Order. Hayri, classic. He's going to go to the known. He's going to go to what he's very good at. And they're going to give themselves a lot of extra scaling, much needed in their comp.
Absolutely. You talk about the scaling component. Obviously, Azir is the king of that, but they will have the strength during the early games with the Kalista as well as the Renekton. And, you know, we keep going back to this point of, will we see Renekton get more of a priority? And it hasn't necessarily always been the case. A lot of that is because Set is still the king, and followed that by Ornn. The final pick here will be the Aatrox, as both compositions are now finalized. And if you were to be a betting man now, Rusty, if you were to look at this draft and say, I prefer this one, we talk about ease of execution, who do you think has the better chance here?
I personally am a fan of Order's draft, but I do think that while I prefer it, that may just be a personal preference thing. There is still an abundance of kill threat on Direwolf's side, and that's what's interesting to me. It's a pretty common trend, honestly, with a lot of the junglers that we're seeing now. You've got your Varus Braum, and now you've got a Jarvan in that lane. So suddenly they've got a very high kill threat if the Jarvan appears. Aatrox and Renekton's kind of just a healing lane. Renekton maybe with the advantage early, but one bad trade or one mistake in a lane and suddenly an Aatrox runs away with it. And a similar thing can be said for mid lane. You know, I think that Azir and Syndra are both mid-range in terms of strength, but if there's a jungler near one of them, then they just outright win. If there's a good trade, they just outright win. So it's a snowbally game, but I personally prefer Order's draft.
Well, regardless, I'm very excited to see what these teams can do with drafts. They definitely complement their styles, their agenda here of getting some form and getting themselves ready for next week to get themselves in the best possible position to get in with a chance of taking it all. And we're going to crack on into game very shortly. But Order taking on Direwolves is a battle of the playoffs. It's a battle of the Titans. It's a battle of really proving that you are strongest in your role. And I think really for me, I mentioned before that I'm really looking forward to mid lane, but bot lane should prove to be a big skill check too.
Yeah, absolutely. Jungle's also a pretty big skill check. It looks like Mir has kind of dropped off in form yesterday when you were looking at his performances compared to the norm. So he's obviously going to be someone that you have to look towards. What can he get done?
Yeah.
It does seem to like going towards things like a Silas himself, so it's good to see him back on the likes of the Jarvan to try and really be active around the Rift and make things happen, because it's much needed for a side like Direwolves. And they've got Cupcake back. It's not going to be Decoy. They shared games yesterday, but it's Cupcake starting in the only game they've got today. And so once again, he's going to come back in, probably, I have to assume, playing from New Zealand while they're in lockdown, trying to make plays across the pond.
It's interesting, right, when you talk about New Zealand, because you have the ping that we were hearing was going to be maybe a potential factor for Order playing out of Melbourne with the servers hosted in Sydney. Well, obviously that factor gets worse when you're in New Zealand. You're looking at 50, 60 ping on average. So it's interesting, right, because I remember once upon a time when we were all playing League and we would be playing on, what, NA servers, 150, 200 ping would have been the standard, right? And it's very easy to forget, but, you know, that would have been fine once upon a time. And then once O servers came out, you're thinking, well, how did I ever survive on 200 ping? How have I ever done this before? So I guess the situation of comfort, and then you're like, yeah, you definitely notice the difference between 10 and 50. You definitely notice it between 10 and 20.
Dude, once you get a taste of the finer side of life, though, why would you ever want to go back? You know, 150 ping, it was playable, but that's because we didn't know better. If you go from like a 10 ping server to 150, you wouldn't want to play.
Absolutely
It'd be a nightmare. I mean, I don't know if you remember this, Skibby, but there was a period where like your ping would fluctuate depending on the game. Like as an Oceanic player, you would log in, you'd jump into the Rift, and you'd have 180 ping in one game, and you're like, sick. And you play the next game, and it was 220. And then you play the third game, and it was a lucky dip. You just never really knew. Like imagine dealing with that, a fluctuating ping from like 8 to 48 in any particular game. It would be just gnarly.
I wonder what you had like sacrifice, say, is it like an RNG blessing so that you got a desirable ping to maybe win your promos or to potentially get a good scrim or tournament result, right? It would have been an absolute disaster, which may be the fate here for Harry as he jumps on in. And he's going to get exhausted as Mira will be forced to back away. Flash is held on to, however. So that is a win in terms of mobility here.
Yeah, definitely. But to my point that I made earlier, you know, a bit of extra lane pressure and suddenly Shock's going to have control of the lane itself. That does mean that the door opens for further aggression from Mir, though he's going to be slightly behind in terms of camp clear, as only will have that advantage there. And if there's one thing that we could note from this weekend's games, it's that giving only a camp lead is risky. where not a lot of other junglers will punish super hard. He seems to find a way to do so very effectively.
No, it's action in the mid lane again. And Shock will have that cleanse that he can use, if he wants to, rather aggressively to deny the stun or even the exhaust. But bot lane is definitely keeping itself in check right now with the Direwolves finding the prio, allowing Miru multiple options on where he wants to gank.
I have a question for you. Who has the most champions played in the OPL split?
It's a very good question. I feel like you have to actually do it manually, because I'm looking here at the website.
I know the answer. It's a question for you.
If I know off the top of my head.
Yeah, have a go. Who do you think it is?
That's a very good question. I want to say Shock.
It's not Shock. He's in the top 5 though.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Shock's definitely played a lot.
He has a lot of unique champions. We might have to hold the conversation if this gank does go off. I will give you a hint. It is a mid laner.
Definitely not Tally because he's only just started.
Yeah, he only plays top laners.
And I think Harry's played a lot, but I don't think he's number 1. I'm racking my head here. Who would it be?
You're getting through the few of the teams.
We're getting through the plays in this game, at least. Who would have played the most? That is a good question. That is a very good question.
The answer is Lived for Mammoth.
Has he actually played that many?
He has played 15 individual champions out of what was 18 games when I checked it, and he was well and truly above anyone else. Second was Ayla, which is why I bring that up. He's actually played 12 champions in the support role, which is nuts.
That's impressive.
And then Shock.
Yeah, I knew Shock would definitely be up there because he's always been very confident in the pick ban phase, just to go blind into matchups, not really care. Yeah, getting maybe a ban towards him to help, but I wouldn't have imagined Ayla to be that high up.
Yeah. You never know with someone like Ayla. He's always been, like, when you cast your mind back to last year's League of Legends games, Jarvan was a support for like a one patch period of time. Ayla was playing it. He played it in the OPL. Like, he is one of those guys, you know, that will be very happy to bring out something new or something different, something even creative, perhaps. So it didn't surprise me too much when I saw that, but I didn't think he'd be second.
It's always interesting looking at stats, right? Because they, on their own, might not tell much of a story, but then when you look at it in perspective, you think, oh yeah, it's been 10 weeks of gaming. And this guy is definitely very flexible, one to really meet the meta and the change that the patches will present.
Most definitely. You know, taking stock of this top lane while we're looking at it as well, Skibby Swiper doing pretty much as expected in that 1v1. Renekton does have a lot of earlier extra heal over that of his opponent in the Aatrox. It starts to change a little bit from like level 7, maybe level 6 onwards once Aatrox gets that ultimate, because the threat of his healing does increase a lot by using that R button. But so far, so standard, really, across the map. Only's done pretty much what we expected of him as well. That one camp lead, that bit of extra tempo has actually accelerated him, and there was more time spent from Mira around the mid lane hovering to protect it after that. So finds himself pretty well off here, only getting closer to 6 as he does actually smite that away.
He does. Jungler's going to meet as Mira is forced to disengage away to the safety of his bot lane turret. Only's not going to give up on that, however. He's still hanging around here. He's still posturing at the question of, do I go for this fight? And the Order duo definitely hot on their heels, ready to jump to meet that call if it were required. But Dragon is now the question, and Dragon is what's going to be started here by Order.
Yeah, Mir now sneaks his way into the bush. Doesn't actually have the flag or drag, so if Order check him, he's just going to have to auto-attack and use the W. He doesn't know that Only's doing Drake. They're on.
Well, they definitely are on. Ayla's going to open up with a Dazzle in what was going to be an aggressive nature to start with, and with Only still on that Drake, a first blood is going to be picked up here by Vital. The Dragon is completed, and they're not going to come for any form of retaliation. It's a kill for a Drake. Mid lane River is where the fight takes place. No summoner's burnt. But Hayri definitely taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, Shock actually using his ultimate just for poke, just to try and chunk out his opponent, but Hayri goes towards him, gets the shield off. Fight happening once again in top lane. It's an Executioner's calling for Swiper, so trying to really win those trades and then heal his way back up. An even trade is a win for Swiper, but unfortunately for him, doesn't come out too far ahead in that one. Nothing really doing.
Nothing really doing. We do expect to see a Blade of the Rune King be the rush option now for the Renekton, but the execution is a slight delay on that, but obviously very much needed for this 1v1 matchup if he stands a chance of really going toe-to-toe in these extended skirmishes. Maybe that one not looking the most desirable, but subsequent ones to follow may ring a different tune. As we're going to see now what appears to be a lane swap, as Ayla's already showing his face and his presence here in the mid lane, and with Rare now recalling, Direwolves are already the first ones to respond to the call.
Yeah, for me, it's often just what you should do as a support. I think that it is a very bad decision to play support in League of Legends, and when you reset, not try and influence a lane that isn't where your 2v2 is, as Cupcake is gone.
Well, he wants to definitely influence. Only jumps on in, not going to use that flash, but he's definitely going to land that ultimate. And it's going to spell the end of Cupcake. Falls on down, and now they can rotate towards the Rift Herald, which Mira was almost looking like he wanted to start, but no longer a possibility.
Yeah, once again, Mir behind it experience at 6-5 between these junglers. Mir once again looking for a gank while only continued to farm, but he hits 6 and immediately gets active on the map. This Sejuani finds his mark, and at the same time it was Ayla moving through mid lane to top where that starts to happen. Cupcake face checking that bush. I think he just expected to find a Taric. I don't think he expected a level 6 Sejuani, as Mir...
He doesn't care. He just jumps into the face of adversity. He finds the kill. He cataclysms out to make sure that he has some form of influence on this ensuing team fight. It's going to be a double kill here for Kalista. Rare is on the score sheet and now running with the wind. Picks up a triple.
Yeah, 3 big kills going to the Kalista. I mean, a curious flash from Shock towards the team when he had a Varus above him maybe could have helped. At the end of the day, Direwolves once again go hunting for these kills, and they lose out very clearly on their opponents. You can see the attempted smite steal from Mir. I believe it's only who even picks up the buff after winning that battle. And then tick 6 with that kill, but really it's inevitable. And then you can see Shock's flash there. I think he was going towards Cupcake just because he was on the screen. But a flash upwards may have bought him a little bit of extra time, and that could have been time where Cupcake survived that fight, as it was 3 kills to Rare.
We've seen this happen multiple times today, where the Kalista is given many kills and starts to run away with the game. And whether or not the narrative for this game spells disaster as a result of this one, only 10 minutes in, definitely going to make him quite fed. But the gold differences aren't that major at this stage. Only a 400 gold difference in order to navigate and work with. But definitely signs of what to expect here.
Yeah, most definitely. Starting to build towards those Blade of the Ruined Kings as well, waiting for those item spikes. It's worth noting that Hayri, while he was pretty far behind and it was done by Direwolves with that early pressure, he has still gotten to those Merc trades and will just be able to safely farm from this point onwards. Very hard to take him down with all of the mobility that he actually has with the dash. He's got the blue buff, and with the Merc trades to reduce the stun duration of the Syndra. That was really the only threat that existed in that lane. Probably won't find himself with any threat from Vital or Cupcake if they continue to side lane, now that Rare is 3-0, because the pressure from him starts to mount up very quickly.
Well, would have the sights set on the bottom lane. Going to do as much damage as they can to this turret before the Rift Herald is spawned. Ideally looking for 2 turret plates to remain for the full one-shot headbutt to come on through. Be very close towards it. But regardless of it, they will take down that turret. It is the first one of the game. And they get the ball running in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's a 2,000 lead that starts to stretch out from this one. Once they get their resets off and get to spend all of that money that they earned in bottom lane, it will show us they're diving.
They are absolutely diving. Mirror caught under his tower. The flash goes out, so only drops turret aggro. A second headbutt comes through, and they compound this lead that is found in the bottom lane. 2 turrets and a kill. Order definitely finding success here.
Yeah, Mir falls prey to the game of chicken, 100%. You know, you don't often expect a lot of teams to get that second push to actually threaten the inner turret. Usually they'll just corral Herald into charge and then they'll leave and they'll say that was good 1.5 turrets. But Order, they dash over the wall, they use their ultimates and they lock Mir down, now 1-2. He is definitely struggling on the map. The second only hit 6. His impact has just been huge.
An absolute snowball affair right there that really came across with a second Drake now being picked up here. Is Order working towards one of those being a win condition with the soul point to come online. It is going to be a rift of many different clouds, as mobility will be the theme, and Ultis will be a few, so need to see how Direwolves get themselves into the game. It was a close one beforehand, but now as a result of what happened in bot lane, with all those structures falling on down, that gold lead starts to blow wide open at 3k now.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, all we're looking for at this point in the game is for Order to try and consolidate that lead even further and actually snowball the game out effectively. Direwolves have got a lot of pick potential, a Syndra stun, a Braum, especially if you face check it, Jarvan and Varus ultimate, so they could lock someone down and pick off individuals very easily. But if you were Order, you know, the lead's not too significant, it's building, but you've got a very big Kalista to rally behind. You're actually finally hitting those item spikes, and you should be able to make an influence on the map as, once again, these two just unrelenting fighting.
Always looking for it, but you can understand why, because those Blade of the Rune Kings are online for both Renekton and Kalista. Plenty of damage. Not to mention that Rare also has the Tabbies as well, which may come in clutch as a tower dive has been threatened here. 4 members wanting to pincer on towards this turret.
Yeah, they're going to lose mid for it, though.
Yeah,
so
mid
if they commit to this, yeah, they have to commit now. It's on.
Well, Cosmic Radiance is going to come on out. 2.5 seconds as bolt time is made, and the jump on in with a teleport. Rare does the damage, and he dashes out of that Cataclysm, steals away the mobility, finds himself a double, gets a triple, and my oh my, Direwolves, you've lost so much tempo and so much off that one play. Now, he's 6-0.
Yeah, that was honestly not very good there from Direwolves. I think they made the mistake, and then they were like, well, we're here, and they're already pushing mid lane, so we have to commit to this one. We have no choice. Renekton comes in with a teleport immediately, and a preemptive Taric ultimate as well. And then a fantastic stun combo from Ayla and Rare, who has both of his summoners, by the way, and didn't need to use them at the start of the dive because of the Taric ultimate. They continued to dive that one. Not very good to see from the Direwolves, but extremely well handled by Order.
A very rough tower dive there, as you can see how the fight started out. So many ways for them to avoid any damage, avoid any attention. Obviously buying enough time for Swiper to come on in, but the fact is now, we mentioned, would this be signs of time to come? Well, Rare 7 at 6-0 can definitely 1v9 this game now.
Yeah, like, Cupcake's dead, so let's just... Oh! I mean, is he? He's not dead. Hey, somehow he's not dead, Skibby. Anyway.
It always happens that way. You say it, it won't happen.
I said it. God, I'm just going to be silent from now on. That's how we fix this, right? No, it's going to be very hard to deal with Rare when he's 6-0. Excuse my horrific, not intentional play-by-play off that one. But there are still tools that can kill him, which is what I was trying to say before I stuttered my way into oblivion. Like, the smallest bit of crowd control does ruin Kalista's tempo pretty aggressively. So he needs to be hopping around pretty effectively to continue to put the damage out. But I think with a Taric there, once their summoners are back up, will be hard to deal with. But that does mean the window exists.
What we need, right, for this to be the perfect game is we need him to be 7-0, so he will be the Rare 7, because that is a hard achievement to hit, right? 7-0. I feel like that would be then, you know, you take that clip, that soundbite, that moment in the game, you make that your little highlight reel right there. That's your little League of Legends OPL CV on display. My name
I mean, we could
something.
give him a soundbite of Rare 7 deaths in mid lane by himself every time in mid game, but we'll let it go with the 7-0 instead.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
I enjoy it more. Rare 7-0 no's in mid lane.
Well, regardless, Order are now going to pick themselves up another Rift Herald and make things that much easier as Swiper responds back to the long lane, going for the matchup. Been very quiet here for Direwolves. 8 kills to 2. They've yet to really look towards a full-on commitment of a fight, but you can imagine with these Drakes getting close to the soul point and Baron only 3 minutes away, it'll be do or die for them then.
Yeah, this dragon I don't think could ever be contested. Direwolves are too fresh off the reset to even get to the area in time. They have no vision really set up in the area at all. They're also not really hitting the item spikes on some of the necessary members, so the Gargoyle Stone Plate being completed for the Braum so that he can actually stand in front of his team for at least a little bit longer is going to be pretty crucial here for Direwolves and their team fighting. And an item at all for Chippies is going to be very valuable. as he's still stuck on 3 current components and hasn't even upgraded those boots. So they're just waiting for those at the moment. So sacrificing this dragon, while it feels really bad, because it does put soul point there for Order, is probably the correct move.
There's your highlight. Aatrox still working towards making that Black Cleaver a reality. Shock only sitting on the Ludens right now, and Miru still trying to keep active on the map. He's obviously got the boatload of the deaths on his team, but a lot of that has been as a sacrificial lamb. You know, before he dies, the Cataclysm comes down to prevent members chasing on through. Regardless, he still wants a piece of the pie.
I don't think he should ever look at someone 5 levels above him like a juicy target to murder. So I think that was just... He's lucky that he's able to play zoning D and actually protect Vital as he goes for the turret. And that will be taken. So not too bad, all things considered. But yes, Mir is level 7, by the way.
And that has to be the talking point. Level 7 is lower than the support.
He's 2 levels lower than the support of Order. I think that's a 9. I have so many pixels on my screen. But he's 3 levels behind only as well on the Sejuani. Like, this is not a good time to be a Jarvan.
Very rough game for him so far. And it's going to be scary because obviously only will know of that. And those 50-50s, if it were to come down to that, will be that much better for Order to contest. There goes the Glacial Prison. Or the Glacial Fissure. It's essentially a prison because you're locked in place.
Don't worry, we all get those ones mixed up.
There's so many different glacial terms, isn't there?
There sure is. And fissures and frozens.
It's everything. But regardless, frozen ice. I don't know, snow cones were thrown onto the ground. A disengage comes out. Order continues to put their pressure on the map, sitting topside as a 1v1 takes place again. And Big Swips with the damage. We'll make sure that Chippy's knows of it. Does have that Black Cleaver completed now, and a Warhammer as well, so CDR is nearing that 40%. Will disengage away. Slice and dice, not able to chase.
Yeah, Direwolves. Mir still sitting in the bush, hasn't been spotted. The fight's on.
The fight is most certainly on. Tarek is the one to lead the charge, making everybody go shine bright like a diamond. They're at karaoke right now because they are singing to their heart's content. They are finding kills. They, first of all, abuse the underlevel jungler. Harry jumps in and takes out the support. They look for a third, and Rare, well, it will be a Rare 7. He's not able to get the clean score. He will fall on down, but not without Varus paying the price as well. Now Order turn their attention to the top side. They look to take down the turret and open up a potential inhibitor.
Yeah, just trying to stay defiant here. The Kiwis solo lane is in arms. Chippies and Shock survive. Mir comes back alive because he's such a low level. His death timer is non-existent. Harry still threatening aggressively if he can turn this one around, but he doesn't have his ult and he does not have flash. So they will choose the safe option here. And it is Rare that unfortunately will be the one who goes down, and deservedly with a lot of focus going towards him. We'll see this once again as it is Order flashing in, but it was also Direwolves on the flank. And that's how a lot of this starts. Now, Chippy's dashes over the wall to safety, and then Rare actually loses his Ayla for a second. You're like, okay, they've won the fight. And then you look away for 1 second to top lane, and Syndra just pops a Callista because of her ultimate. So that's simple, 950 gold into the pockets of the Aatrox, but meanwhile, Order still winning the whole game instead.
They absolutely are. And a lot was burnt on both ends of the stick to make something happen there. Look how many flashes now remain. Only the supports still the sole survivors to make something happen. And both actually have a good time of utilizing that flash to make a dazzle connect, or to make a connection happen on the other end. As Cupcake, well, he meets what Azir can do. That means you get displaced and you get picked off.
And as time passes, everyone will start to learn what Azir does more and more. This game is going from bad to worse fast, and it looks like any kind of mid-game hiccups that we've seen from Order here and there are not going to happen. This is the last stand for Direwolves. If they can actually get this Baron, if they can push them off the fight, maybe they buy some more time. They know it's being done. But if Order gets this, it could just be lights out.
They are shredding through this Baron very, very quickly. 3-level difference on that smite. If Miru were to look to contest, he's not going to be able to find it. He's going to fall on down very quickly as Callista, of all things, actually secures it. Now they can rotate and turn their attention with 25 seconds on Soul Point towards the bottom side of the river. And Order can look to try and close out this game.
And that's the thing, right? You're never going to be able to outsmite the Sejuani with a 3-level difference, let alone a Sejuani with a Callista to stack their damage together. As long as the side of Order are communicating, they'll always outsmite their opponent jungler, even if Mir was 3 levels ahead. So very well done there from Order. It's not really a 50-50 when you've got a Callista on your team. You have the advantage as Swiper at least forces the ult out of Chippy's there.
They both go dancing as they dash across the wall, drawing the attention of their teammates to try and make it a fight that works for them. Ultimates will be used on both ends. Both will go for a disengage, but Cupcake again found in the wrong place. He's going to get jumped upon. An 0-6. Definitely not having a good game.
Not at all. Unfortunately, the supports have been having a really hard go of it on Direwolf's team at the moment, but it's a byproduct of the team itself. It's not the individual, at least in this game. There's a whole lot of other problems that they'll need to be attacking. Order continue to snowball this game out very effectively, finding people in side lanes, catching them before they can get their recalls off. And that bad to worse moment is potentially just seconds away.
Ooh, Ed actually went for the flash to lock that CC onto Shock. Nobody there to support him. Halo on one page, the rest on another. They go for the push in mid. Top lane turret, obviously having gone down or getting very close towards it, is not the priority anymore. Baron buff used to escort this cannon wave into the turrets. Here comes the Fate's Call, and they land slap bang onto the jungler again. Miru is gone. It's a 4v5 situation. The turret is being tanked by Ayla. There are no minions just yet, but this turret is surely set to fall.
Yeah, this game's starting to become a really sad affair for Direwolves, and that was mistakes on Order's side, a couple of really overzealous movements there. Hayri even jumping under the turret using his dash forwards and still can't be punished for it. And you might be wondering why Ayla flashed just to get nothing from Shock. Well, they got the cleanse, and that was all only needs to look for that opportunity to throw the ultimate and the dive. Very successful here from Order once again now. They get themselves 2 inhibitors.
2 inhibitors, 17 kills to 4, but that might change just after this team fight commits. We're going to see how things go as Chippy jumps into the backline to start things off with, but after the World Ender expires, he can't do much in that situation. Order want to disengage. They've got what they came for. They don't need anything else, but the Direwolves desperately need resources. Cupcake unlucky not to connect there, as the CC would have spelled disaster.
They could chase this one. There's a teleport from Chippy, Skivvy.
They're definitely chasing. They are finding what they need. Swiper's going to disengage. Everybody on full disengage mode. But they may just find it.
They're trying.
Swiper in the tri-brush.
No.
He is looking to try and take out Vital one-on-one. He's going to go on down. Baron buff will be utilized at the very end of its tenure. Cupcake going to fall again. It's a 2v2 now. He looks like a karate ninja in the air. It's a trophy as he's participated in the under-15s MVP tournament. And it's going to be a 2v2. It's going to end. It's going to be done. The quarantine is over.
Hey, they pushed very far forwards, Direwolves, and Order really did get routed. Sooner or later, they had to turn and fight their opponents, and they actually got a couple trades there. Vital went 1-for-1 with Swiper, and Swiper was worth 700 gold. So at the end of the day, this was... Order overstayed their welcome pushing for a second inhibitor, and they got the inhibitor, so they can't be upset about this, but they got chased to the ends of the earth for this trade. Now, Vital and Swiper are the two that you should be looking at, because they do in fact go 1-for-1. Swiper starts the fight with 0 HP, but Vital with 10 million attack speed thanks to his lethal tempo puts in some work, and they almost get rare here. Very close, but unfortunately not close enough, as Cupcake dies before Shock can get to the mix, and they're not going to be able to lock him down.
When it came down to 2 on both sides, they definitely said, look, we don't have anything left. Let's just disengage from this one, and we'll fight another day. And that day may be right here. As Miru's going to flash away from what would have been the fight, but right now, a Fate's Call will secure a second engage attempt, and they won't miss it when it presents itself like that. Hayri is the one to find the execution. On to the Direwolves ADC Prodigy. He's down, and down for a very long time at 30 seconds in excess. Order wanting now to push the end.
Yeah, threatening the end. I don't think it's going to be too possible with the Syndra still there. Has enough mana to clear a wave. They're actually just going to go for the third inhibitor. Shock's going to get a chance to reset, get some extra mana. But waiting for the double supers maybe to start crashing, and that'll coincide with a Baron in 50 seconds anyway. If Order can't win now, they still have a free Baron on the cards to help after.
First Nexus turret falls, the second soon to follow. They're waiting as long as they can for Vital to come online, but it's just not going to happen because the Nexus is now exposed. They're going to go for the end. Cosmic Radiance is online, keeping his members healthy for such a long time, and that's enough to get Shock out of this one. He uses his ultimate, but nobody falls as a result. Order will pick up the dub, 22-6. You never doubted them for 1 second in that game there, Rusty.
Not at all, and that's actually, again, an improvement from Order. They forgot their healing cut in the first game of the day, but this time around, they never looked like they were out of it. They constantly had the lead. They accelerated that lead very nicely, and like you mentioned, never really at risk of losing that one by any means. They give over some kills to Direwolves like we saw in the game, but how far Direwolves had to chase to get those kills at all, it's very clear who was in the driver's seat in that game.
Well, momentum is found there for Order, finding some victories to give themselves some flawless runs in this one. That does it for game number 4. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, there are still 2 more games left to finalize and close out Week 10.
Hey guys, welcome back to the OPL. We just saw Order take down Direwolves to extend their winning streak to now 5 games heading into the grand finals. It's going to be a Spawn and Rusty duo segment. Do not be alarmed by the angry man behind a Gragas painting, because it is going to be Nick still suffering some technical difficulties, Rusty. And last week I heard it was you suffering the technical difficulties. Can you just describe the mindset of what Nick is going through right now? Oh no, I've just lost Rusty. Okay, you're back. Thank goodness. We've all lost Rusty. Oh my god, is this my time to shine? Is this the solo casting moment? Finally? No sound Rusty. Hell yes. Spawn solo show. Here we go. So what Rusty was trying to describe in eloquent words was he was saying that it is super frustrating and that you're just kind of sitting at your computer raging out. And there's really nothing you can do. We have an IT guy. His name's Victor. He's been remoting into every single one of our computers today. I had issues. Nick's had issues. Skimmy doesn't have issues, but he's a New Zealander, so that comes with a whole host of different issues. And now Rusty finally also suffering some issues. So I'm going to be here solo talking a little bit about that last game. Direwolves coming into this weekend, changing up their support, playing Cupcake. No, absolutely not. I don't want you in my ear. Shut up. This is my time to shine, Nick. They went Cupcake into Decoy, back into Cupcake. So playing Cupcake in both games versus the playoffs teams collectively didn't have a great performance. And I just want to hit on something that Skimmy and the team were talking about. I believe he is playing from New Zealand. So I wonder if ping is a factor right now. Am I going to brag any? No, I'm not going to brag any. I think the Direwolves are a really good team and they finished above us on the ladder. So I'm not bragging at all. They still hold the head-to-head 2-1. So I think, yeah, that's just something for Direwolves. They've obviously got some roster consistency things going on. I think they're going to be a much better team after the break. And whether it's going to be Chiefs or Legacy they play against on the upper side of the bracket, we'll find out after the last game of the day. Obviously, Audit now. 5-game winning streak. Very proud of the boys from Melbourne. They've been able to fix a lot of their mid-game issues, I think, specifically getting caught on their setup. And I think it's looking very good. Lady Dubsy, is that a warm jacket? Yes, it is. It's actually the World's Manager jacket. This is my big flex. I had to purchase this. It was a very expensive jacket at Worlds last year, but it is hella comfy. Also comes with a fur-rimmed hood if you want to put it on. Nick boy, you didn't try everything, mate. You didn't try not living in a mansion. If you're in a shack, the internet would reach the 1 bedroom of the shack. And unfortunately, that's not the case right now. So we are about to head into the next game of the night. I believe it is Pentanet.gg going up against the Mammoth lineup. Pentanet, their season has looked really roughed. 4 minutes 20 left, I've been told. Okay, that's a lot longer than I thought. I was kind of hoping for a 1 minute warning, but 4 minutes will do it. Pentanet's later half of the season has looked really rough. They came out swinging. Rogue was very vocal that this is one of the best teams he's ever played with. But he hasn't actually been seen in a while on broadcast because we only interview winners. And I think that this is definitely a team that look like they were the goods, but unfortunately have slid. Mammoth, on the other hand, I think are a super interesting team. They had a great game versus Order earlier today. Kwaku on the Alawi is starting to emerge as maybe one of the most improved players in the OPL. And Boma and Artek look the goods down there in the bottom lane. And I would question whether if the OPL was started today, if the Mammoth team could maybe challenge the Avant lineup for that last spot in the gauntlet, because we saw them play Avant Gaming yesterday. We actually saw them pick up a dub pretty convincingly. And this is a team that has so much young promise. When you're rebuilding within the OPL, this is how you do it. You grab very young new kids that have been around, experienced veterans before, and then you just try and get as much game time into them as possible. Really respect Mammoth for how they've approached this season, and think their team is doing them very proud on Summoner's Rift right now. Guys, the reason you're just talking to me is because everyone else in the whole world is having technical difficulties, and we sent Skimmy on a break, very foolishly. So everyone else is gone. Lady Dumsy, do I have any Bryce Courtney books? I do not believe so. Jenna and Jasper just arrived home. Hello, darling. What do you think about Mammoth taking your allowing trying to use against you? Funny story about that. I actually will tell this story. So we always used to share rooms. Order always used to share rooms at Riot with Mammoth. And my boys are big fans of lollies. And we would leave our leftover lollies before COVID-19 for the Mammoth guys. And we would kind of have this like really wholesome, like they would come in the room, we'd be leaving the room, and we would like talk to them about picks and stuff like that. And Kwaku one time actually left our boys, because they played earlier, a big packet of nerds. And Dos was really happy about that. He's a big nerds fan. And he just mentioned to Kwaku, hey dude, like with how you play laning phase, with how like you just look for chip and you position really well, I actually think Alawi could be a really good pickup for you. And Kwaku took that to solo queue. He's busted it out a couple of times against us in scrims as well. Obviously played it on stage today really, really well. And Kwaku is the nicest guy in the OPL, so I'm super happy to see Sam doing well. Obviously had a couple of rough weeks early, but now solo killing people, becoming a legitimate threat up there in the top lane. His champion pool is getting bigger. Plays things like the Poppy, Renekton, as well as on. Now pulling out the Maokai. I think that's really, really great. I've been told we're going to be joined by Skimmy because he's back from his break. So Skimmy, if you're there, Andre, save me.
I am back. Look, we're getting it done. It's been one of those weekends, right? You finalize the seedings, you finalize everything, and it wouldn't be a bit of shenanigans in the OPL or shenanigans in the Oceanic region, right? The internet in Australia just not as good as New Zealand, and New Zealand once again they just take those dubs, right? We beat you at sports and we beat you at internet. I mean, what else do we need to beat you at, mate? What else do we need to take back?
Honestly, mate, if we could take the OPL and put it in New Zealand, I would go. I went to, I think it's called Lake Taupau, something like that.
Oh, Lake, yeah.
That area is beautiful of New Zealand.
It
Jenna
is.
and I went to Auckland, hired a minivan, and just drove around for like 2 days. It is still my most fond holiday ever. It was like 2014, I believe, just before I became a shoutcaster. I actually got my job offer from Riot while I was on that holiday. And big fond memories, mate. So I agree. New Zealand, good. Are you from that area of New Zealand, or are you from the other crappy area?
So I was from Christchurch, where all the drama happened, right? So I've been riding the rocky waves, and it's actually funny because Christchurch is such a small place that we had really good internet. I think we had if we wanted to, so I was on fiber, it was like 200 down, but if I wanted to, I could have gone to 4K down. Do you know what I mean? That's the difference of NZ internet. And the place that we moved into, we found a new house, and all it had was fiber. So, these new homes are just insane. I don't know, New Zealand, they've just got their shit together, mate. So, we'll have to wait and see. Because somebody else that may have it, maybe in a different fashion, will be this Champion Select. So, without further ado, filling aside, let's crack on in with the Macca's Champ Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Here we are again. Let's crack on into the fifth game of the day. Getting ever so close now to the OPL Classico. It's Pentanet.gg taking on Mammoth. Both these teams without a chance now to make it into the playoffs, but still with a lot of pride on the line. We've talked about it in the last few days, this terrible loss streak that Pentanet have found themselves into in these tail end weeks. And, surely they have to find something to finish this split with a smile.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think this is an important game for both of these teams, because if you're some of these players, and Split 2 is the all-important split, quote-unquote, because OPL teams love to get the Worlds over MSI, then this could be the last game you play in the OPL. Every single player out here, this is, last versus second last, I believe, is going to be going hard in the paint, Skippy. And I do not expect this to be, the Gravitas versus Chiefs game that we saw before. I expect this to be really good drafting coming out of both of these coaches and these young players trying to make their mark, because these are two of the youngest squads that we actually have within the league at the moment.
Yeah, you've got the development and the points that need to be proven to justify their places here, and to say that, there isn't going to be, so to speak, a big overhaul during the off-season. Whether or not that is even a potential, but regardless, definitely a chance to showcase what they are made of, what their mental is like coming into this matchup, as we're going to see the Misfortune locked in as a first priority. Seems to be the case when these other high-priority champions are banned away, and the Jarvan and Taric still continues to have an insane presence in the draft.
But finally, Skimmy, we see the fact that Yaxuli has gone back towards his Nidalee.
Yeah.
I said he needs to stop playing it, he needs to learn things like the Lee Sin, like the Sejuani. I think he went too far the other way. I think that even when these people were picking greedy junglers, he wasn't punishing. But this is finally a punish. Jarvan sucks into Nidalee, and I really hope that Sorley just shows how good he is at these farm-oriented junglers.
No, I'm looking forward to it as well, because as you say, yeah, definitely been a big preference towards Lee Sin. Then he turned his attention back to the Gragas, which is also, I believe, his second most played this split. So the Nidalee is going to be an interesting one. We've seen him practice it in the past. I don't believe he's actually played it in the OPL, but one that he's very proficient on nonetheless. Mammoth will lock in their bot lane. We're going to get a bit of a glimpse of, once again, a very familiar sight now. Plenty of engage, plenty of protection for the insurance policy of we can do it once, we can do it twice.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to drag these games super late. I also think it's so funny that we've gone from at the start of the year where Kwaku was just blind picking his champion every single game, was getting no priority in the draft, to now drawing target bans and also like actually getting dropped to 5th pick sometimes. So like huge evolution of the player. I was talking about it like when I had my solo shot, Skimmy. I don't know whether you tuned into the Spawn PL before, but I really do think that Kwaku has significantly improved throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, we talked about it at the start, right? I think weeks 1 to 5 at least, he was always being bullied. He was relentlessly locking in the Ornn and very stubborn in that fact to say, I want to play this, we just think it's insane, and to rely on obviously the ornaments coming online to make sure that their team had a fighting chance. But definitely in these most recent weeks when he showcased us the likes of Fiora, the Poppy, and the others that are very meta at the moment, he has made a statement for himself. And in most recent games, even the game against you boys earlier today on the Alawi, was looking to try 1v5.
Yeah, I thought he nearly had 1v5 on that mid lane team fight. If one more person survives there, they could get Baron. That game's completely different. We even had to sneak an Elder Dragon to be able to win the last team fight, right? So certainly, and I was saying this, Mammoth beat Avant yesterday. Like, this is a team that has taken Order to the edge, beaten Avant. Like, they are so close to being a playoff contender. Like, I just have been so insanely kind of proud of how this team has lived up to some of the expectations put on them. When I looked at Bass and Lived in the first couple of weeks, I thought this team could really grow into something good, and I think it has.
Well, Spawn, I need you to, clarify what I'm witnessing on my screen right now. We're seeing another Graves. Now, this Graves this time will be, what, top lane?
Yeah, so this is what I thought it would be. Really good pick into a lot of these blind top laners. Like, it can play into Ornn, it can play into Renekton. So this is what I thought we would see. And then Kassadin counterpicks LeBlanc. And the way it counterpicks LeBlanc is it lives throughout the laning phase quite easily. It never really gets priority until about level 9 to level 13, somewhere in there, depending on how well you play. But it is able to live. You should never be able to kill a Kassadin, especially when you have an AP jungler as well, Skinny. And if Lived gets to level 16, the Nexus on the other team explodes. It just happens.
It just blows up on its own accord.
Yeah,
there's nothing else.
Exactly right. The Nexus gets up and just runs away from Kassadin. So that's how strong the champion is at level 16.
Gives up.
You don't even need items on Kassadin to actually be relevant. He's just so insanely strong. We saw a mana stacking Kassadin yesterday, actually out of Siemens, I believe. Never really got to that online point. They kind of seeded too much before the game actually was happening. Hopefully Liv plays it a little bit more aggressively. There are still windows between level 11 and level 16 where you can fight on Kassadin and you can take really good trades to the sideline.
Yeah, what did he have? He had the Roa and the Ceres, and he was just waiting to find that one moment, right? He'd been tunneling so hard on the fleet footwork to keep himself sustained during the laning phase and those desirable traits. It wasn't to happen. And we'll have to see if this is a different tune. We're going to jump into game number 5 very shortly, but before we do, we're going to jump to a quick break. So don't go anywhere.
Have we actually got a full 3-minute break? Can we confirm that, production? Dude, I'm just going to go get a drink really quickly.
Yeah. Welcome back. We're back again, Spawn. We're here.
You certainly are, my friend. And guys, we know that there are definitely technical issues happening. Just want to stress that in 2 weeks we picked up a whole studio and moved it from a physical place on Earth to into a cloud somewhere in the sky. I don't technically know what that means, but obviously as wind is pushing the cloud further away from Nick and Rusty's house, they've lost connection. So Skimmy and I are still safe. The cloud is still close enough to us, but what I'm trying to say in a bit of a cheeky way is we understand that stuff is going to right now. We are trying our best to work our way through it, and we thank you for your patience. But we are into the second last game of the night, Skimmy.
We are indeed. It's Pentanet.gg taking on Mammoth for what should be an absolute banger. Both these teams sitting at the bottom of the table, but that won't take anything away from this occasion. They've definitely got drafts that showcase they want to make something happen. And that really is signified by one, the sorely niddly pick, one that we want to see him go back to again, and then lived here on the Kassadin.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I look down these drafts, Skimmy, I can't help but think that Mammoth have been able to do it again and have a very good draft. Pentanet's draft really does need to hit hard and get in a good position for this mid-game. I would say, probably 3,000 to 5,000 gold by 20 minutes is what I'm expecting of such an early game comp coming together, and we'll see whether they're able to execute on that, Skimmy. Expectations is Mammoth just scale for days. Tarek plus Kassadin. How much more scaling can you get in a comp?
Well, I think they've already won, quite honestly, their Spawn, if I was to give my unbiased opinion. The fact that Tarek is rocking the pink attire, he's looking very fabulous on this Rift here, so maybe that is a factor of just distraction during the laning phase, so that you do get dazzled on many different occasions.
Certainly could be. Bye, Panther. Whoa!
Good little trade.
good? Mate, that's a great trade. Like, there, that just looked unanswerable. What do you do? What's a poor Renekton to do? Renekton's supposed to be a lane bully, Skimmy.
Oh, he's just been bullied by a shoddy. As Rogue is going to make sure that the Flay finds a little bit of love, but he gets taken so low as a result. Rend will definitely do some damage there. And Bio still level 1, making Quaku absolutely work for it here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Quaku, you're just happy because the wave's been pushing towards you. So you're just going to sit here, you're going to bide your time. You're going to say, guys, don't worry, I am a rock in the top. I am an armored titan. And I'm just going to sit here and farm as best as I can underneath my turret until I have access to all of my abilities, because right now, Biopanther just keeps shooting me in the face.
Oh, he's been forced to burn through those resources, the potions to sustain himself, couple that with the Doran shield. Renekton will obviously have the teleport, and that'll be definitely something to consider if the subsequent trades do continue to be desirable here for Bio on the Graves. But mid lane is where I'm curious on, right? Obviously, Kassadin being such a good shutdown towards AP mages, whether or not Get Back can have that influence, or if he looks to say, look, we know that Kassadin wants to hit 16, I need to try and, as you say, make something happen in the early game. I need to influence these side lanes. I need to really punish what this Kalista is trying to achieve.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right, is that Kassadin should lose the lane still, in my opinion. You don't lose it hard, right? You will soft lose prio. You might go down a couple of CSs, you get chunked out. Obviously, you run Fleet Footwork, so you can stay healthy. But I don't... Oh, actually, Bass in trouble.
He is in trouble. He's forced to burn the flash, the response as well. Flag and drag is the insurance, and he sidesteps out the spear. Sully will utilize that movement speed from the bush. One order will do it. And first blood here, picked up by PGG.
And this is what I expected to see, right? So Kassadin still loses this lane early, Skimmy. It's not like Kassadin gets a free lane in any lane. It's that this lane is more free than other lanes. And that's therefore why you would be able to pick it. That was a very good setup there from Sully. He gets to the crab first, catches Bass kind of face-checking him there as well, burns through the flash, and very expertly run through the bushes to be able to pick up the additional movement speed. I like that. That's what we want to see out of our Italy. We said 3,000 gold by 20 minutes. They're on the road there.
They are getting it done. If this gold can continue to build up, and Pentanet have a window in which they can execute and keep these members in line. Obviously, the jungle difference is starting to become apparent with that matchup. Bio still being very aggressive in his top lane here as Sully shows his face again. Spear will not connect. The slice and dice gets him out of harm's way. Dark Harvest stack is picked up. Flash for flash. Dash to get the kill. And Bio now on the score sheet as well.
Yeah, and this is what you expect, right? You've got yourself a really good early game composition. You want to see them push the lead as hard as they can. Sully, on a typical carry jungle style, taxes some minion waves. Praetor's going to take a very late land and get himself to safety as well. And they're already up 1,200 gold, Skimmy. This is looking to be a much more promising early game out of the Pentanet.gg lineup.
A recall goes off for Praetor, but Rogues gets interrupted there. Shouldn't harm them too much in the grand scheme of things, but the wave is pushing back to Mammoth if they were to opt for a potential freeze.
And they have, right? You can see him, Boma, already shopped. He's got himself the double longswords. That's why the better base came out for Praetor. But you're right, wave positioning certainly suits the Mammoth lineup right now. And Boma going to be able to lessen this gold lead by denying CS away from the 80 carry of the Pentanet.gg lineup. This generally could give Rogue a window to head towards that mid lane, maybe look for a cheeky gank, because there's not all that much kill threat that will come out of Taric plus Kalista at this stage of the game. Level 6, it becomes much more kind of difficult. But you can see instead of going towards mid lane, they go towards the dragon. They're going to be able to pick up the first dragon of the game. It is going to be that Ocean. And this sets up an 8-minute flip really, really nicely for the Pentanet lineup.
And it'd be much better if they can pick up a kill here before Bio hits level 6. Both are close. Bass unable to find that window. He's spending a lot of time up here as well. Was actually considering the recall, but decides, look, I need to make something happen. Dragon picked up by Pentanet in the bottom side. They now force to play in top. There's no flash because it was used in the previous fight. Bass and Quaku getting themselves on the score sheet to start off top lane.
Yeah, big Quakers. Just gets himself a cheeky little kill up there. Also has himself a CS lead now. Thank you very much, he says, Mr. Bass. That's going to also bait out the teleport that Biopanther was able to hold on to, thanks to the earlier gank. And Mammoth hit back, you know, gold lead back within 400. Short Dragon did go over to the Pentanet.gg lineup, but until they get towards a soul, not really going to count those chickens, because we've seen too many times that teams pick up an early dragon, but they sacrifice too much for it.
Absolutely. And we talked about it a little bit also in terms of what dragons are worth sacrificing, especially the Mountain and the Infernal in the early stages, because what the 3-4% buff increase isn't going to account for much. Hold that thought though, however. The repeat game comes across again. It's going to be a 2 for 2, but it's now going to become a 3 for 2 as Get Back joins the fight with a TP coming in clutch. Castellan will not respond. He will stay strong in mid lane, but the pays the price because now Get Back will respond and come back to this lane with a double kill.
And that is just Cassidy doing his job right there. You cannot come second to a gank as Cassidy. You're useless, especially when you have no items and no mana at this stage of the game. So really respect the decision from Liv to stay home. Do the right thing, guys. We're in the middle of a pandemic. There's like viruses and health scares running everywhere. Why would you ever leave the house? Just stay in the safety of the mid lane, continue to scale up, wait until you get told that you're level 16 and it's good to go back outside. And then really, the world is your oyster as a Cassidy at that stage. I think I got lost in that analogy a little bit, Skinny. But
I know. I was mesmerised by it, mate. I was letting you have your little moment, and I was along for the ride.
But still, that is a good sign from the PGG lineup. Hook will go wide in this bottom lane. You can see Mboma and Artek inching towards that level 6. Once they're there, the all-in of this lane is so terrifying, Skimmy. We see it all the time in the LCK. We're starting to see it a little bit more now in the OPL. This is a genuine fight lane when you would not expect that out of most Taric lanes.
They're definitely threatening it at every chance that they get. Artek being a little bit more restrained now with his dazzles as to when he wants to try and make those fights happen. Both supports inching ever closer to level 6, which is, as you say, when it really starts to shine. Bass going to come in here, but is going to be spotted by a ward. Instantly out goes the recall. Control ward will spot it too. Time wasted, but time option, that was to be considered.
And you might wonder why he walked back out of that brush and then re-recalled. You just never want to let the opposing team know when you're recalling as a jungler. So even if you're going to recall again immediately, you should wait until you're off vision to do so, because otherwise it just gives Sully, on the tempo jungler, too many options. And you can see already Sully pounces towards that Rift Herald. He knows that Bass isn't on Summoner's Rift right now. He is on vision, however, and there is potential that you fight this. You do have teleport on Lived, and Bass is quite strong. Sully doing it very quickly, and it looks like the play's off. They're not going to go towards it.
Yeah, shredding for it too far, too easily. And take it down, continue the momentum that Pentanet had been building. Still a 1k buffer though, and you mentioned they needed to get at least 3 to 5. This will definitely assist them with that if they can find some structural advantages with it, and potentially a pick too.
Yeah, and I really think that they should try and get uneven lane assignments right now. The reason behind that is, hold the thought. Good chunk coming out of Get Back in the mid lane there. What I was going to say is the reason they should flip, in my opinion, is they have superior wave clear on Biopanther's champion, and they're going to be able to 2v1 much easier. Quaku in the top lane, however, looks so aggressive right now, Skimmy.
Yeah, he tried to jump in and he's going to feign the recall. He's going to dash back in with Dominus, get the swing of the dagger to do the damage. But the dagger goes into his back and takes him down as he falls prey to the gank attempt as both junglers rock up to the party, and that is going to be the push attempt that we were highlighting, where the Rift Herald may be able to find value as Bass is forced to come back.
Yeah, and that is going to be an Biopanther, so I wouldn't expect an immediate drop. However, they are trying to get through a couple of these turret plates and maybe set up for the turret push.
Fair bit of damage done, but as you say, no mana, not going to be the easiest time. Only 10 minutes in, so still plenty of time before those turret plates fall on down, but more money in his pocket, up by 10 CS at this stage. Not a bad attempt at all. Same could be said for bottom lane. And Cassidy going to find a slight lead in terms of CS by staying in the mid lane, but obviously you cannot forget the fact that Get Back was able to find 2 kills. So, all around, yes, the gold lead may be, what, 1500? But with the Drake now spawning in under 10 seconds, you imagine Mammoth will give this one up again, having their bot side in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talk about it all the time, but one Infernal Drake isn't game breaking. So you just give this one up, you back away from the bottom turret. Quaku shouldn't die here. You can get top lane down pretty quickly with these champions. Taric's attack speed is actually something that's underrated in his kit. Whenever he uses his spell, he gets a big burst of attack speed. So I think this is, a fairly good trade right now for Mammoth lineup, because what you have to remember if you're Mammoth is we scale it. And if we take this late, we win it. So why would you ever make a play? Just continue to say, we scaling, boys. And just, try and live for as long as possible. Now that means you can't give up everything, Skimmy. Too many times teams use we scaling as we losing. Kwaku getting dove now.
Oh, absolutely beautiful push. This is exactly what we wanted to see right now. 2 turrets will fall, and now 4 members look to collapse onto Kwaku, forced to burn the flash. Does actually buy a lot of time for their top lane to continue pushing. They won't be able to even out the CS, or sorry, the tower push that has come across here. This will be a win for Pentanet. It will mean they can freely rotate now towards the dragon.
I mean, honestly, if Kwaku hadn't have burnt flash there, I would have said that's fine for Mammoth. The second turret isn't worth all that much gold. They're going to lose themselves the dragon, but we knew that already, Skimmy. You weren't fighting for it. So Kwaku just needs to maintain his flash there, and that's a fine trade. He now has a long lane to be able to farm in. He's going to be fine as a Renekton. He's a fairly tanky fellow just through the Dominus alone. Going to head towards that level 11 mark quite soon. And they've got a good 1-3-1 setup, so I think that's just like a little bit of inexperience from Kwaku. Pentanet is a team that loves to trade. They're very experienced at splitting the map. And they're just capitalizing on that, right? And getting a slight advantage where maybe there shouldn't have been one.
Regardless, he's going to go back to that lane. He's still within touching distance off this Graves, all things considered. But whether or not his priority changes, or if he is going to be left on an island, it doesn't seem like Bass has shown him much love since those initial few ganks in the top lane. But the first checkpoint is very close here for Liv's Cassidy. Very close to level 11. And that's that window between now and 16 where you really start to wonder, how do Mammoth navigate it and prevent this gold lead from snowballing out of control? It's creeping up to the 3k margin in favor of Pentanet. And the second Rift Herald is not far away.
Yeah, absolutely isn't. You can see that they're positioned on the right side of the map to be able to fight it again. Lived is exactly where he does not want to be. He wants to be weak side, not strong side, because that's where you get the most farm at this stage of the game. And you can see that he is being collapsed on very quickly. Kwaku in the bottom lane, he's getting free farm. But Cassidy being shoved off turrets, definitely a good thing for Pentanet.gg right now.
They're going to look to push in this tower, making sure that Praetor is the main one, getting these resources, getting the gold. Got a lot of it in the turret siege push down and bottom before. And we'll have many members to support him.
How Pentanet have all of a sudden just gone back to their old playstyle. Wherever Praetor is in the mid game, let's move towards him. He was in bottom lane, let's move to him and drop the Rift Herald bottom lane. He's in top lane, let's move 3 members up to him. Ignore all of Sully's jungle camps. They're all up and available right now. And set up around Praetor. Praetor now has himself 2 turret leads. So whilst he hasn't got himself a CS lead, if we took a look at the gold, I'm sure he's up a lot of gold right now because he's taken himself so many resources off the map. And this is what Pentanet did brilliantly well throughout the beginning of the season, Skimmy. We spoke about it so much that he's like the turret and then everyone else moves where the turret goes. Now if they park in mid lane, everyone will play around mid lane. It's a little bit of a shame, in my opinion, that they seem to have lost that wave for the last couple of weeks. And in their final game of the season, when they have got themselves a 3,000 gold lead at 15 minutes, they finally go back to it.
It is interesting, right, that topic. You know, they kind of veered away from it for a while, and whether or not that was a direct instruction from their coaching staff of we need to try and develop new identities, maybe new possibilities of strats going into a best-of-5 series. Yeah, obviously didn't pan out in the end. That's the story that we know now is confirmed, but to see them go back into this one and obviously go hard in the paint and say, this is what worked for us at the beginning, let's go back to that, let's make it convincing, and let's close out the season.
That happens in esports. Like, if you take another, like, sport that has multiple styles, right? And I always use MMA. If you're a really good wrestler, you don't say, hey, for a 5-round match, like, I need to completely flip my style. You might say, hey, we need to incorporate some more striking or something like that. There is room for improvement. But you very rarely completely go away from what your hard strength is.
Yeah.
But it happens all the time in esports, I find. You know, people that we would say are pure tank players all of a sudden start swapping on its head, not taking, you know, the next best tank available, but they'll try and play something like a Renekton and it won't work out for them.
Yeah, I always find it interesting comparing it to the likes of football, but we'll hold that thought for a second. Has lived as a trophy flashes away. Oh, he nearly got the denial, but Sully had that one queued up and finds the kill execution. My comparison before was going to be, yeah, you know, especially with the churn that tends to happen with professional football managers and how they come in and try and deploy their own ideas. Suddenly, like, you know, your team's identity completely shifts. The players that do fall in and out of favor, the systems that they're, you know, forced to respond to. I always find it kind of interesting to see how teams adapt to it and how sort of their identity as a whole shifts as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're getting towards 17-minute marks. Give me, I said 5,000 gold is the upper echelons of the lead that I would expect Pentanet to be able to have. And this is exactly why. We're kind of seeing them just shift around Summoner's Rift right now. They're taking all the outer structures. They've now got third dragon coming up and available. It is going to be a Mountain Drake. And this is just really beautifully played. We take another look in the mid lane. Exactly what happened here. Predator turns around. The pink ward. You got to be able to read that. You have to take the Lantern early, Skimmy, because pink wards stop you from clicking on Thresh Lantern if they're well placed.
Yeah, I've seen that happen many a time, and whilst infuriating, incredibly effective. So a little bit of creative play there from Mammoth to get themselves back in with a chance as we bring up the score sheet in terms of gold right now. Both in the bot lane, completely even. Mid lane is where we highlighted before in terms of a big difference for Get Back. But the jungle is really where it starts. For the first 17 minutes, Sully has run this map, being the first one to top Scuttle, then to get the first blood onto Bass, and then to camp Biopanther and make sure that he's always the one to get him the kills.
Yeah, and Sully has played this game really smart, because your role as a tempo jungle is to first find the ganking jungler. That's exactly what he did, right? He found him in the jungle, he killed him. Now that you've burnt that flash, there is much less pressure on the lanes to be able to play around the Jarvan. Afterwards, he goes towards the strongest member on the map and secures that lane in Biopanther. Now he's taken 3 dragons, double Rift Herald, hasn't died yet, is 40 odd CS up as well. I would say nearly flawless performance coming out of the Pentanet.gg jungler. And it's really nice to see because Sully started off really well but has had a couple of shocking weeks. But this game in particular looks the goods again.
Certainly does. And it's now a case of, can they complete the job that they have started? Can they navigate this mid-game without too many scratches on the bumper? As Lived continues to apply the pressure in the side lane, level by level, working his way towards that magical number. Bass once again respecting it. And is sure to isolate and identify the win condition to make sure that it has the ease of execution to reach it and make sure that they don't continue to give up these objectives, as Baron will be up in a minute. And Soul Point is up for debate in just under 4.
Yeah, and they're still a full item away from this Cassidy being where he wants to be, right? He's going to have himself the upgraded Seraphs quite soon. 6 stacks of that Rod of Ages already done. But this is the exact spot that the Cassidy was yesterday. He's got 3 minutes to somehow find an item, Skimmy. Otherwise, that's soul gone. And then 6 minutes after that, it's going to be Elder. And you cannot give up Elder in modern-day League of Legends. It's just a death sentence. So we're seeing in kind of back-to-back performances of Cassidy that you do have to see too much in the early game. I mean, I credited him for staying at home and not using that teleport, but the lane deploys were really scuffed. He should have been in bottom lane where there was no turrets to take, just free farming when Renekton was. I think he would have had another, 30 CS by now. And this game could have been much different if Kwaku was a person trying to defend those top turrets.
Well, if it's not going to be Lived, the one that I've always been really impressed has been Mboma. He's been doing a fantastic job of keeping up in the CS here. Got a healthy lead over Praetor as a team fight will now take place. Out comes the Cosmic Radiance to buy some time as the supports flex their power in this skirmish. A flash has to be used in the end. No summoners for their bot duo. Pentanet finding the moment, executing flawlessly, and now turning their sights towards Baron.
Okay, how good is the arm? Can Pentanet throw a 5,000 gold lead at 20 minutes? This is exactly where we wanted them to be, Skimmy. And you can see that they've started up the Baron. Kwaku knows that they're on it. Lived is still hitting bottom lane turret. Do they just give it up? Is that what the call is? Looks to be the case. Just get some
Looks
farm
to be the
onto
case.
Give it up. But now how do you fight the dragon in 2 minutes? Oh, I'm not sure about this call.
And they also find a kill. Get Back just solos that Kwaku as well. This is going to be a Hail Mary end, a finale of fireworks to close this game out. A minute 40 as they go for a fresh shot and unleash all kinds of power to look to try and close this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been clinical by Pentanet.gg. And when I watch games like this, Skimmy, I have to think to myself, was it actually the pressure that got to them? This is a pick from Get Back. Max distance on the chain, going to use the second one as well. Kwaku kind of stutter-stepped, and that's really well played. Just makes him pay for it. But yeah, back to my kind of train of thought. And like, I could be completely wrong, but if Pentanet on a game with no pressure can come out and torch Mammoth. Like, this is a shellacking. 21 minutes in, 6,000 gold. Like, they're doing everything right. Everyone on the team is doing their job. Then where did they go for really 6 weeks of this season? Because it is just a completely different game when you add pressure to it. Some people are big game players and deal with pressure really well, and other people struggle to rise to the occasion. Obviously, Pentanet.gg, a young team, so still have a very long time to learn. But this seems to be a game with no pressure on them, where they're just waltzing around Summoner's Rift doing whatever they want.
And I think if you were to, open up that point a little bit more, I wonder if the hype leading into Split 1 really got to them, right? Because coming into this, all the armchair analysts, all the predictions that were coming out were like, this is a team looking to fight for top 4. They have so much potential, a lot of experience, multiple members that can really showcase what they are all about. Whether or not that was where the hype was too much and the pressure, as you say, really rose to it. Regardless, they are definitely making a statement now, something for them to be proud of. Something for them to close out the split with, as they now take down 2 inhibitor turrets, working towards the inhibitors themselves. Mid and bot lane exposed, and that Soul ever so close to being the next objective contested.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be an exit Soul right now. You can see that they're just chucking spears, zoning them away from the turrets. With 2 inhib down, there's no way that you can take this Soul fight. If you are the Mammoth lineup, you're now 7,000 gold down. And this is what the snowball is. For those that haven't watched League of Legends before, this isn't like if you lose the first half, you're on equal footing for the second half. Like, the pitch doesn't change. Like, this would be as if you played AFL football, and if you lose the first half, their backmen grow 6 inches and run 20% quicker. Like, the game becomes much more difficult when you lose the first half, and that's why scaling has not been seen in the OPL, because we are the second quickest region in the world. Have slowed down a little bit this weekend, Skimmy, but Pentanet trying to keep that game pace up.
They absolutely are. They are giving us a lot of reasons to smile right now. And with 2 inhibitors going down, they look for the clean control to close out this game. With the Soul online, with the Baron now expired, look to get the 3rd inhibitor and finalize this game. It's do or die now for Mammoth, and they will find a moment to engage. They collapse into mid lane, looking to take down the marksman known as Graves.
I mean, look,
he takes level 14. But he takes, as you say, no damage.
And now he'll hit the wave twice with his ability, and he'll be like nearly full health.
Look
like, at it. It's so beautiful. I was really hoping we were going to see this earlier. I think it is a bit cheesy. Like, I think there are some things that absolutely just destroy it, Skimmy, because it has to push. So, like, I don't know, play Maokai ganking jungler, play Ornn ganking jungler, and tell me if Graves is actually good. But if they're not in the game, maybe it is a genuinely good pick.
Well, it's looking fantastic right now. We've seen it in the top lane and in the ADC role today.
I'm not counting the AD carry one. That was troll. But all 3 inhibitors down now, Skimmy. Double super creeps streaming in. You've got to feel like this is the moment right now.
What do they have online? Ultimates galore. We need to see something happen. Can a flash engage happen from this Taric? He's got it up very shortly, but it's not going to come up anytime soon. It's going to be Pentanet that lead the charge as the first Nexus turrets soon to fall on down. Waiting for those Winions to flood on in. Pentanet circling their victims, honing in on and doing the damage to delete. They pick up a triple, they get a quad. Arctic, the sole survivor, but Pentanet will clean this game. They will end their split with a dub. 25 minutes.
Congratulations, Pentanet. Really well played. They controlled the pace of that game start to finish. Also, big shout out to Sully. Oni's a comfort pick of Nidalee. Really what he came through. The high rank solo queue of on Nidalee, and the Karthus puts on an absolute jungling clinic there. Teaches Bass to not blind pick Jarvan, and that was an impressive game, start to finish, Skimmy. Really back to the old Pentanet that we were really hot on for the first 4 weeks of the season.
Absolutely. And I think, if anything, it really showcased the delicate nature of drafting and how you can definitely be punished in that effect if you are going to look to go for comfort picks or look to go for high priorities that definitely can be counteracted, because from start to finish, Sully really was the one to lead that charge. So it's a game where Pentanet can be proud of and Mammoth can go back to the drawing board. But that does it for game number 5. We have one more game after this. We have the OPL Classico. This decides first seed. So grab a snack, get some water, stay hydrated, get yourself ready, and strap in for after this break.
Welcome back to the OPL. Week 10, Day 2, Game 6. That's right. It is the last game of the season. It's going to be a big one. It is the Legacy Esports coming up against the Chiefs Esports Club. Nick is still not in the cloud. I don't still know where the cloud is located, but I know that Nick is no longer with the cloudness. So it's me, Rusty, and Skimmy. That was shellacking Rusty that last game. Pentanet really took it to Mammoth there.
Yeah, from what I got to see of that one, Spawn, it was definitely a one-sided affair. The most important thing I saw was a very early Nidalee getting a very early invade and being extremely successful in doing so. So I think once you get leads like that, you are able to generate further advantages. But the thing is, they actually did it. And that's something we haven't seen from a team like Pentanet.gg in a little while.
Yeah, and it was a really impressive performance, so they will round out their OPL split one with a victory. However, guys, I have been handed the Nick bag, which is more of a Nick Hessian sack, to be perfectly honest. Not all that impressed with the quality of the bag, but the quality of the questions are great. This first one is from @JackTheEagle. Please help me through this lockdown. Top 3 shows to binge watch when the OPL is not on, because obviously this takes priority over everything. Skimmy, top 3 binge watchable shows.
Number 1 has to be Tiger King. Absolutely. If you haven't watched that, then you're not doing yourself a good service. Absolute binge worthy. There's just so much drama. You will forget about all the pain and suffering that's in the world right now that is keeping us all locked down. You will be glued to that bed for good reason. And I think it's like 7 episodes, so it's at least 7 hours of content. That's the go-to one at the moment. I'm trying to think what else. I don't know any other binge-worthy shows. I've been watching a lot of movies recently. I'm not a big TV show man like yourself. I'm much more like, it's 2 hours, it's a movie, it's done, then I'm back on gaming.
I don't watch TV at all, Skimmy. So I don't know why you said TV man like yourself, because I literally watch 0 shows.
Well, no, I said that I'm not a big TV man like yourself.
Okay. So you're...
Yes,
I get it now. There was an awkward pause. So what movies are you watching? Give me 2 movies then.
So I just watched Bloodshot, which is the one with Vin Diesel in it, which is kind of a little bit like Riddick, but the...
So like every Vin Diesel movie?
I don't know, it was crazy.
Okay,
because like...
next. Okay, Rusty, binge-worthy shows. What have you got for me?
The first one that came to my mind actually was more of a question for you, because I haven't started watching it yet, but we were at Worlds together a while ago and you wouldn't stop talking about it. That was Peaky Blinders. Is that a binge-worthy one?
Peaky Blinders is an absolute banger. Huge fan. That is number 1 on my list. Peaky Blinders for sure. It's got 4 seasons out, I think, at the moment. Tommy Shelby is an absolute legend. I love that show.
The other things that I was thinking was, at the moment, I've actually not been enjoying a lot of the stuff that I'd say are bingeable. Vikings is high on my list. That actually just got messaged in chat as well as I looked away. And the other one I would actually recommend is Haikyuu, the volleyball sports anime.
Oh, please. Okay, next. You've been cut off too.
Just sucks you in, mate. Keeps you going.
Okay, next question coming in from friend of the show, not friend of Mid Lane Creeps, @Rare7, says, how do you get a girlfriend, ? Open bracket, asking for a friend, close bracket, smiley face. Obviously, one person in this chat has a very good idea of how to do this. Rusty, how do you get a girlfriend?
Thank you for that
like
one, putting me on the spot. I mean, that's a very open-ended question. First of all, it's Rare asking. Does he definitely doesn't need help?
He's got the charisma to charm the pants of anyone. He's definitely tamed Spawn. We know that for sure.
So my question is, who's the friend, though?
I would assume it's Harry. The boys tease Harry about girls a lot in their house.
So Harry's a lovely person. Like, I feel like his biggest problem would be the first step of finding the person to take on that date, right? So that's where the boys should rally around and actually help him, not tease him.
The real
I think Rare needs to ask himself, right? What kind of girl is he looking for? Is he looking for a girl to game with, or is he looking for someone to disconnect out of the game with? That is the main question.
I mean, show him your ELO is the answer in both cases, if you're a Harry. That's what I would say. In Search of Shoe says, favourite room of the house. Go. Skimmy, favourite room.
The bedroom.
Okay. Can I know why?
Because it has my bed in it, and the bed is the best thing that has ever been made. You can just chill on it. You can chill on it. You can chill on it.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Rusty, favourite room of the house.
Bathroom, probably, because you never feel as clean as you do when you're in the bathroom.
Okay.
And I'm not going to answer bedroom. I don't want to take the same answer as Skibby.
I'm a fan of the kitchen. I like cooking. It's one of the few ways I de-stress, and I'm a very stressed person. At Mordred Oath, you have to solve a murder crime mystery. Pick one champion to assist you, one champion that prevents you from investigating in any way they can. Reminder, this question was addressed to me, Nick. I don't know what understands. Oh, to assist Nick. One champion to assist Nick in a murder mystery, and one champion that would prevent Nick from investigating. Skimmy, you've got 20 seconds. Go.
I think you'd give him Ezreal, because then it would just throw off Nick. He would just get so angry. And then you'd give him... I'm trying to think of the champions that he's really enjoyed in MPL.
This one's not addressed to Nick. He said it's the following one that's addressed to him.
Okay. The following one was addressed to him. The following one is, how do I deal with how attractive you are? And the answer is you don't. Nick is beautiful. And just being in his mere presence is a cause for celebration. And the fact that the cloud has taken him away from us makes me hate the cloud wherever it is in the sky so much more. Thoughts?
No, I completely agree. The answer to that question is to attack the cloud or his internet, because it's clearly working.
Okay.
But yes, definitely missing him.
We're 15 seconds from getting into Champion Select. This is a big one. OPL Classico, Legacy versus the Chiefs. Skimmy, who wins?
Legacy.
Legacy win from Skimmy. Rusty, are you going to even it out? Who wins?
Yeah, all right. I'll go Chiefs.
Okay, it's going to be 1-1. I'm also with Legacy. I think they're the best team in the league. However, I think we are ready for the McDonald's Champion Select. So we will be back for the OPL Classico. It's going to be Legacy versus Chiefs. This is for all the marbles. First place up for grabs. We'll see you after this break.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Well, this is the big one. We could not have written a better script to close out Week 10 for Split 1. Both of these teams, head-to-head, are 1-1. Both of these teams are sitting on 17 wins and 3 losses. And both of these teams are fighting for the first seed going into playoffs next week. Rusty, it is a momentous occasion. It brings to end, really, what we've done all split long. And, well, Carbon's already departed the building. He's taking this very seriously. He's already at the gaming house.
I mean, most definitely this is going to be a big one, Skibby. It's one to get excited for. Who knew that the last game of the OPL split would be the determining factor for who finishes first? And, you know, this is a big deal. It's not just finishing first in a regular season. You skip a whole best of 5 in the playoffs gauntlet. You go to the next round. You're seeded through. That's exactly where you want to be. Less games played, more games spent watching and studying and learning about your opponent. So this is the one to determine who is the best team through the regular season of our OPL split.
Well, let's jump into the business end of the night and see exactly how these bans pan on out. Bear in mind, it is still 10.6, so no crazy shenanigans with the likes of Fiddlesticks being reworked just yet. So those crazy ideas will be in the pot, stirring around, bubbling away for next week. Let's see exactly how things come on today. We've seen a lot of Tarek and Calista, refreshingly so perhaps, or maybe abused based on what other regions are doing. But today, with Calista being banned away, we are not going to get that skill check here.
Yeah, Philios also banned away here, Skimmy. So there is one really prolific AD carry still available in the Misfortune, and that's something that the Chiefs would definitely consider as a first pick. The other ban here from Legacy is the Diana, which is something that can be flexed for the Chiefs, and we saw how good Claire is on the champion. Even in a for-fun draft style game, he's just stomping everyone, and Claire is a pretty big game player, if that makes sense. He steps up to the plate when the pressure is on, and usually tends to overperform in those moments. And this is one of those situations, you know, you're against Tally,
He's a reliable player. He likes to play the tanks. He plays the top lane champions in mid lane. If ever there was a time to go above and beyond, this is the first step to doing so. Get yourselves that first seed in the OPL.
It's going to be interesting to see the direction that these two drafts go. Date your mind back to how it started off originally and then how it fanned out in the second occasion they played up against each other. You know, we had a all-out brawl in the first one. I believe it was like 50 kills in the end of just crazy. We just want to see exactly what we can do. Very much catering to the ideas of what Chiefs want to do, which is team fight, whereas we believe that Legacy were more about the macro. And then in their second encounter for that one-on-one head-up, they went for a much more composed, protect the Cogmore, bunch of tanks in your face with Tally playing the Cho'Gath and just running amok.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting style clash when both of these teams connect. That first game that you highlighted was Legacy playing the Chiefs game. The second one being a little bit more methodical and slow was the Chiefs being comfortable playing more of a Legacy style. And that's the thing, you know, Chiefs will always skill check you. If you don't pass that mark, then you lose very hard. But Legacy have very clearly shown that they're capable individual players. Tally's the last one to pass that test as he comes back into the OPL. As so far, the priorities we have to mention in this draft were very different. We spoke about the misfortune perhaps being the one remaining ADC, but it wasn't first picked by the Chiefs. It was picked in the second rotation, and that means that Legacy didn't put priority towards that either. They went for the Syndra, almost Direwolves-esque in that draft, and a priority on the Ornn.
And I find it's very interesting because we're seeing Karma become that determining factor in the sense that it can be flexed to mid or bottom lane as a support. And it is definitely finding a lot of love in enabling a lot of what these ADCs are wanting to do. No doubt about it, Katsuri and Raze, absolutely fantastic, almost best in their roles, if you will, when we talk about a lot of the star-studded members that we have in this region. And ADC is full of them at the moment, so whether or not the Karma is the right priority, we will wait to see, but it's definitely a strong pick in the right hands. And Isles is going to go back to the Bard again, so whilst the Karma wants to engage and chase you, the Bard is fantastic at disengaging as well.
And I have a DC this time when the Bard was picked. We've done it. We're through the draft part where the Bard is
already,
picked.
It's actually, so both teams have gone very different styles here. I'm actually looking at this second ban phase to see where Legacy's priorities lie. You know, their coach Ded's a very smart person, may be aware of what the strategy is here from the Chiefs. But I see the Karma with a Misfortune and Brawlman. I think that something like a Kindred is always possible as a jungle champion. You know, something else that can be enabled. If it's not that, it's a carry top laner. And that's the thing that makes the Chiefs really hard to track. Is Tien and Claire are carry players, but so's Croc. And he's got that fantastic Nidalee that has been taken away from him already. We have to see where else they put their priorities towards, because I do think that Kindred then becomes a viable, opportunistic pick.
Nidalee gone, Ezreal gone. Where are they going to go for this one? They're going to ban a tank away as well. This is interesting because we traditionally, as you say, we think that Croc is this carry-style jungler, putting out fantastic performances on an array of different champions, most notably the Graves in recent times, but then did decide to flex into the tanking department, right? And they decide, look, we want to have the only tank, we want the Ornn.
Yeah, actually I think that they're going to go for maybe a fourth pick Sejuani Legacy if that's the ban that they wanted to take away from Croc, because at the end of the day, Trundle is one of those picks into Sejuani and very good into tanks. Can also lock you down pretty effectively if you're playing something like the Bard, but again, it may not be the way that they choose to go. We have to see how this draft continues to pan out. Note that Jarvan was also taken away from Babip's hands through Chief's ban, so jungle being pinched a little bit there.
It is being pinched, but the Sejuani priority isn't actually going to come online here. They're going to opt for the Lee Sin, so they want pick potential. They want to absolutely isolate out a member and secure the kill with that. Now, how do Chiefs respond to this fashion? Not really hovering at the Irelia, but the Sejuani just seems too good to give up, especially when paired with the likes of a Braum and the speed-up initiation of the Karma, making it so that the flash isn't necessarily always needing to be used to guarantee that connect. Chiefs have a lot of CC right now. They've been gifted the picks to round out this glacial comp, and they've got plenty of engage.
Yeah, most definitely. Aurelia now rounds out the composition nicely. You've got your Aurelia Sejuani duo. There's a very good synergy to be seen there. And, you know, I do see that Trundle ban, and now I do have question marks raised. They've gone for the Lee Sin. They've given the Sejuani over for free when Trundle's often nicely put into that. We have to look and see what Legacy will go for here as their last remaining champion. It is actually going to be the Renekton here, Skimmy, so they've got flexible solo laners, as is pretty customary for Legacy's drafting. And because they've seen that it is an Aurelia, they're able to choose the matchup that they would prefer, and you would have to imagine that it is on into the Karma however this winds up. You know, they may swap champions back and forth. They may even swap lanes when they load onto the Rift as well. Because that Renekton, while it has a lot of kill threat, especially if the Lee Sin's ganking, it's one thing to say that, it's another thing to actually make that happen. Karma can punish you if it's isolated.
Look at this. We have now got Raze playing the Syndra. Yes, they've still got the heavy bruiser frontline for the protection, but the man is going to be playing an AD carry. He doesn't care if you try and pinch his champion pool. Kalista Ezreal, Aphelios gone, Misfortune taken away. He is going to turn towards Mage. That opens up the window for Telly now to revert to those top lane bruisers. And it's interesting to see once again the sort of shake-up that Telly has brought to this team. Obviously the experience, the familiarity with the organization, but the ability to say, look, you know, if you want to go the Mage, then I can play this as a comfort. And that's not to say he hasn't been playing the Mages, but it's just opening up all these creative ideas. And in a best-of-1 series, I'm really keen to see the execution.
Yeah, Syndra is one of those really interesting picks. When you think of Raze as a player, first of all, you know, there was a stint where Karthus was a bot lane champion, and he was one of the mage players down in bottom lane. Before he was ever an AD carry player, he was a Gragas player or a mid laner as well. So does seem to be quite comfortable when it comes to these mage champions, and it is exciting to see. But you can see it now on your screen. He is against a Braum, he is against a Karma. That Aurelia could eventually end up with something like a Wit's End, though I wouldn't expect it in this game when you look at the top side. It's not going to be the easiest game to be a Syndra in. But if you can make it work, you know, Katsuri is the hot target.
Well, let's kick into it. It is the final game of Split 1 before we enter finals. It's a best-of-1, and it is the third OPL Classico. Chiefs taking on Legacy, both at 17-3. One-on-one in the heads up. One-on-one in terms of what they're looking to achieve. But only one team can come out as the victor here. Only one team can skip that best of 5. These creative drafts sure to put on a banger.
Yeah, most definitely, Nate. Remember, you've seen these teams play already this weekend. Legacy have stomped anyone they've gone up against, even with fun compositions. Chiefs were challenged. That is a key difference here between both of these teams' forms coming into this game. And the question is raised, were they preparing for just this match? Were they actually preparing for all of those games? Or were they just using mechanics to get those victories? And it doesn't matter in the end because they got here. Winner finishes first. Everything on the line. Drafts are set.
Now, are we going to see any craziness at level 1? Tapoon going to go straight towards the wave. The stun will come out here from Aurelia.
Yeah, he wanted to freeze that wave from the looks of it. If he could catch the minions before Tian got there, then he would have been able to make it push towards him. But actually uses his Q to trade in the wave. And so now he's in this weird position where he's actually just going to be pushing. So if he wanted to freeze, the opposite has happened after Tian starts in lane and hits a nice stun.
And if you look at this composition, I feel like at face value, you'd imagine that Chiefs have the far easier end of the execution side, but Legacy have so much creativity with this composition that there's no denying the mechanics. It's obviously what's got them here, but I'm keen to see how they all come together.
Yeah, for sure. So the reason that he wanted the freeze in top lane here as well is because Lee Sin, Babip is on the other side of the map. So he's now in the least safe position if he can't crash this wave. He's lucky that he can. He'll be able to reset, it's fine. But that was a pretty high risk start for Tapoon where he's able to weather that storm decently well. Now you have to look at the rest of the map. The Lee Sin and the Sejuani have started to farm up, hit those level 3s, look for some places to be active on the map. Mid lane actually a hotbed for potential ganks if you're the Karma looking to lock someone down. Ornn has a lot of crowd control potential, but Karma's hard to hit. And I think all of that actually is just about river control coming towards bot lane. Because right now, this is the place where if you could snowball in any way, it would be a great opportunity to do so. You know, get that Misfortune going, becomes a team fight powerhouse, and you've got a Karma to support that one. You know, if you get the Bard freed in lane by giving the Syndra a kill, a similar thing happens where there's just so much overwhelming presence in the river that Legacy start to build up gold advantages.
It's going to be Croc that goes towards the Scuttle. He's going to get that one as the Vision Sweeper comes out as well. Going to go deep into the jungle to look to see where Babip is. Going to spot topside, but no, he's not there. Gonna spot him at Raptors, but they're gonna decide to go against it. Vision has been achieved. And Raze right now is bullying the members of Chiefs at their tower as Bard plays the mini game of collecting all those chimes.
Yeah, also running Omnistone here. As you can see, he's got Summon Area currently on him, so not going for any of the conventional Bard runes. You know, usually Guardian in a competitive game, you could go Electrocute, but yeah, he's gone for the Omnistone, something that I would say is a solo queue possibility. It has seen some play very minimally in competitive games, but I guess Bard's one of those champions that can utilize all of it. I am guilty of playing that myself in solo queue, so play the cards right, and maybe you get some really good opportunities here with things like Predator once you've got your boots and you actually sprint around the Rift.
And that's something that you were quite vocal about in the game prior, right? Is that you want to see these supports be quite active in their ability to influence those side lanes. Well, if Bard is going to be playing those mini games, and especially with the Omnistone, going to always be someone to consider, as BABIP will be no doubt looking to do the same. Typically very much active in assisting the mid lane.
And the thing is, this should be expected, right? Like, this is, like, towards the bottom lane point here for Legacy. This is not the first time they've played the champion or the strategy of, you know, roaming around the map playing the Bard. This is, like, not a once-off. This is maybe the third time in 4 games that we've actually seen it from them. And it's been wildly successful. And that's the thing. Like, Chiefs should be hyper-aware that this is the case. That's how they want to play this game out. And when you look at the Chiefs' composition, they're pretty hard to kill in any kind of roams or ganks. But first things first, top lane.
Shows his face into this one. Tien has the flash if he needs to use it right now. He's going to have great restraint and hold it, as there is no good threat to secure a kill.
Yeah, the Q missing there from BABIP. They're not going to be able to find the damage. If that Q had connected, definitely would have been a summoner used by Tien, but nevertheless, he's able to just walk himself out to safety and doesn't even need to teleport to the lane. Actually, both top laners are just going to fresh reset and walk themselves back to top lane. So once again, you think of why are they doing that? Well, the pressure then builds again on the opposite side of the map. You've got 3 teleports from Legacy and 2 from Chiefs. And neither of these teams willing to use those summoners to get back to their lanes just yet.
And taking the greater picture into perspective here, Rusty, it's always quite interesting when you look at these top 2 teams. But let's hold that thought for a second, because we might see an engage take place here by Tally. Puts out a fair bit of damage. But returning to my point, you know, what separates these 2 teams, Legacy and Chiefs, obviously identical in their win rate, very similar in terms of their farming, aggression, and, you know, objective control. But if you look at the damage, you know, Legacy have always been very much, you know, protect the Raze, and he will do a lot more damage. And if you compare it to Katsuri, he is around about 6% higher. But a lot of that is made up by the fact that BABIP plays a more supporting role, and Croc isn't afraid to play as the carry. And, you know, obviously playing as the Sejuani, not going to be the easiest to carry on, but definitely showing that they are quite flexible in this one.
That's true when you look at the damage, but obviously you can see a lot of action happening in top lane there. Croc looking for the kills and Tien ulting and having to flash away. One of the key differences here, though, that is also a similarity. While their damage is different, they're actively involved in those first blood skimmies. So with both of these junglers, very big early game figureheads for their team to find success. And so when you see these teams clash, it's about how they make that happen. As Tien in trouble.
He is absolutely in trouble right now, and he just cannot find that final kill. He's already burnt the flash. Now Croc rocks up to the party. Maybe looking to threaten a fight of his own. More so looking to try and hold this wave right now. BABIP is in quick support, and he burns a second flash as well. The Crocodile Hunter getting it done down under.
Yeah, top is just slaughtering them in top lane right now. This Renekton is proving to be a little bit too much to bear. Lee Sin just comes up to top lane to help clear vision. I mean, that's a really good sign here for Legacy. The fact that he's able to put in the work that he currently is. At the same time, the farm is even. And while there is no flashes available from the top side of the map besides the jungler now with BABIP on Legacy's side, the teleport being burned by Tien does mean that Topping gets to choose. Do I want to hold this and influence the bottom side of the map, or do I want to actually match that and continue to win top lane? And it's very clear what he wants to do, as he's just teleported back to top. And BABIP starts the Rift Herald.
So continue the tempo in Legacy's favor. Gold is equal, but they've already got themselves an Ocean Drake. There's the knock up into the wall to bully at Croc. Bear in mind, has no flash. He's going to fall on down for a first blood. That's going to be the TP in from Raze as well to secure this objective, which actually does reset as well. The lane swap is complete now.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll still be able to get this objective, presumably uncontested. They didn't see Raze's teleport, so he's in here to make something happen.
Oh, the Ornn ult goes absolutely amiss. And Tien won't be able to do anything in that situation. 2 quick kills now picked up by Legacy. The Herald this time will be taken on down. 10 minutes in, they're finding themselves with a nice little lead.
Yeah, the advantage they get, Skimmy, is in the kills themselves, because right now the bottom lane of Chiefs is still hard pushing for plates. Katsuri is going to be able to absolutely smack this tower down. Korea CK going to be fresh off the reset if he wants to as well. Actually, they're going to both go back to base. They could continue to push bottom if they wanted, but now they're just going to lose, it seems, the entire turret as Babip has the Herald to summon. I guess they value matching the map tempo of their opponents a little bit too much.
Minion wave goes down. Herald has spawned as it comes in. This turret will fall on down as well. It's a lot of gold now being shared amongst these members.
Yeah, and a massive advantage really for Legacy overall. You can see the CS difference in bot lane. You know that there's the kill advantage for Topoon as well, and now they've got turret plates on most of the important members of this team. Starting to get some item spikes in there early as well. They really are getting themselves into the driver's seat and building up a gold advantage. You think about the trade the Chiefs made in response. It was 2 plates, I believe, in bottom lane. And then a reset. So they get a fresh reset and they get themselves onto the map, which does give river control on the bottom side. But maybe more plates were available. They chose not to go for.
Now, I suppose, what does this mean, the fact that the duo of Chiefs stayed bot? What it's allowed them to get some very deep vision towards Legacy's blue buff, which it looks to be now has been cleared out by Isles as he replaces it with a control ward of his own. But there would have been plenty of vision for them to spot out those potential rotations to continue their victory in that side of the map and to carry on building up CS in their advantage. It's definitely going to be a slower affair now as they realize that item components are nearing completion. The gold, in a way, favoring Raze as he gets the better half of that trade despite the turret plates going down on both ends.
Yeah, pretty small gold advantages in every lane, but it just is persisting and exists everywhere. So item spike timings come in just a little bit faster here from Legacy across the entire map, and that is significant as of this moment. You know, you've got your full jungle item there for Babip on the Lee Sin compared to the components of Croc on the Sejuani. But while we're speaking about Croc on Sejuani, he is just here in the bottom lane hunting for that ultimate to throw out. But a lot of patience there from Legacy. They're not going to step up too close just yet, but this next wave, they are still at risk.
And they have to be careful. Drake is spawning in 15 seconds. Babip in a perfect position to make things happen. 2 crucial ultimates burnt here by Chiefs bot lane to try and make something happen, and it doesn't. They can absolutely not contest this Drake now. Babip knows of it. He will solo this one, it would appear, as the duo can rotate through the map and keep them preoccupied.
Yeah, he's going to start this one off, and you can see the duo of Legacy, like you mentioned. They were standing in the tri-bush, perhaps waiting for someone to come and check. Now, it was the flash used by Raze, so clearly, even though it wasn't on our screens, he managed to dodge out that Sejuani ultimate, if that's what it was. So, ultimates used, just one flash in response, but an objective secured for that one. Raze will be very happy with the outcome of that trade, as he'll also be able to go back after this wave he's just pushed, and definitely get himself the completed GLP 800.
An Infernal Rift. More damage is exactly what we want to see here in this finale. Going to be potential for Chiefs to even out if they were able to pick up 4 of those. But Legacy, it's been their game so far for the first 13 minutes in this game. 2 Drakes. And the Herald as well.
How many Infernal Rifts is that, man? We're in bottom.
They absolutely are. A 4-man collapse as they go through the magical journey. Isles is in trouble, however. Forced to burn double summoners to keep Katsuri at bay. Who actually responds with a flash of his own, diving deep underneath that tower to facilitate the play. They're going to disengage again, and this is the frustration of the Bard response to what Karma brings to the table.
That was a lot of ultimates used there by Legacy. They don't get a single kill for it, but they do get themselves at least a bit of pressure. Some platey boys in the bot lane as well. Only 2 plates left on that bot lane outer turret here for the Chiefs. So still be happy with the trade if there's no response. But at the same time, you know, Legacy had money. They actually had the opportunity to reset if they wanted to. And they chose to make that play, you know. So you can feel it's not tension, but there is still some aggression there. They're trying to get everything out of this game that they possibly can while they feel like they're stronger.
Well, Croc's going to get himself back into this one here by picking up a blue buff. Has been doing a good job in terms of finding a strong CS advantage by clearing more camps than BABIP. Items are now getting completed as Blade of the Rune King is now online for Tapoon. And the Moby Predators, as you would see there from Isles, continuing to switch between those runes. Big items coming online. We're yet to see that full blown out team fight. We've seen glimpses of skirmishes primarily in the top side, but when it comes to damage, I start to wonder, right, you know, the later this game goes on, yes, there's a scaling component of the Ornn, but you've got the early game bruisers surely going to be so reliant on extra items to get themselves relevant.
Yeah, looking for those item spikes is definitely the first step before we have fights on the map. You know, Tally also needing to have that ultimate if you're Legacy, looking for those fights. Croc as well being on the Chiefs side, one of the major engage tools. Both of these teams are pretty ult-reliant to hit full team fights if they were going to. But at the same time, those small skirmishes are possible, and I would say those are the small details that favour Legacy just a little bit. As the game progresses, however, you know, one team has the innate advantage of an AD carry. If he's able to survive everything being thrown at him, and there is a lot, Skibby, that could be thrown at Katsuri.
Absolutely.
But he's a very consistent AD carry player. His positioning is usually incredibly solid. If he's able to make it work, then they'll just have that AD carry advantage and be able to perhaps win those team fights. But so far, the chaos of Legacy's draft is possibly good as the kick's on.
The kick is on. The Chiefs decide to show up for this team fight. Double teleports are burnt. Flash to ensure that Croc says freeze as he wants to burn out that jungler. Make it a fight that they can find, and Tien executes. Now it's a 5v4. Down goes the fissure. In comes the bullet time. And Isles forced to run away, but a double kill comes in now. Tien does not miss those. And they find their moment now to get some objective control of their own.
Yeah, the second time in a row here for Legacy that they look for the engage and they actually mess it up a little bit. You know, think back to that fight in bottom lane. A lot of spells, Lee Sin kicks going wide, not following up the Bard ultimates just as well as they potentially could be. Similar thing happens in that last fight. BABIP kicks someone sideways. They're not actually able to do anything, and now Lee Sin kick gone, Bard ultimate gone, and suddenly this fight becomes very difficult to navigate. Croc immediately flashes forwards. He recognizes the weakness in their opponents, and then through the strength of Tien, they are able to win this fight pretty handily. Ornn can't follow up with his ultimate as well, and that's this lights out moment for Legacy. But they're the ones who take the fight. You know, they're the ones looking, they start it, and the Chiefs are the ones who finish it.
Can never discount what Chiefs bring to the table when they are going for those fights. Incredibly strong. That has been their mantra all season long. Legacy have been fantastic at stalling out the games, looking to play those side lanes, get themselves into the later stages of it. They look to try and execute and make a play happen with their early lead. Unable to find it. Whether or not that puts the dampeners on the brakes. Have to keep eyes firmly fixated on where BABIP decides to go.
It's very hard to be a Renekton now, with the Aurelia starting to get some kills on the board, and the stronger he becomes, the harder it is to just play League of Legends with someone that has so much mobility and potential all-in threat. Legacy aren't going to be playing around that Renekton, as you can see. They are once again looking in mid lane. Whether they're protecting or they're pushing is to be determined, because Croc always on the hunt to throw that ultimate out if you can find somebody, especially now that he's got the Herald. If Legacy make a single positional error or mistake, he can just summon that and break a turret.
And notice the fact that the third Drake is up and there's a 2-level discrepancy between these junglers based on the fact that Croc is just finding more action.
Yeah, really. Sejuani's today, it's very clear to me that that's been one of the better champions of the weekend in the jungle role. You know, it's not just the players, it's the champion itself. Just seems to get through the early jungling with no punish. And then you just start throwing ultimates off cooldown, and they're mostly successful. If it's just a summoner spell, it's still worth it, because your ultimate will be back up before that one. You know, we saw it earlier today in Orders games. Once again, Croc putting on a very strong display here against the Lee Sin.
proving what the champion can do.
Chiefs will full Legacy's hand by summoning the Rift Herald now in mid lane. Going to push out that wave and get some nice true damage on towards that turret, which will, if not one shot, definitely do a lot of damage towards it. But that's a nice little Bard ultimate to negate that objective completely. Chiefs now turn their attentions towards the dragon. They're going to start things off here and just rely now on their superior smiting level.
Yeah, looks like we might have a fight here. Eyes on Tally, ult's on.
Ornalt goes in, and Lee Sin is going to pick it up. It doesn't matter if there's a smiting difference. He will get those kills. Bullet time on the back end gets exhausted, so a lot of that damage negated. Tally flashes away on sub health. Bard, what are you doing, Isles? You're literally smurfing. He's got a triple kill. How does the support pop off like that? And Raze gets the ace. Legacy explode in the best fashion possible.
And what's usually been seen as the Chiefs being the team fighting team of the OPL, Legacy proved that they are just as capable, and they're able to come out with a team fight victory. Yes, it was a triple kill for Bard, but Raze puts in a ridiculous amount of work, and if we get the replay, you'll be able to see that as well, because Isles just cherry-picked a bunch of kills. So just keep that in mind. You'll see the fight here. The smite starts off, and Babib's able to get that one done as the Sejuani was kicked out of the pit. And now watch Raze, just on the bottom in the Dragon pit. He goes forwards, ults, and just stuns up both of them. And it's a simple queue for Bard for 2 of those kills. And that was 2 of the 3. Legacy, fantastic team fighting prowess in response to their opponents, as Raze is able to finish this one off with the ace.
What a turnaround after Chiefs looking like they had the ace up their sleeve, able to push through mid, burn out the Bard ultimate, and take a fight convincingly. Moments before, get their first ace in this game, and that really swings the hammer back towards Legacy again, giving them a 4k gold lead and soul point as well. Legacy really rising to this occasion.
Raze is just a freak to me, man, in all of the right ways. Like, he's just so good at mage champions. For an AD carry player, it is just baffling to watch him play to such a high level. That was not only a fantastic Syndra performance, Tally with a massive 3-man knock-up in that fight. You've got Babib with his expertise to kick the Sejuani out of the pit, and then Isles picking up 3 of those kills, you know. Legacy proving their dominance on their champions is once again fighting.
They are so versatile on so many different aspects of this game. They're going to cherry pick a kill on TN, caught in the wrong side of the map. Rotations quicker here for Legacy, as they can now look to execute this advantage by pushing it down. They can look to try and get some structures.
Right. Give them the advantage, and watch how this game gets significantly harder to play. You know, before the Chiefs were able to be defiant, able to actually fight back against Legacy, but now they've actually got that Bard opened up in the side lanes. They are able to hunt.
That's going to be the ultimates coming on through here in mid lane right now. Tally just picks out Katsuri. Big component of DPS lost now. Mim is forced to disengage away. That's all they need. That's all they want. But it's a knock-up again here coming out of Tally. And the CC train comes choo-chooing in. They pick it up again. They pick up the jungler of all things. And whilst their original attempt may have been to get the mid-structure, now it's almost definitely to pick up the Baron for free.
There was one teamfight victory in this game for the Chiefs, and that was the first moment that you're like, maybe they have what it takes. And from that moment, Legacy, with the advantage that they find afterwards, just don't slow down. They've got the lead. Now they start the Baron. 9,000 health remaining on that objective. Korea CK obviously knows that it's being done, but there's no jungler. He is dead. I don't know if they'll be able to stop this one, but they're going to give it a go.
They are going to look to try and make things happen. What ultimates do they have online? They'll have a bullet time with Katsuri on his way. He may just be able to make this one in time. The Baron down to 1,500 health. He's going to look to open things up here, but Lee Sin does not miss those. Babib connects, and he takes a kill with him as well. Syndra's going to connect too. Raze is getting it done. The versatile, perfect player that he is coined as, making it look so damn easy when he flexes on multiple different roles.
Top End will be able to get himself out, that's okay. If this game ends like this, if Legacy are able to just keep this momentum going and absolutely steamroll the rest of this game against the Chiefs, that is absolutely just putting a stamp on it and saying we are the #1 team in this entire league coming into playoffs. And you have to look out for us. They've adapted so quickly to Tally joining the roster. A man with a lot of experience, obviously, is able to make that work. You see what happens around this Baron. A nice little smite secure there from Babip to lock that one down, and Isles hits a fantastic stun, and that's it for Legacy. They get the kills as well as the objective, and now they are poised to just finish this game off.
That they are. Tally is absolutely huge right now. He's level 14, so he's starting to upgrade those items for his teammates as well, bear in mind. That's what's going to come online as he's split pushing right now, making it a 4-1 split. We've seen this all day long with the Baron buff. Present multiple threats at different angles. Makes it so damn hard here for TN to even contest.
And it's interesting because it did feel like Legacy were the ones taking most of these fights. They were the initiators, they were the engagers of a lot of the situations, and they were the ones making mistakes when Chiefs were winning those fights. Now Legacy shape up, and it just seems like they are going to be in absolute control of the game when they really, work out those issues that they were having. As in mid lane,
well, Croc tried to make things happen. They're going to go all on towards Raze, who flashes away, and Bard smurfs with the ultimate to lock him in place to provide him with some protection. That's going to be a massive ultimate by Aurelia to lock members in place, but it doesn't matter because the Tally flank comes online. The bruisers do the damage. They pick up a triple, and Claire flashes forward to try and disengage, but it doesn't mean anything. Tally is a monster. He is the leading starlight of this roster right now. They are looking for back-to-back aces as they are breaking into the Nexus. They're breaking through this base. And Rusty, we might see a 25-minute demolition.
yeah, that absolutely looks like it's going to be game here, Skimmy. The Legacy roster have absolutely slaughtered the Chiefs in this game. All that's left is to put a bow on it, and they are your #1 team in the regular split.
Legacy take the head-to-heads. They will go into playoffs as the first seeds, and they did it with such conviction, such strength, to showcase that they are the ones that everyone should be keeping an eye on.
And I think it's absolutely fair to say that that game was in part decided through the draft. I really liked what Legacy built for themselves, and that the reason for that is not only was it a good comp overall, maybe lacking at 80 carries the game went on, but still a whole lot of physical damage from their top side. They had very strong individual prowess on the champions that they picked as well. And that mastery shone through in this game against their competitors in the league. One of the other top 2 teams, they still outshone them individually.
Well, for the final time tonight, let's welcome back in Spawn. Let's get him in here for his final thoughts, his feelings on that game especially. Mate, you were in chat. I saw you popping off. What an absolute quote-unquote shellacking, as you would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm kind of with Rusty. I really was in love with Legacy's comp. I think that they baited the Chiefs in. When you see Ornn and Syndra, you assume that's going to be top lane Ornn, mid lane Syndra, and therefore the Aurelia pickup. And then obviously you get a counter pick for Top Hoon, who at the moment for me is just probably the MVP of the season. He's shown so many different styles, and he's able to carry, he's able to support, he's able to play strong side, weak side. He just really is a complete player. And Legacy just continue to grow strength to strength, and I think that's a speed hump that the Chiefs are going to have to look at if they want to be the title holders at the end of the split.
Yeah, that draft creativity is a big thing for me, Spawn, because bringing a player like Tally into the mix it's something that diversified their draft in some very unique ways, and I think they've just learned their mastery over that, especially when you've got someone like Raze who can play those mages and mix things in.
I mean, Jimmy plays everything, right? And when you've got 2 players like Jimmy and Quinn that just play absolutely everything in the game of League of Legends, and they're both big fans of the game, so you know that they're practiced on a lot of champions as well, it gives you a lot of draft flexibility, and Jensen has shown multiple times that he's willing to put them on early game, late game, anything in between. And I think this comp wasn't in between comp. It had very clear bridges in the Syndra and in the Bard, as well as the Lee Sin jungle. So, I mean, credit to Jensen. He's got his team another good draft, and he's got them the top seed in the OPL. And I think that with that, guys, I mean, that's all of our games of League of Legends done for the regular season split. Not sure whether we're ready to bring up the standings just yet. But, Rusty, the more we watch OPL, the more everyone beats everyone and Chiefs and Legacy at the top of the table.
Yeah, we're bringing it back kicking it old school sport once again. It seems like we are once again at that point where Legacy and Chiefs reign supreme over everyone else. And it's just kind of funny because at the same time, it is the Direwolves being third as the split ended. And the one wildcard edition was you guys in order, actually kicking it up in fourth.
So let me ask you the question then, both of you guys. Skimmy, I'll start with you. If Legacy or Chiefs don't win the split right now, is it Direwolves as you got as that third favourite?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Rusty, what are your thoughts?
I think Order is currently the third best team based off this week's performances. I'm very hard pressed to support Direwolves being the third best team if they perform like they did in the OPL games. There was 3 games from them, right? I think the sample size has been large enough to say that maybe it was an off week, but Order looked cleaner. And
if you were going to look at the top 2, is that game alone enough to say that there is daylight between Legacy and Chiefs, or do you just think it was comp, it was on the day, and that these two teams are really close together?
Daylight's hard to say, right? I think that if Chiefs had a more winning draft against the likes of Legacy, then I think we have a much more even game. Like you already saw in that game alone that Chiefs are able to produce something out of nothing. And still be able to comfortably win those team fights if it goes their way. So I don't think that there's too much of a separation, particularly when you start getting into a best-of series, right? And draft has to be adapted.
I definitely feel like there's a stable level between the likes of Legacy and Chiefs. I feel like there is a little bit of a gap, like a little bit of a buffer between them and Direwolves. I feel like there's also, once again, a buffer between them and the likes of Order and Avant as well. I feel like there's such an interesting dynamic in this top 5 section of the league, but I feel that performance alone, whilst very promising, you still got another whole week to prepare on a brand new patch as well, and the best of 5 shakes up things completely. So I feel like we're going to see a lot more to come.
Yeah, and I think the new patch is really important to highlight because obviously no regular season game is going to be played on 10.7 at that point. First games that we're going to see is going to be that first best of 5 in the lower bracket. And I think that, when you have a look at how this split has gone so far, it really has been quite topsy-turvy down the bottom of the table. Chiefs and Legacy will finish with 17 and 16 wins respectively. But then you go down and they're like 3 or 4 victories shy of anyone else on the ladder. Everyone else is kind of a jumbled mess below them. So I do think that, there kind of is something to what you're saying there, Skimmy. Any team can beat any team on their day on the correct patch, I feel like, at the moment. If this is a carry top laner patch, maybe Chippies can really bring it back. But guys, we are ready. Let's bring up the standings. Let's see where the OPL regular season will end. It is going to be the boys in green, Legacy at the top of the table, 18 and 3. The Chiefs Esports Club will be second, 17 and 4. Direwolves then have the head-to-head versus Order as they picked up 2 wins earlier in the regular season, 12 and 9. Order joined them at 12 and 9 scoreline, but will be outright 4th due to the fact that they don't have that head-to-head. And the last team in the playoffs by an outright win is going to be Avant Gaming. 8 wins, 13 losses. Unfortunately, the teams missing out on playoffs this split are going to be Pentanet, .gg, Gravitas, and Mammoth. We say goodbye to those teams, but so many interesting matchups coming up. And Rusty, of the 3 bottom tier teams, we saw good moments and bad from all of them. What really stood out to you throughout the split?
I think that it's worth highlighting, as it is the last time we'll see them this split, the gradual improvement of a squad like Mammoth. I do actually think that a lot of credit needs to be owed to those guys. They hit, week 4 odd in the split, and they had the epiphany themselves. They're like, we need to take this really seriously from now on, and you actually saw that marked improvement. I cannot stress how impressive that actually is from those guys to be able to do that so consistently and have that self-realization, that this is what we need to do.
And see whether they can carry that through to split number 2, guys. We do have the playoff bracket ready. We bring it up on your screen right now. As you can see, Match A is going to be the Chiefs Esports Club taking on old foes in the Direwolves. Match B is going to be Order versus Avant Gaming. Winners will advance through. You can see Legacy is going to be waiting for the winner of Chiefs versus Direwolves for their match. Of course, it is double bracketed here, so the Chiefs, Direwolves and Legacy will all have a second chance opportunity because Order and Avant Gaming are starting in the lower bracket. They only have a single shot. Of course, all of that is making their way towards the grand final. All matches are best of 5. Guys, which is the matchup you're looking forward to the most?
Skibby?
I feel like Order Avant has to be the absolute banger, right? Because you've got so much tension, the fact that it is that best of 5 with no other lives, you've got to put everything to the wall. And, you know, Avant have come into this week with a shake-up, and whether or not that continues, I mean, we've seen some teams shake up their rosters and really show so much grace and strength as a result. Whether or not that grace, that honeymoon period, if you will, continues is what we look forward to. But, you know, Order on a 5-win streak right now, looking really, really strong and really fun in their mojo.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an interesting match to watch. I actually think both are very interesting matches here for different reasons. Like, Order, will that form check continue into the playoffs, and Direwolves, will the opposite happen, and will they really find themselves again? Because, you know, both teams on the top of the bracket have 2 chances. So they really want to find their form as fast as they can, but they do have that forgiveness to work it out through the best of.
Yeah, and I personally was really impressed with how Appy was able to transition into that top lane. So I'm with Skimmy. I want to see Avant Gaming play again. And this is what the matchups will look like, guys. As we bring the schedule for next week's games up onto your screen, you can see that first game is going to be Order versus Avant Gaming, 4th versus 5th seed. That's going to be Friday, the 10th of April at 4 p.m. Then we have the next game coming up. It's going to be the Chiefs Esports Club taking on the Direwolves. There is so much OPL action to be had. You're not going to want to miss it. Best of 5s are a whole different kettle of fish, and I'm really excited to see which one of these teams rises to the occasion on the next patch. However, guys, I think that is all the League of Legends action we have for you today. Thank you so much for your patience. It really has been the slog. Gentlemen, technical difficulties aside, a very fun OPL regular split 1.
We did it. We absolutely did it. I've been welcomed into the mix of things, and hopefully the cloud has been my saving grace here in this situation, so I don't get benched another play-by-play caster.
We couldn't find another one if we tried. We tried for 2 years, and you're the best we got, so I think you'll be sticking around. However, guys, I think that is all we have for you. On behalf of myself, Rusty, Skimmy, the entire production crew, and Nick Boy, wherever you are, we miss you, our friend. Please come back safely soon. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for sticking with us, and we'll see you next week for the OPL playoff action.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの何を見て何を探してきた く世界に銀